So they want to go farm QRS instead, rotating up to this top pad. They all want to be pushing onto it. They do manage to isolate Zero Aura. It's now just down to what defense this tree can put on. We do see the dive in from the Brave Bird, and the Flame Sweep picks up 4. That was everybody from getting Gambit pushed off the pad. Try and push this pad. Look at the Trevor, they're trying to catch out whoever they can on the pad. They do manage to find one with the Legion, then there goes the Flame Sweep again, finding another 2. Talonflame with a triple KO. Can you stop this bird? The answer is no.
But it's going to be Leafeon falling first here instead. The Umbreon dropping as well is not going to be good for 777. Do not have a whole lot of HP left on this side. Now the Hoopa going to have something to say about it though, trying to stay with this Mimikyu and support as well as they can. And I mean, Hoopa is just got everything, even able to put out some damage. A KO streak of 4 for this Mimikyu now.
They have to try and shred it, but first they have to try and deal with this Umbreon, who ends up coming in with their Midnight Red, being able to just sustain this fight. And that is going to be a complete team wipe on the side of Stamina Esports.
Coup de grace comes out and sends Zoroark scrambling back to the Pokemon Center. Snorlax goes down. This Aegislash is just slicing through Amaterasu. 10 seconds left. Is Amaterasu going to be able to get any points in? Comfey might need to detach. That's only going to be 6. That's not going to be enough. 12 points. That's not going to cut it. Are they going to be able to find it? Connect on the Umbreon. They're going to steal some shields with their Unite move. The Infinite Cyber out from the Mewtwo, but Mewtwo goes down. More Unite moves fly. 3 members down for Enigma. This Aegislash is going to try to go on in once again. Hoopa brought the team in with the Ring Zone Bound, but nobody is there to go in. It's just the Hoopa.
I got it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Unity Class Summer Showdown. My name is Lobo. I am joined here by the wonderful, the Ignatic Nitera, my buddy. How we doing? How hype was that intro video that we just saw?
I gotta be honest with you. First time I saw it, didn't believe my eyes. You know, congratulations, Unity Class. We have like a lot of things packed in for you guys. One thing I can confirm that we have lined up, and I mean really lined up packed for you guys, is today's Summer Showdown. That's right. We're going to be going through Summer Showdown today, which focuses on the Southeast Asia region. And Lobo, we've got quite a few teams that we're looking forward to showcasing.
Yeah, I know, man. We have got so many teams. We're going to go through all of those team profiles for you guys. We're going to have a look at the group stages. We're going to have a look at the brackets, and then all of the teams that we have got going. Nitera and myself are going to be kicking it off today for the start of this broadcast, and then we will be joined by Fu and Killosaurus, who are going to round out day 1 of this incredible stream. Buddy, we've had some Unite news. We've had some new Pokemon enter the fray. We are just waiting on World to come around, the biggest showdown. But that does not mean that we here are just going to sit on our little butts. Man, what's the most exciting Pokemon that you are aware of? I know you and I did some casting over at Japan for those World's qualifiers over there. That was very exciting. Blaziken, Dodrio, the speedsters over there, really showing that hype. But what Pokemon are you excited to see?
Lucario. Lobo, it's been Lucario.
Why Lucario? Why
Lucario? I personally don't know. It could just be me, but you know. Also, Mega. I mean, we have Legend ZA coming out soon as well, right? And like, there's a possibility that rumor has it that, you know, Unite will bring in the Mega Evolution back into the fray. We already have Mega Mewtwo. X and Y, so it isn't too far of a stretch to say that maybe we'll see improvements to the old Pokemon where instead of using a Unite move, we'll trade it in for Mega Evolution that lasts, I don't know, 15 seconds? One good fight?
Nope. No. Just no.
Yeah, alright.
No.
Alright.
I'm gonna say
I'm not the balancing team.
No,
I don't
want it. I don't want it. But we are getting our games underway. I think we're going to bring up the group stages are coming up to have a look at the teams that are going through. Then we'll have a look at that bracket like I mentioned. And then we're going to get to these team profiles. We do have some of the teams that are coming in that we're going to see it today. So from the Philippines, we've got Isun Rego, we've got CU Fibonacci, we've got LF Org, we've got Onyx Rise, we've got Paper Rex, we've got TC Nightmare, we got Splash from my own region, OS, and we've got Zenny Game Squad plus High Five. Now these teams are looking kind of hype, Nightera. Where is your attention being drawn so far?
Like you have a specific I don't want to say bias, but like when you said Splash, like our region, Splash. Hey. You know, and I my little take on that too. Definitely to see Eastern Rego and Freight here. Definitely near and dear to my heart in the Southeast Asia region. But Paper X, it's just Paper X. Yep, that's my
look.
go-to.
I'm liking the look of Zenny Squad. Obviously, got root for my home region with Splash. They did pull out a wonderful performance at our regionals this past I think almost a month and a half ago. They did really well. Such a nice, strong squad that they've got going on there. So, like to see them compete with these the rest of these Asia powerhouses. High Five looking very strong as well. But CU Fibonacci and Eastern Rego are teams that we have seen before. They are quite solid teams. So, lots of interesting plays going to come up. We're going to see a few different metas clashing between India, Philippines, and OS, as well as to see how Hong Kong and Malaysia come through with High Five and Paper X to see how well their meta stacks up at 2 hours as well. But we're talking about the meta right now, Nightera. It's fairly open. To be honest, there's a lot of playable Pokemon. There's a lot of ways to play these teams around. I mean, the nerfs and buffs have been kind of good. For some reason, Leafeon had to get a buff again. Don't know why. I've been saying it doesn't need a buff, but it got a buff, so we could be seeing that Speedster game. But Speedster's still looking very strong in this meta right now. Anything?
Right, and after last, was it the week ago or was it 2 weeks ago? Man, it's been a long time. Japan, right? We see a little bit of inspiration from them. We will see a lot more aggressive gaming into it. They're not afraid to try things. Southeast Asia is a little bit more tied into playing it faster as a whole than playing it safe. If they can get a lead of a very risky play, it's usually a high risk, high reward thing. And so I wouldn't be surprised if
I don't see why it has to come back into the fray. I don't. It's just
very similar.
I mean,
to
it was Soul Blade that
had,
was the move that got busted as well. Razor Leaf still a very good in-out move for Speedsters. Dodrio also very, very popular Pokemon that we saw in the Asia regions before. So we could see a bit of the Tri-Headed Birds becoming one of my favorite Pokemon to play. I would love to see my Mimikyu stands out there come out with the Speedster meta. Player off could be an option here, or however, I'm more of a Shadow Sneak into Shadow Claw kind of person, giving you those resets, but player off with those iframes could very help. We talk about iframes, Zeraora, still a very niche pick, but these talented players, once you pick that Zeraora, you could decide to go Discharge, you could decide to go Wild Charge as well. Lot of options on the field, but now we're talking about species and attackers. Let's talk about our supporters and our defenders. Nightera, we have got a new supporter on the block that we have not seen just yet in the Little Bitty Cake. Our Cremy, talk to me. What are your thoughts on the little puffball?
Whipped cream, not like whipped out of this stage. Remote Stadium does not need that. Taya Skyrim doesn't need that. Rayquaza is ready to blow this whipped cream to just a little bit of shred of sugar. I don't feel like our creamy might be going to be seen as much play here, again, with the aggressive nature of Southeast Asia. In fact, you were right to say that, we might see Dodrio come back into the frame, but I want to actually preface that there's potentially, especially for some of my fellow teams here, they have a little bit of a favor to Gengar, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Gengar's still quite strong, right? Single target, single target burst damage, absolute speedster monster here. Could be seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, look, we're just going to move right on into the group stages to see how they're going to run out. Production, if you could give us that graphic, thank you so much. Big shout out to all of our production behind there. This is how our bracket is going to be laid out for us this time round. Group A, whoever's in first is going to go up against Group B fourth. Group B second is going to go up against Group A third. Group B first is going to go up against Group A fourth. Group A second is going to go up against Group B third for our top 8. This is going to be an interesting way, and I love the way every time that we come to Unity Clash, it's something different. We're starting off with group stages. We're going into our top 8. Very, very excited to see how these teams carry forward. So all eyes are going to be on our group stage. We saw them before, the different groups and the different teams. So we do have a nice even split across everything. So I think it should be easy as we go through the broadcast. I think towards the end of the broadcast, towards the end of the group stages, we'll start getting this list filled out. Everything is mostly TBD right now, but that's just to give you guys an absolute understanding of how these stages are going to go. Now, Tara, what do you make of the way that we've decided to filter out the group stages into that top 8? It's a pretty unique way to do it, I would say.
I mean, this is always a luck of the draw, so to speak, right? We have situations where this has happened before, from the start of Unite to now, where we had to open group stages bit by bit, and we're like, that's the death group. That group's a free win. You know, this one looks like that. And it's going to be interesting to see as we have only 2 of the groups, right? This time, Group A, Group B, will understand how they kind of play out and how they're going to position themselves into the bracket. And this will kind of give us a good, rough idea on who our long-standing players are, who are coming to the fray new to this meta, and a great idea as to who our champions potentially be. But Lobo, my interest is in the underdogs, as per always. Now, as we take a look into Group A and Group B, Group A has a little bit more stacked up a bracket in terms of having the more amount of players, as well as having some of our hitters over there. On the side of B, though, a bit less, with one team less on that side here, and it's going to be interesting. As I said, Paper Red, stronger hitting teams here, has kind of the solidified strong lineup here. We have Night Mew Foxy, who has been a very prominent Mew player for a very long time. We have Yang Yamu, HD, and Solo. By the way, they were the champ for 8th place in ACL just this year, as well as Summer Showdown Asia last year. They won that. They took it home, and I absolutely believe that there is a chance that this could be a potential stop for Paper Red if they just plan this out a little bit.
I'm excited to see how Paper X do. Again, like you said, you mentioned Night Mew, Foxy, Yamu, Solo, and HT. Going to be very, very strong. They're Malaysia champions, like you said. Can we move on to our next team? Thank you. We're looking forward to seeing Paper X. They're going to be up on the block very, very soon. So we'll go to our next team. Pretty pleased. Production. There you go. LF Org. Looking for Org. We've got JT, Jarab Sent, Mira, Dream T, and Tempsy. All of them playing the ACL in 2025, and they are still looking for an org. So very excited to see this team come through as well. We'll go on as quickly as we can to our next team as well. This is a team from the Philippines as well, is LF Org. Our next team, we already did Paper X, didn't we not? We already did Paper X, but we'll show them again. They're a team from Malaysia. Hit, Solo, Yang, and we're going to switch very quickly over to OS, which is a team splash. We got Taddy, Jordy, Sky, Kirby, and Tom1. They were second in our OC regionals. They are going to be our world representatives. They were created 2 weeks before regionals as well. Jordy, Taddy, Kirby, and Tom1, all players that we know. Sky, a new player into the OS region. We are very, very excited to see them play. I'm excited to see how these guys do against some of these top-ranked Asia teams. Make no mistake, they've been training, they've been doing whatever they can to get ready for this, and I'm very, very excited to see how well Team Splash is able to do. Good luck, guys. I'm rooting for you. Absolutely no bias in my voice this time around. Let's move on to the next team, shall we?
You know, you had your time to say this. Now I'm going to call for my brethrens, right? Onyx Rise.
It's all you, buddy. It's all you.
All me. Eeyore, AXQ, Cell, Luna, and Zoe. These are your teams coming in for Onyx Rise, the players that are locked in here. They were 11th placement on the ACL 2025 just this year in the Indonesian Champions, and they were 3rd place in the WCS 2024. Now, I don't know if you know this with these 3 letters very well, Lobo, but just to refresh everyone, that's the World Championships in 2024. Right? They were 3rd place. And this is coming from Southeast Asia. Yeah, you know, they're representing. They're representing. So this is going to be interesting to see how Rise can actually, you know, pull this out and maybe do a little bit of magic on the side here. They have been a very strong team, and I believe that they'll continue to show dominance here. But again, Paper Rex on the rise. We have also Splash, who has been a very strong contender, so I'm interested to see how Onyx really will rise to the occasion.
Oh, good heavens.
Yes.
Oh, good heavens. I mean, I'll take it. One in the column for Naito. We'll take it. Let's move on to our next squad. Good luck to Onyx Rise. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to put on. I guess I'll take High Five from the Hong Kong region. We've got Xingdai, Ikura, Z-Ray. We got Ice, 94 and 77 Chen. They were the Hong Kong, I believe that's Taiwan champions. They were 2nd place at ACL 2025. Most of them have been together since the start, and I'm going to assume that since the start means since Unite has been active. I'm just going to assume that one there.
Kumbaya.
So this is a team that's going to have really great team unity. They're going to have great cohesion. They're going to pretty much have that telepathic kind of communication between them because they've been playing for so long. I'm really excited to see the Hong Kong Taiwanese champions in our 2nd place from ACL 2025 go at it against the other teams that we faced. So that we just saw. So Onyx Rise, Paper Rex, we're going to see them all come through. Splash is going to have a fun time taking on a team of this high caliber. I guess let's move on to our next team. Now, Tara, you can take this one. Let's see what the wheel's going to spin for us for our next team profile. Zenigame Squad.
Zenigame Squad. We have our lineups with Obito, Desapo, Scepter, Tensei, Amaranth. These are your WCS qualifiers for India side. They were 2nd in the qualifiers here, and they've been a part of many different alls in the ACL, which is interesting because this shows you that, well, Zenigame Squad, they are really actively looking to play. They're actively seeking for opportunities, and you can see how this kind of puts into their repertoire in terms of, you know, how much experience they have as well as what they've been through. It's interesting to see how they can really perform here and what they can possibly do here. As one of the best in India, they have a job to represent themselves here and the entire region in Unity Clash. Now, question me this here, I gotta be honest with you, is this gonna be a Zen game or is this gonna be a tumble down from Zenigame Squad? I'm not too sure about that, Lobo, but personally, I prefer holding the punt up.
No, I love it. That's number 2 in the qualifying night. I gotta get my game on. Obito and Desapo, 2 players that I have had a chance to cast as part of different other tournaments in our scene. So I've had a chance to have a look at Obito and Desapo. They're very, very popular players across the Asia region, especially in India. So I'm excited to see how they go. Scepter and Tensei Amaranth as well, able to hold that squad together. So let's see if the squad can conquer. But let's move on to our next team that's going to be part of the Uni Clash Summer Showdown, and we've got Isen Rengo. Do you want to take this one as well, Naitaro?
You know what? By all means, Isen Rengo is running their lineups with Jamiru, Claw, Chaewon, Nyx, and Rhea, which they are the 3rd place in the Philippines WCS qualifiers. And so again, another strong thing, very similar to Zenigame Squad here. They actually made it through into the qualifiers here, and they were in the Pokemon Unite PH Fairy Zone Tournament Champions. Now, this local community tournament for them is kind of a big deal, especially since, well, PH, big country, lots of players, and they were able to rise to the top here. So you might even say that these are one of the strongest teams to come in from their region. And again, I have personally seen them. I have personally casted on their game. So, I mean, if it's... I don't know if I'm putting too much emphasis on them, but Isen Rengo definitely has a stake in this race. Not the top spot, as we have talked about the other teams, but a very good spot. You know, just one good game is going to bring them off here. It could be the one game they topple Paper, like for example, where they are just high flying it into the top half of the bracket. I'm excited to see how Isen Rengo would take this one on. Lobo, what are your thoughts though?
I think it's really good if you have someone that's, you know, having your ability to win and take top seed in tournaments is always great. It gives you a great confidence boost. So seeing any team that's actually managed to win a tournament, whether it be, you know, a WSL's qualifier, an ACL, or even a grassroots style tournament, having a tournament win on your resume is always good. It's a great motivator. It's a great mental kind of help for these players. So I'm excited to see how Issa and Rengo do fare. You seem to give them very, very high praise. So I'm very keen to see if they can live up to the praise of Nitera. Let's move on to our next team. Pretty please. I believe this the final team that we're looking. No, we got one more team after this. But this is Team Philippines once again. This is CU, code unknown Fibonacci, I believe is what CU stands for. We got Mike Ross, we got Yelena, we got Ulap, we got Oe, and we've got Impact. They were 4th in the C East Winter Tournament and 2nd in the LCQ East 2024. And they won the Spring Showdown of Season 9. So again, a team that has wins on the board. They're seeding well in these tournaments. But I guess want to give us a little bit more information about them? You want to tell us a bit more about this team at Nitera?
Now, I'm not going to give you too much. All right?
Okay.
I don't want to spoil the surprise because I believe Fibonacci is low-key the underdog of this entire race here. And I say that knowing that they have actually turned games upside down before. Fibonacci definitely has something to show here, and that's not my tale to tell. That is for them to paint the picture for you.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm excited to see what this team is going to bring to the stage. I think we have one more team to highlight. So let's... Oh, that was the last one? I do believe that was the last team that we had to highlight. So those are your team profiles, guys. We got Ringo, C, Fibonacci, LF Org, Onyx Rise, Paper Rex, Splash, Zenny Game Squad, and High Five. Those are the teams that we are going to be casting for you today. This is the group squad, the group stages. The group stages where we're all one big squad here. We show the love. We're one big unite squad out here in Unity Clash. And I think the first game that we've got on the schedule for you guys is going to be Paper Rex versus LF Org. And now this is a team that you were hyping up, which was Paper Rex.
Yes.
So I'm interested to see how they're going to come through. I think we're getting the lobby set up, you guys. We won't be too long away. We wanted to give you guys all the information. We've gone through the bracket. We've gone through the group stage. We've gone through the team profiles. I'm super excited. Now, before we did all of that, Nitera, we were talking about the different roles that were being played right now with Alcremie coming to the forefront. Blissey is, it just keeps getting banned. That Safeguard Helping Hand is too much, especially in possibly a meta with a lot of speedsters. I mean, Clefable looks very, very promising. Tell me about defenders. We don't talk about defenders enough. Tell me about defenders.
Now, of course, we have to bring in Pokemon's favorite typing, the Firefighting Squad, and of course, one of those Pokemon happens to be Blastoise, right? As they come into the fray.
Firefighting.
Yeah, firefighting. Right? So as we do see Blastoise come into the fray
That's
here.
3 for Nitera. That's 3 for Nitera.
Thank you so much. Keeping the counter. Yeah, Blastoise, very strong in terms of disruption and going into the fray here with Rapid Spin. We will definitely see potentially a Rapid Spin Hydro Pump. I feel like Surf is definitely a strong idea here, but the problem is with a lot of the meta coming in towards Asia, like I said, Speedster heavy, I want to jump on you heavy. You know, when you put Surf in front, you're pushing everyone back together, right? I don't know if that is the right call when it comes to Blastoise, even as I feel he's a strong pick. But I definitely do see potential for that. A few other mods we might see here is Snorlax having the ability to displace with block, as well as the ability to, you know, just play lane, win game. Very strong early game, hits 1 berry, full HP. Potentially can walk through the entire flux zone of the enemy team here, grab their berries, and they kind of start playing a lot safer than they would need to. And remember, Southeast Asia, if I can take a risk and it pays off, right? And so they might still go for it knowing that there's no berries here, and so Snorlax might also be a top contender. Lobo, what do you think though? Because I'm also feeling a little bit of a Lapras action, but I want to hear your thoughts first.
Look, I think there are a lot of good defenders out there. I think obviously when we go towards meta, especially in proper official UCS tournaments, we've been seeing Blastoise, we've been seeing Umbreon, we've been seeing Snorlax, we've been seeing Mamoswine. Those are the 4 that come to mind at the moment. Again, you already mentioned Snorlax has access to block you on Heavy Slam, can be used in conjunction with each other. Mamoswine, I think for me right now, is probably at the top of the list.
Really?
When it comes to just that's just a personal choice. Personal choice.
Okay.
For me, because it has that ability to Earthquake in, Ice, and just be able to disrupt. However, you were talking about, your Laprases, your Goodras are also available as well. Look at this beautiful transition. My God, our production have been working non-stop on this one. We're going to head right into game. It is Paper Rex on your purple side, LF Org on your orange side. Blissey's going to be banned up straight away, Nightera, accompanied by the other pink blob that is Clefable. Wow, the two big healers going straight out of the game.
Now, are we really surprised? Okay, between you and me, are we surprised? We saw this a week ago with Japan. Like, this is kind of the go-to. Now, what's interesting here is we are going to see Pikachu take a hit here, potentially because of the Electro Pulse execute here. On other side, though, it's going to be interesting to see what they really pick up here. They're hoping on a lot of the more rounded Pokemon here. There we go, a rounded one there.
Makes sense with Suicune. Pikachu's an interesting one for me. I know, having delved into a few species myself, Volt Tackle is just a big problem. Alongside that, Electro Ball, like you said, is a secure, it's an execute as well. Yang is going to start us off as Paper Rex are going to go, and it's going to be our Cremi up on the gate first, unless I'm mistaken. No, our Cremi is a very, very interesting Pokemon. It has a lot of good healing. It does have good healing ability, has good CC, has good stun, and it also has the ability to provide shields. But Galarian Rapidash Nightera, this is a Pokemon that has been tweaked slightly, so I'm excited to see what we've got to the fray, and it is a stacking little unicorn that we've got going.
Now, I'm quite surprised we're not seeing Mew come out from Paper Rex with Night Mew Foxy. Like I said, a very key Pokemon that has been played time and time again. In fact, racking 120k damage almost every round, even with minimal fights, potentially. So that's interesting. Of course, Gamewoo picking up the Blaziken here. That's our first of the firefighting. Very strong pickup. On the other side here, we are going to see potentially a Lucario pickup, but you know what? Break my heart. Hold the Aegis Slash there. Absolutely fine. Psyduck pickup there. Strong pickup.
I don't mind the Aegis Slash here. Aegis Slash is quite good with that wide guard, has ability to sustain. Psyduck combo with the Umbreon is a very, very tough combination, especially if Tempest. I don't know how to say that name. I can't even pronounce names today. I don't know if they're going to go with Mean Look into that to just hold them down for Rapidash and Aegis Slash to just keep slashing. But Solo is actually going to pick up the Mew on the side of Paper Rex along with Hit, who's going to go with, it looks like it's a full heal. So we could be seeing Surging Strike Urshifu coming into play this time round. Oh no, sorry, Rapid Strike Urshifu. No, Surging Strike is the actual move. Rapid Strike is the actual form. But Mira's also going to pick up the big blue button, as I like to call it, in that Glaceon. Wow, these teams looking quite nice. Nightera, Blaziken, Urshifu, Aegis Slash, Glaceon, Mamoswine, Mew, Psyduck, Umbreon. Nice, I like it. It seems rounded, but where are you going to give it to straight on paper for either of these two teams?
I'm really liking the composition of LF or for its diversity here. It just feels a little bit targeted. I don't know if you understand what I mean, right? Like,
no, I don't. You're going to have to explain that one to me.
Alright, to break it down, I feel like a lot of the stuff are more single target focused in a sense, where like I want to run people down one at a time, and I can do it really well. Where Paper Rex kind of excels though is they have the disruption with Mamoswine here, they have the bulk damage with the Mew, but if they ever need to go up close and personal, a lot of their stuff are just kind of wide hitting. So I think, personally, it is gonna go to Paper Rex. When it comes to running it down here, mid is the place to be, and they're gonna be able to take Rayquaza down in a strong fight. But I wouldn't be surprised if the other side here with LF Orc has something to say about just shutting them down one mon at a time. Now tell me, what do you think about that?
It's interesting. I want to see how useful Alcremie really is here, especially in these high, I want to say these more professional style games against these pro players. You know, we've seen Alcremie in ranked. Either some people find it underutilized, some people find it overutilized. I'm curious to see what kind of movesets that we've got going on with Alcremie. I'm interested to see Rapidash as well, to see how effective it is. It is usually just a hit and run type Pokemon, keeping that speed up and just making sure you get those hits. But we've got Umbreon and Rapidash inside that bot pod. Psyduck, I didn't even see it. Sableye in my brain. making me think all weird ways. But we do have a Glaceon in central lane, but we've got a little bit of a fight for supremacy, and that's going to go to the little Honedge.
And already the damage is being dealt. Yemu has to play this long game here, just winning it out. On the other side, though, this Ponyta running it back and forth here, trying to make some hitways, and picking himself up for one more. This Mamoswine is looking a little bit faster than I thought here. Swinup's already level 3, pushing forward here, and they're able to dish the damage.
Yeah, nice little light screen there as well. Umbreon just had to pop that X speed. Oh my god, I thought we were going to go in with the Shadow Sneak, the sneak there coming through from Honedge. Level 4 already, those EXP shares going to be super helpful. Got to get Doublade online as soon as possible. But we've got Hit heading on up, not choosing to evolve into Urshifu just yet. There it is, just to avoid the Psyduck. And there we've got Water Bear is online. Glaceon has decided to go into that basement path, and it looks like Paper Reps are just going to take all of this Altarias just for themselves. And now they're going to push onto Psyduck with those fists. The fire and water fists are going to be flowing for Paper Rex.
Did you see that? Psyduck shot and completely missed every single target. They lost so much points just off that, and this kind of gives a very big opportunity to the Urshifu here, who's just able to completely dominate into the central area and pick up a free buff for himself, as well as take a strong fight. I mean, look, they're all responding to the team here. This Doublade here, nothing they can do. No response coming in for them. The Milu is popped off here, but really, that's just kind of like mitigating the damage they would have dealt.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It just stops the Urshifu from moving, but with no one to really go on top of the Urshifu, he can just take as many buffs as he can. There's the Urshifu once again, guarded by the little pastry that could. Psyduck's going to try and find some little bit of movement here, but Urshifu's just going to soak up mostly of those, but the Icicle Spears are going to start running. There gets the Mean Look, and the Mean Look does not catch the Urshifu. Umbreon is going to take the brunt of that assault, but inside of this lane down bottom, Galarian Rapidash is just going to stack it up, but Urshifu, almost like a pseudo speedster here, Nitera, just able to catch on to anything, move in, move out with just quickness. Down goes Glaceon as well. Paper Rex looking strong.
Now, all I've got to say, adding on to this, is that Alcremie, if Alcremie is the last Pokemon to get KO'd at the end of the match, we feel like, and that's the Alcremie on top.
I will 100% remember that if I can. But supporters want to be one of those Pokemon you target straight up. There's the new Soul Beam, but all of that farm is going to go to the side of Paper Rex. Urshifu's going to go in and out once again. LF Orc just have to figure out what they're doing here. Rapidash can go in and out. Doublade not online. Glaceon's not here. A lot of damage coming through, but what this allows is Yimu to just stack inside that top path, and that's the last thing you want to do with the Blaziken.
And a beautiful trick coming in from the Doublade here is just making sure that he has enough EXP to kind of fight with his team here, knowing that he has kind of to give up the Reggie Ice here, unfortunately. But hey, you know what? It's a lot of EXP they're trading back here. They do pop their Unite moves to try and pick up this lone little Mammoth here, who's just going down for the count. Psyduck going in for a lot of damage, pushing forward to that. But with that being said, this HP recovery is kind of helping them. They can just take fights as and when and pull back out. They have no issues. And they are bruisers. Remember, they can just sit down there and take this damage.
No issues for the side of Paper Rex, but issues for the side of LF Orc. They lost both of those objectives. Blaziken has gone from taking the Regieleki inside into the basement path. The Fire Fists are flying. Umbreon's trying to hold this pad as well as they can. Galarian Rapidash is at half health. Goes on in. Mew has to pop the Mystical Mirage. Going to shield its team from any kind of damage. Surfs the Umbreon off the pad. There's Urshifu. Going to get a nice little dunk in as well. Overheat is going to make sure it gets a KO, but it is Alcremie. All sweets reigning for Paper Rex.
Now, that is truly a sweet delight here. As we do push in back here, scoreline is 163 to 71 here. It is not over just yet, as our lone Psyduck is just trying to make some hitways with his team, but a bit of a headache for him. 3v1, not a great look. But on the other side of the map, center area, picking up the XP.
You don't want to have that headache, Nitera. Oh my god.
Oh gosh.
Urshifu just wants to go in. Glacial Stage was set. There's the Triforce coming down from the side. Galarian Rapidash was not enough, but there we go. They're trying to target Blaziken. Blaziken gets caught inside the Mean Look. LF Org looking for life right now, but it's Psyduck taking on the Urshifu as well. H/slash tries to slash in, but misses that Sacred Sword. Urshifu gets out with no problem whatsoever. Nice little Mean Look combination to get those scores right in.
And now as we continue to push forward here, we are looking at a problem here, a level gap, especially since there is no Mamoswine on the field, but Psyduck returns the favor, pushing back with his team here, able to continue to break through into the field. 5 minutes on the clock left here. They barely make it out from the electro ball, and they're still going on. Mew goes down for the count here. They have control of the central area. This is their buff to take. Level 9 still not online. No Mamoswine here. They don't really have a proper tank to kind of forward this damage for them. And this is going to be a problem as they move into this, because the next Reggie is up. It's Reggie Steel, and for some reason, they have clawed back from the jaws of defeat here. They might actually be able to take a strong fight into this.
Yeah, that's not where you wanted those Icicle Spears to go, but there's the headache pushing back Urshifu's Aegislash tried to slash on in. Zeph comes in on Midnight Prance, comes out from Umbreon. Solar Beam's gonna try and hit as many times as they can. Coup de grace! I think it whiffed! I think the coup de grace whiffed, Nitera. Psyduck goes down to the Solar Beam, and Paper Rex from going up to going down to coming back real strong. Chaos Trigger 2 for Urshifu. Really nice play from them.
Did I speak too soon? I mean, like, honestly, I thought that was LF's Orcs Reggie Steel to begin with. They had everything lined up for them, and it just kind of felt really bad. Especially since the Mamoswine wasn't online, it kind of just felt like that was it. Urshifu taking another one for his team here, and he's able to just continue to take the onslaught. This Aegislash is a little bit off position. This Triforce of KOs not really responding as well as he thought, but 2 for the side is able to just kind of bring this one back just a little bit. Now, potentially, we might see a team right here, but the question remains, how are they going to return this favor? Because there is a Rotom on top here, and chasing them down just feels like a complete waste of time.
I mean, trying to get the stacks back in, they were, I think, 40 stacks. Mamoswine does go in with the headache, misses his Ice Fang. The Glacial Spears are going to target onto the Mamoswine. Sai is going to reduce the damage taken. There's Rapidash. I thought Rapidash was going to get the point in, but it's only 12 going in from the Umbreon. The Icicle Spears are going to hit on to the Urshifu. Alcremie finally gets taken down. No more healing for the side of Paper Rex, but they're just going to have to pop out here. Focus Blast does manage to hit 2 people, but Urshifu is going to try and make a nice mean look to really stop the onslaught coming out from Paper Rex. Good recovery. 3 minutes on the clock. There's 11 points? 9 points? 9 points.
9 points.
9 points between 2 of these teams, with a Regieleki still not being touched yet, Nitera.
Great job on the math here. I'm gonna be honest with you, I wasn't perfect. But as we do look at the other side though, Rotom is still on.
If I can't do that math, I think there's a problem.
Yeah, I guess. But Rotom is still on the map here. Reggie is going to be spawning in just a little bit. There is a chance LF Orc might want to potentially grab this here, push their levels up by another 1 for Umbreon and Psyduck, and lose positioning potentially of that. I'm not too sure if that's the right call, but as you can see, Paper Rex very confidently just strutting in. They're like, all right, I'm getting this free XP. If you don't want it, then it's mine. You might have positioning, but we will have levels to fight you. In fact, I just want to be in your face anyways, right?
Oh.
And this is going to be a problem.
Oh, they rolled the RNG wheel, Nitera, and they got it.
This is going to be a painful one. But again, they are bruisers. This was the right call for Paper Rex here. They have the ability to just rock in and just dish the damage. The question now remains to them is whether they can continue to kind of onslaught. They start in here, the Solar Beam picks off here, and I'm not sure if they can really respond to that. Icicle is going in, no stage setup.
Yeah, look, no Glacial stage yet. Glacial held up on that Unite move, but Paper Rex might turn their attention to the Rayquaza right now. They are 9 points in here. Mamoswine has to pop that Mammoth Mash to keep itself alive. Glacial, beautiful eject over the wall, but Mamoswine follows it with the eject as well. Rapidash has singled out Alcremie. There's the Triforce coming in for Alcremie. Alcremie's going to pop that Unite, bring the Desert Cake out. All is sweet for the side of Paper Rex so far. 1 member down for the side of LF Org. 1 member down for the side of Paper Rex. They're falling like that. They're going to coup de grace. Blaziken is still alive. So is Mew, so is Mamoswine. Only Rapidash are left for the side of LF Org. They're going to turn their attention to the Rayquaza, but it could be an interesting. Mamoswine's trying to keep them out. Nitera, who is going to secure this Rayquaza?
Now, it's going to be a little bit tough here. They do have 1 Galarian Rapidash. Mystical Barrage comes in. They're going to try and make it work. The pick up here, unfortunately, is not going to side of LF Org, who has displayed a tremendous team fight here, but just shy off in terms of damage. Now pushing forward, Paper Rex is just going to continue to take the scores here. I just want to see Alcremie get KO'd here so we can call the last fight of the game here. Come on.
Alcremie does not want to get caught. I don't think it wants to get KO just to give us a little casters clip. Mamoswine's going to get 45 and they could do a double dunk on to this base. Mew is going to get a 50 in as well. And there the Hondo Burgers reign. LF4 played a very, very good game in this one, Nitera. But there we go. We got a little dance party going on. And that's the way you want to end the first game of Unity Clash Summer Season, because there is a dance party going on a little bit. But Blaziken's going to make everybody see. There we go. Glacial stage gets set. Dance on that stage. Boys, 10 seconds.
Wait. Hold on. End the game.
Alcremie went down.
Yes! And of course, as Paper Rex takes this home, there was just one more thing that happened here. I don't know if you saw. LF Orc, you know, with the Alcremie on top, finishes the game with Alcremie's KO. Yes!
I don't think I want to give you one for that. I don't want to give you a 4. That's 4. I'll give you 4. All right, I'll give it to you. That was a good one. You were looking for that the entire match.
Yeah,
I'll give it to you, but there it goes.
10 minutes.
6.
Looking for Ray at 2 minutes? No. I'm looking for like the Alcremie at 0.
The good match there. Hit with 8 KOs. Yimu with 6. Solo with 4. And oh my god, the 12 assists from Yank coming out. 6 KOs for Galarian Rapidash, Dreamt and Mira with 4 KOs and 8 assists. Yeti getting up with 10 assists as well. Almost a support Aegislash in that instance. But that's going to be game number 1 to Paper Rex as we head on in. 81k damage, top damage by Mew. Those Solar Beams and Electro Balls were hitting hard, Nightera.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised to see how this kind of turned out. In fact, you can definitely see in terms of damage numbers, LF Orc wasn't that far behind. They did take fights, not a lot, but enough to really distribute the damage and show that it really did matter here. In fact, I love their clawback game. It was really strong. Question is, can they continue to pick up that lead here? And that's what we hope to see coming from LF Orc.
No, I agree with you. I think it was a very good clawback game. It was a seesaw battle, which is why whenever we get to Rayquaza, you know, seeing that 607 to 152, never indicating of how the game actually went. It was a very, very nice back and forth battle. You know, Paper Rex took the lead early on with the power of Urshifu. And, you know, as soon as you get that Water Bear online, it's just so hard to lock down. But let's not take anything away from Tempseed. Did a fantastic job just hitting those mean looks. Again, a lot of those bean looks did go onto the side of Mamoswine, which, and you know, it hindered Mamoswine from getting online. It hindered Nightmare Foxy from actually getting to that Mamoswine until I think it was about that 5-minute mark. But here we go, push on to that first tier 1 inside that basement path. They were looking strong, but this is where that comeback came around. The Triforce came down with those spears are flooding as LF Org, they went to their group mentality right now, right? They caught out the Blaziken in that corner and just chased everybody down and managed to get back into this game.
Yeah, they got 2 here. They couldn't really transition out there. I think the biggest issue was afterwards, it felt like it was a decision paralysis where they're like, all right, what are we going to do? We didn't think that far, right? We got everything we wanted and like, I ruled the tri-state area, but what's next?
And here, again, another battle for the Aegislash here. That coup de grace, I don't think actually hit its targets, or it wasn't able to do as much damage. Beautiful. Almost a shotgun solar beam right there to the face of Psyduck, taking it down. Double Registeel buffs. Also having a Registeel heading on into Rayquaza. But here is where they managed to get some of their levels back. Getting a 2 KO streak for the Galarian Rapidash as well. Hunting down Mew right now. But unfortunately, I think we did see a few times where they could have capitalized with Aegislash. Those Sacred Swords just either missing by just a tad bit or not being able to use it. Again, Rapidash getting stopped there right then. But almost that base not breaking. But Glaceon, a good addition here. Not really hindered, I want to say, as much as I thought a Glaceon would be by an Urshifu and a Blaziken.
Right, and as we see this last one here, the Triforce definitely did a nice pickup. Glaceon was knocked out from the Blaziken here, and we do see Psyduck returning the favor of Alcremie. But of course, when your damage is down, there's not much you can do, right? Umbreon going down for the count here just left them with a really big problem, and that is there's no one in front to kind of lock them down. And this Galarian Rapidash, one dream, tried to make it work. This Mew decided, all right, looks like you're going down for the count. And again, we did not see that last KO there, the most important one here that really solidified the cherry on top.
The Alcremie on top,
yes,
my friend. That's one for me. That's one. We'll take that one. But I'm curious to talk about this. It's the first time we've seen Alcremie, which I thought was very effective. We saw Alcremie was behind the Urshifu pretty much 80% of that game, making sure that Urshifu, even when it got caught in that mean look, wasn't really bothered at all. Let's talk about Galarian Rapidash. Do we think it was effective? It could have been a little bit more effective? I think a lot of the stuns that were coming out really hindered it a little bit, being taken down. And, you know, as soon as you get hit by the Focus Blast from the Blaziken, which we saw a few times, and then getting pounced on by the Urshifu. Obviously, we saw it. It was a hindrance, but was it as effective as we think it would have been as opposed to any other speedster that was played?
I mean, are you really gonna tell the Triforce of KOs that it's a bad thing?
I mean, I didn't say it was a bad thing. I'm just saying, well, I'm asking the question because it's the first real time that we're actually seeing Galarian Rapidash be used. I'm loving seeing it, but I'm curious about the effectiveness, especially with how heavily these speedsters are prioritized in this region. I mean, you know, you have another Pokemon there that is, and I wouldn't say infinitely more popular, that has 3 heads and 2 legs and can run around the map just as equally as effective and possibly do as much damage. But again, I did like seeing the Galarian Rapidash. I'm just curious, up against 2 Pokemon that are very, very solid in Urshifu and Blaziken. Was there another route that they could have gone on?
Now, I don't know if you agree with me on this though, but do you believe that Galarian Rapidash, in terms of damage, is weaker compared to, say, of course, Dodrio, for example? You agree on that, all right? So I would,
yeah, I guess maybe. I guess it's just depending on how what moveset you're playing, and guess the play style. A lot of teams, you know, you'd rely on Dodrio not to naturally do a lot of damage, but to come in and get the final KOs, whether you're using Drill Peck or whether you're using Tri Attack in either instance. Galarian Rapidash was there to go in, do damage, and then get out, but a lot of the time I did see that it was getting stuck. But again, being saved by the Umbreon and the Psyduck as well, I think that was a good counter. Just wanting to see, because it just felt like at some points, even with the Glaceon behind it, it seemed like LF was just lacking a little bit of damage.
Right, and so I think what I'm trying to get at is that I don't think Galarian Rapidash might be inherently wrong, but I feel like it was just in a weird spot of like, how do I clump my damage up, right? Because the bulk of his damage is that small little radius, right? I drop the Triforce, I drop my Giant Circle, hope I hit someone, then the damage comes off. Where if we look at Dodrio's side, there's a lot more damage potential, but at the cost of I have to aim, I have to constantly be moving as well. And so I guess there's a little bit of a problem of like, where are we stacking that up? Like, at what point does it become not worthwhile, or does it become more worthwhile? And I feel like Galarian Rapidash in that pickup, I believe it wasn't even the first pick. It was the 3rd and 4th pick, right? We were going into.
Yes, I believe it was. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's the thing, right? Because they are all clumped up, they're bruisers, it made sense. And then it didn't.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how we go. We do have the team swapping sides. Paper X is going to be on your orange side this time around. LFO going to be on your purple side. I'm curious to see what the bans are going to be this time around. Umbreon straight up on the chopping blocks for Paper X. They really didn't like dealing with that mean look, Nitera, as long as Blissey and Clefable were going to be up as well in that 2nd and 3rd spot.
Right, so it's going to come down to see how it turns into a monstrous problem. And apparently, Paper Rex thinks that it is a monstrous problem, so to speak. And they've banned out the Galarian Rapidash over the Pikachu.
I guess they thought something. I guess they thought the Galarian Rapidash was a little bit more hindrance-inducing than I originally thought it would be.
Right.
But not wanting to deal with that Galarian Rapidash. Also, I guess not wanting to deal with a Pokemon that you have to chase down and really be aware of where it is at all times is probably something that Paper Rex is thinking about as well. But that does leave Suicune and Pikachu on the taking block, and Yang is going to pick that up, as with Jerabsen is going to pick up Alcremie. So no Alcremie for Paper Rex this time round. That me Foxy gonna run that out with a Mime, and a good Mime player is always something to see. I love seeing those walls come up, and that Mime Showtime is a powerful Unite with a lot of disrupt.
Would love to see how this kind of turns this around here, but remember, we were talking about defenders just now, and I did see a hovering Snorlax here. There we go, Tempest on that. In return, we are going to see Inteleon be picked up here, potentially the Snipe build here. We did see a lot of damage coming in from Japan last week, and again, we might see a replication of that in terms of, you know, just dishing a damage. Starting your game with like half your HP gone, I don't know if that's a very good start, but Paper Rex is willing to take the chance here.
I mean, Inteleon is an interesting one. His snipe shot has always going to be... it's been one of those attackers that have just stood the test of time, even across that speedster meta that we had, because of that ability of Fellstinger to get in and out with Inteleon. If you can hit those snipe shots, it's going to be big. But Dreamt is going to make your dreams come true, as we are seeing Lucario being picked up alongside Leafeon by Mira. Gonna be an interesting thing here with Lucario and Leafeon up against Aegislash and Suicune. Suicune's gonna be interesting to see how well they can stun out that team alongside those walls of Mr. Mime. But Hit's gonna pick up Ceruledge too. Now, Ceruledge is an interesting one, a powerful Pokemon that has come to the foray very, very recently. I'm excited to see it. It's a good one, but a Rocky Helmet, Assault Vest, Lucario is looking to get behind and make Solo's night a tough one.
I don't know. I'm so glad you called it out because I'm so glad Shivam's not here to give us like the weird face cams because I was like, I'm so out. I didn't know what to make of it. I was like, is this meta? Like, am I playing it wrong?
I mean, again, I'm not in any position to judge any held items on these players. They're infinitely more talented than I am. If Assault Vest is working for these players, let it do. But it seems like they've swapped off of that Assault Vest for, I do believe it was a weakness policy. Lucario might be in there to brawl, but I'm curious to see what moveset we're getting out from Lucario this time around. Whether it's going to be pop close combat to allow for a little bit more secure and as well as healing that you get from close combat, or we could see E-Speed into Bone Rush, which is just such a problem to deal with for anyone, especially if you're trying to line up a snipe shot. That is going to be a problem to deal with if
Absolutely.
he is just E-Speeding every single way around. But Leafeon, Solar Blade was the move that was buffed. Are we going to see it come through? Or are they going to stick with the tried and true Razor Leaf, which also got buffed, I think 2 patches ago? A problem because that damage has increased for when you draw those leaves right back to you.
Now, that is going to be the questions that they have to answer, whether that is actually a worthwhile pickup and whether, they can actually go around this. But for starters, we can definitely say that Alcremie is doing very well here, and they're able to going to pick it up from themselves one more time here. Suicune hasn't been banned, means it's going to be picked up as well here. And the one big change I guess we can call is that we have not seen a Psyduck into the fray now. In fact, I think Mr. Mime is the next pickup here that's quite interesting. But with that being said, it gives you your nice wrap up in terms of the matches here, and let's get to it. Lucario first pickup, and it's at the bot lane.
A bot lane basement lane Lucario is actually really interesting here. It's going to try and get these stacks in nice and quick. Also, that was left on the chopping block. Oh, the water gun not able to secure the Indeedee in the bush. Stacks are coming through. Mr. Mime's going to get a nice stack as well. Honedge has to make sure it's way on out here, getting defended by the Suicune. There is the utility of Leafeon. That level 4 evolution just takes one of those little buffs and gets on out. Snorlax is going to go on a hunt for little Sobble. But Lucario managing to come back on an HP and a drain, but Mime blocks them off with walls. Altaria's close to coming up. Leafeon bot lane now. Ceruledge top lane.
Now we're going to see how they're going to respond to this here. Obviously, winning lanes are most likely the ones where the central area is. Ceruledge already picking up the damage. Ooh, Jess not able to avoid that damage. Taking it on head first here. Unfortunate for them. But this is going to be a bit problem. The Bitterblade continues to dish the damage here and they're unable to avoid it. Doublade now back in line here. Has the guard pushes forward here. But Snorlax returning the favor. Trying to respond into that. One good slam here could be all it takes here. As we do see the Ceruledge come from the back. Tries to dish the damage back by hiding and waiting for opportunity here. Has the fight. Picks up the Stress Berry. It looks like they have the advantage here. And the time to actually go for it as Suicune responds into this. But Combustion going down here. It's not a lot of firefighting. It's a lot of running and weeping as we do see them come back into the fray. The barrel locks them out here for 1. And that is going to be the Alcremie.
You gotta slice that cake any which way, Terra. But now
Aegislash
doing very well. Thank you. I thought that one was really good. But as you go through, we're going into that mid area. Ceruledge is here. It is going to be E-Speed Lucario that's going to go right after. There's the Whirlpool going to get caught into the wall by Mime. Finish by Ceruledge. Nice combination play. Snorlax has to run away from those blades of fire from the Ceruledge. That Bitter Blade so very strong. Suicune going to make sure they can get a 25 in as well, and Paper Rex are schmoovin' and groovin' in these early stages.
Well, you know what they say with playing with fire here, and Lucario went a little bit too close to the sun here, or maybe the blade, as we do look into the scoreline here. 21-88 is looking in favor of Paper Rex once again, but the scoreline is a little bit bigger than the last time we actually saw. Now as we go into that, they have positioned themselves really well here. They've damaged Lucario, trying to make some headways here, and they may get 2 for the side here, as you see Mime looking very low, but on the back, the Emerald 2-step here, and there it is onto a low Drizzle. Well, pushing it back forward, we have Bone Rush kind of set up here. If Lucario wants to jump back into the fray, it's absolutely possible.
Yeah, it can. Suicune is very low, but Cerulege is hiding in that bush looking for any kind of way. There's the big heavy slam that goes in.
Ooh.
Wow, Alchemy gets a nice stun as well. Lucario able to get on out. It is a Reggie-Brock this time round inside the bottom lane. We've got Inteleon, Cerulege, Mr. Mime, and Suicune here to try and block anyone off. It is going to be an unnecessary Revenant Rend, I do believe, to try and secure that using that Unite move, but I guess they wanted that defense buff as they head in. Solex is going to take a nap back at Nurse Joy's place in the most unexpected way possible. There's Cerulege using that Bitter Blade, picks up a KO streak of 2.
Oh.
Big snipe shot, does manage to hit the cake. There, you don't want to get water on a cake because it's going to get all soggy. And Paper Rex looking strong, 152 to 67.
And they are creamy on top to boot. God, I love it so much. I don't know why. But to do that here, the Emerald Stack comes in, picks up another Inteleon for the side. But this fire damage is being dished out onto our lone Leafeon here, who is going to be running away shy a little. Never mind, not shy a little bit. I had to open my mouth, but pushing back for that. A lot of damage coming through, a lot of EXP returning back into Paper Rex's favor. They have the advantage in terms of levels when it comes to LF Orc, but Paper Rex is slowly clawing it back.
A level 10 Leafeon is good. Level 9 Blaziken trying to hunt down. They've only got an Aegislash on that top side. Could LF Org look for a push onto this bottom side? They really need to get some more stacks in. I believe they've got 2 stacking Pokemon in terms of Blaziken and the Lucario.
Of course.
I don't remember seeing the attack weight on the Lucario, on the Blaziken, but we want to see if they've got 67 points in, whether they were big dunks or not, how many stacks that you've got on, really being able to do that damage. Suicune doing a brilliant job, just scouting with that Whirlpool, wants to hunt down Mira on this Leafeon, has access to that red buff. Suicune could get caught out because there are 4 members looking for him in that central area.
And I absolutely agree with what you're saying here. The problem is whether they can actually position themselves in a favorable fashion right now. Look, they're kind of just sitting up in front here, but are we really going to say that Mr. Mime is going to be the sole tank for a lone Inteleon? Now, we're waiting for the team to respond back into it, though. We have a little bit of a problem here. Paper Rex dominating a good chunk of the map here, about 60% of it, and now it's kind of looking like they don't have much space to move around, let alone drag EXP from.
Yeah, look, there is another Regirock onside that bottom side. A nice defense buff going into this. The damage is there for both teams. There's the Focus Blast that goes on to the Suicune, but Blaziken gets frozen in place. Almost gets caught out that time round. Heavy Slam goes on to there. The Emerald
Coup de
comes out. Coup de Grace going to fire out as well. The big creamy cake is up alongside the Endless Eye. Spikes healing them up. Blaziken trying to find a way in, but it does not matter. I think Paper Rex have got the defense. Azure Spyfish is also going to come out from Inteleon as well. Big Heavy Slam into the Aura Cannon to take down Mr. Mime. And Cerulege's Revenant Rand's going to come as well. Unite moves flying left, right, and center. But Cerulege is here for the cleanup. A 1v1 with the Lucario as well. There's E-spinning through everything. Gonna get caught now, frozen down by Suicune. And Lucario gonna take a quick trip back to Nurse Joy.
A lot of infighting happening back and forth here, many little battles here, but the one that comes up on top, Paper Rex, going in for that. I thought it was kind of the end when the coup de grace absolutely missed everyone here, but again, Aegislash, a very strong Pokemon when it comes to when you can hit everything, and he landed almost every single Sacred Sword on at least 2 members on the side of LF Orc here. And finally, the pickup here, a little bit of a Leaf Blade, or more like a Bladed Leaf, as we do see so.
Leafeon did run that entire length of the map, the width of the map, sorry, from basement lane to top side, but unfortunately just got rounded on by the rest of Paper Rex. But now we've got 162 to 67 leads. We've got the 3-minute mark. Mime Showtime's going to come on out to help it get out. They're chasing. Beautiful eject button. Mime sets up a nice little screen to make sure they stop. Oh, and Cerulege pops into its little hidey hole to avoid, but the scores are going to go in for the side of LF Org. But inside that top part, Aegislash managed to secure that Regieleki. It's going to walk, but I think they're going to get back in time. Almost cutting that lead, but in the opposite end, they've extended that lead to 202. So not too far, not too bad. There's about 77 points between these two teams as we head 30 seconds to Ray. They pulled the RNG roulette again. Nitera. Paper Rex get another Registeel before Rayquaza.
Are we really honestly surprised that Paper Rex is like in such a dominant lead? They picked up 2 Regis on the side here. They've picked up the Registeel. They have so much in terms of EXP flowing back. Well, LF Orc is doing a great job to try and match them here. They have to fight a level 14 Zero Edge. They have a level 13 Blaziken to kind of contest that, but it's also matched with a Inteleon that's level 13. As we go into the final stretch of the 2-minute mark here, definitely looks like Paper Rex has a lot more in terms of positioning advantage here. here, which is going to be a bit problem. Nice shot, missing the shot from Italian here, but the damage is whiffing actually. There might be a chance that LF Orc has a good chance at turning this around.
Yeah, the damage is there for the side of LF Orc. They just had to, they forced Paper Rex completely out of the Rayquaza pit. Mime is there. Don't think it has access. It does have access to Mime. Showtime. There it goes. The Endless Ice Spike's going to come out as well. Our Cream is going to go into big cake form and keep its team healed up as well. Spy Vision comes out as well. There's the slashing and dashing coming through from Aegislash. But Inteleon has been found by Blaziken, but it does not matter. Beautiful eject button, I believe, to avoid the overheat. And the crit came flying in from the Azure Spy Vision. There it goes. Inteleon secures. That is going to be game number 2 and the set to Paper Rex if these Hundo Burgers can go in.
And I'm telling you, it is so crazy to see. Again, LF Orc had such a great fight early on. And the damage tacked on really well. You saw that. They were at halves and whatnot. And all of a sudden, it just kind of all the investment was gone. It felt like they kind of popped the cherry a little bit too early. And this is kind of how Paper Rex plays. They are able to play long, they're able to be patient, and the discipline shows as they waited for an opportunity to just destroy them in terms of throwing all the unites at the right time. Though I do think Aegislash might be the weaker link in terms of bursting their unite here. I did not see much coming up from it. The entire team, again, kind of picking up the slack here. And again, Sacred Sword hitting multiple targets. How could you possibly go wrong? Now, as we do take a look here, Lobo, you have one chance to make this work, and I do hope that the Alchemy goes down for you.
No, you don't. I hope you get your chance again. I just want to point out again, as we fight through, we got 15 seconds left. 159 to 802. Good job to LF Orc. They put up a valiant effort against a very game Paper Rex squad.
Go down.
They did well. Highlight of that unite
Go
fight
down.
had to be the Blaziken going right after the Inteleon. Inteleon managing to sidestep that overheat combination. Don't know if it was through an eject or if it was through Fell Stinger, but they managed to secure it and also take it out because the Spy Vision was still up. And then also coming back in to secure the Rayquaza in all of that. But great first game for us here at the Unity Clash Summer Showdown. Paper Rex showing the rest of the teams that they ain't playing about, but Cerulege with that 11 KO.
I mean, at the end of the day, LF Orc was really LFing a solution out of the problem that is Paper Rex here. But if you're asking me whether they deserve a spot in terms of one of the top teams, I think this was a high-class game nonetheless. LF Orc definitely got a great display of whatever they could really show and push out here, but just a little bit off the gap here, right? Paper Rex is able to give them a run for their money, but just not enough to clean them out. And this is how Paper Rex takes home the first set of today. Lobo, Shivam said we couldn't do this in an hour 30 minutes. I think this is going to be the case if we just look at Paper Rex.
I mean, we just speedrun it, man.
We just speedrun
these games. Solo doing a fantastic job, 55k on that Inteleon. Dremt did a brilliant job on that Lucario as well. As we take a look at some of these highlights. So Rulage here just hunting down this Leafeon again, just into the hidey hole. But this was a nice little push here. I thought that LF Orc might have this with our Creamy's Unite move. Aegislash missing the Sacred Sword. The boosted orders were not there. Heavy Slam coming through. But just the sustain, I want to say, on the side of Paper Rex to really defend this pad. Blaziken hit their right targets. Aegislash went down. Lucario went in to go after the Inteleon as well, but just the defensive ability coming out. Overheat not hitting much, but here Lucario going down as well. The 1v1s, and this was the start of the Rayquaza fight. Look at the health of Aegislash. Look at the health of Mr. Mime. This was a great chance for LF Orc to push. They decided to go in, but here Nitera is where I think it really broke down. Blaziken goes after Inteleon above, and they decide to split here because we do see Snorlax go down. There's the we see the split fight come through. Cerulege hiding in that bush, waiting for things to happen. Blaziken decided to take on the Inteleon, and that I think had to have been the downfall for LF Orc.
And it was really painful to see because it was an eject button away. And I'm not even going to say that Paper Rex played that fight extremely well, right? We saw in the early fights, Inteleon was missing its shots. It did not land a single shot. It could be the distance, it could be whatever. But that could have been a very big change for LF, or if it had landed, right? And again, they played it out so well even after that. Can we really say Paper Rex did not deserve that win?
No, Paper Rex played incredibly well for
Exactly.
both games. They really did have, I think, the composition that played to their strengths. They also they lost the Mamoswine, then I think they lost Mr. Mime came in for Psyduck, I believe, as well, coming through. So they had the compositions to really sustain and really, like, I want to say, put a stranglehold on their opponent. So they did a really good job. They didn't let them come, they didn't let LFO come too far back into this game as they did in the previous games. But again, we'll see how the rest of this tournament shapes out. That was only set number 1. We're going to go on to our next one. But before that, Nitera and I are going to take a quick break. We suggest you guys do as well. Go grab a drink. Go grab a snack. We will be right back with our set number 2. Don't go anywhere. This is the Unity Clash Summer Showdown 2025. We'll see you guys very soon. Hello, we're back.
Lobo, pick us in.
Oh, okay, I'll try to take us in. Guys, welcome back to the Uniclass Summer Showdown 2025. We just watched an absolutely incredible match against LF Org and Paper Rex. We're not going to waste any time around. We got our next matchup coming for you. It is going to be Onyx Rise versus 5. We're going to get right on into it because this is going to be a hard-hitting one. It is going to be India versus Hong Kong. We've got High Five on your purple side, Onyx Rise on your orange side, and Suicune Umbreon being banned off straight away.
I mean, Suicune, pretty obvious. Umbreon, a lot faster when it comes to evolution. Has a lot of bulk stats early on. It's definitely nice to have in terms of the early fights here. Now, whether it kind of pays off later on is a different story here. We won't see that in this match here. Inteleon, very big pick, especially since we saw how much damage it could deal. Alcremie is the cherry on top in terms of the... I need to stop saying that.
I mean, when you've got a terminology set in line, we gotta see how it goes. We've got Shin coming through as well, gonna go for the first pick. It's gonna be Galarian Rapidash, but it's gonna be Genji94 that's gonna take the Galarian Rapidash inside of that prime spot. We've got Cell and AXQ coming through. Aegislash is going to be picked up as well. Now, you and I have still been a little bit critical of the Aegislashes that we have seen so far, but we know AXQ has that Pokemon on lock. We see if there can be a better performance coming out from him on that Aegislash. Clefable is an interesting choice, probably to counter the Galarian Rapidash, you know, being able to set that gravity or that follow me alongside that Moonlight. But let's make sure they don't roll any bad RNG with that Unite move. Shin's going to pick up Psyduck and Armarouge. I'm actually a big fan of Armarouge. Really kind of like a pseudo all-rounder if it's going to go that flame spin route.
Now, we're gonna see whether this kind of pays off for them here. Zeraid has picked... I haven't seen Armarouge in a long time, so this is gonna be interesting as they go about it. And he might get absolutely punished because there is a Leaf here on the other side. High damage coming in here. We might see another firefighting coming into the fray here. I saw the hover just very quickly here, but looks like Ikura is gonna be sticking to the tree to make quick hands and quick growths in terms of that. Now, last pickup here is gonna be very critical. We will see the Blaziken be locked in potentially here and kind of solidifies our team on the other side. Again, Galarian Rapidash being picked up.
Yeah, I agree. Galarian Rapidash is still an interesting one for me, but we do have one of the gods of secure in Blaziken that Tano I like to call them. Aegislash also has a very good secure as well in that coup de grace burst that it likes to produce with its Unite move. Eeyore locking in that Leafeon, going to be very strong. Cell going to make sure he stays in that perfect stage, that final stage of Cell for that Blastoise. If you have a look at that choice scarf as well, the new item that's going to come out, going to be very, very handy. I'm curious to see if we're going to see Rapid Spin or we're going to see a Surf, Push, and Pull, or we could see a combo between the two. Nice all-rounded teams, all eyes on that Galarian Rapidash and Genji on that Armarouge as well. Can Zoe and Illuna lock down the threats? But Psyduck with that infinite Psy has the potential to really reduce all of the damage that's going to be taken, which means Ikura could stay in there and fight for its life. I like these teams on paper. I'm going to ask you once again, on paper, my friend Nitera,
Onyx Rise.
who you pick? Onyx Rise? You're picking Onyx Rise?
Yeah, I feel like they've got good push and pull. They've got Blastoise they can run Surf with, and honestly, that might be the greatest thing ever because they have a lot of damage they can bulk. Emerald 2 that suddenly jumps in there, that's a lot of people are taking a hit here. But the real fight that comes in here, Lobo, between you and me, it's going to be the top lane, where we will see the firefighting Pokemons duke it out. Is it going to be Blastoise walking away with a win here, or will Blaziken actually triumph on top of the top lane?
Are you so sure that Blastoise is heading into that top path? Are you so sure that Blastoise is heading into that top path? As we're going to go through, it is going to be Charcadet and Psyduck inside that top path with the Blaziken taking that central air. But Blastoise is taking that top path. Nitera has got his crystal ball out today. The calls are on point, but are we going to see Eeyore from Onyx Rise take one buff and head on into that top path? Clefable's going to get some stacks as well. But look at that super Psyduck style hollow air. Absolute love it. Let's see if we can see some superhero style moves coming out from the side of High Five.
Absolute menace. I want photos of that duck. As we go into it here, we're seeing a tree be felled with the edge of a blade here. Not looking too good for them on the bot lane here. On the other side, the Onyx Rise also preaching dominance on them.
Now, Leafeon's going to go into the bottom path here as well. That Razor Leaf is going to be made. Is it going to do? Are we going to get some weed whacking being done? We are. The Razor Leaf gets felled as Little Fairtop gets sent back to Nurse Joy very quickly before those Altarias even decide to spawn. So that's a nice little bit of advantage coming out from Onyx Rise inside the first minute. But Galarian Ponyta is here. Snorlax is spinning. Where's it going? It might go mostly
Nice
Leafeon,
pick
but
up.
Blaze Kick takes it for high five.
But on the other side, though, we are seeing a lot more dominance coming in now from the top here. We have our Super Duck here. Absolute menace on the field here with Armor Rouge dishing damage here. Looks like this Squirtle is going to be stuck there for a while.
I mean, Squirtle managed to fend them off. The fire spin's coming through, but Clefable has got them stacks, which means the healing must be kind of strong coming out from Clefable as well. On the bottom side, there are spikes just going on all over the place. Doughblade is online. Snorlax is going to have to keep it. Nice little tackle to stop 20 scores coming through there. Picks up a Citrus Berry as well. Decides to slash its way on in, but Leafeon is here. Now, the Blaze Kick managing to secure, but the Trevenant is there to put a stomp to that with Woodhammer, but gets chopped down in the process, Nitera.
And that's a big problem going into it here. Nice pick on the side here. This Combustion not letting up here, but of course Eeyore as well. Now that weed whacking action you're talking about, Lobo, there it is.
I mean, you know, no one wants roots in their garden, but Galarian Rapidash has the ability to stun. There goes the heavy slam!
What stun?
Nice
What stun?
combination from Onyx Rise to really put the horse back in its stable. There go, Wartortle still online, giving Armor Rouge a bit of problem, and Onyx Rise are aggressive in the early minutes of this fight because all 5 members inside this top part.
And I really like how aggressive they are because they are actually technically behind in terms of EXP, but they were able to take fights that kind of just bring their numbers into their favor, right? 5v2s, 5v3s, they topple them. This Squirtle now into Wartortle, tries going for it here. The Emerald Twist not making anything work. Heavy Slam coming in, hits for 3, goes in. The Woodhammer picks it up for 1 here and not enough to go them down, but Eeyore going very low here. The damage is coming through, dishing it out here. Nice pick up on the side. Armor Rouge picks up for the Leafeon, and now we're going to push a fantastic game. Now, with revealing, we have a Rapid Spin Bastard coming in here. The Woodhammer does dish him out here, and this Snorlax is going to be out for the count here. Armor Rouge for 2, and now we're going to push up into that Gozo and Rotom. Regieleki.
I mean, oh my god, Rapid Spin's gonna knock everybody up, but there goes a takedown on the Clefable. The side shot gets the Blastoise pulled back in by Psyduck, and High Five have turned the game on their heads. The early aggression from Onyx Rise proved to be too aggressive. This time around, they lost a few KOs. There's the white guy coming out from Age that's going to slow his way down. He's not going to go any further than the Rapidash. There's a healing coming out from Clefable. Nice heavy slam coming out from the side of Snorlax as well. 141 to 88. Onyx Rise still trying to keep this aggression on, but High Five is absorbing that damage and dealing it back tenfold to Onyx Rise.
And they're going to continue to take this onslaught here. Looks like the Swablues and Altaria is back up into the central area here, of which, of course, Weed Whacker is now up and online. A little bit more damage to boot here. Nice pick on the side. Another fight is ensuing here. Onyx Rise not ready to respond to this 5 push as High Five really giving them the up top.
Yeah, look, here we go. Leafeon just has to run away. It does have access to Emerald 2-step, but it's going to lose it. It's going to be sent back to Nurse Joy. But on the other side, Regieleki has walked into Onyx Rise's top path. Galarian Rapidash has found the Triforce comes down, takes down the Leafeon. I've got to say, I was a little bit happy to see a nice little KO by a Leafeon. Galarian Rapidash looking strong right now. The stun goes up on it to H/. It is in. They're going to crash into this top pad. Do they have a chance to get some scores in? That base has been left on 42 as this continued fight. Sai comes out as well. Hornleech puts
the pickup.
in his place. Coup de grace does come out as well. Phantom Forest. The Unite moves are flying Nitera, and High Five is dropping like flies.
And it's crazy to see here. There's not much you can possibly do on the return on that. Onyx Rise trying to take a return favor here, but not enough to stop them here. A nice... What was that auto attack? Oh no! What a shame.
No.
Ikura able to drop their points in here and giving him a little bit of headache as we go about it here. A nice stop there as we do see the Trevor kind of locked in here. Nobody responding with the team for that KO, but that might be a little bit costly. They need this EXP and they just kind of didn't grab that.
I mean, we've passed the 5-minute mark. I think this is the highest scoring game that we've had so far. 279 to 159 as well. Clefable
Gravity
has just focused on scoring this entire time. Gravity is coming out alongside Moonlight as well. It is a Reggie steal. It is the second time we've seen the Reggie steal inside this second Reggie position. We could see it once again as Reggie does spawn right before Rayquaza. There's the Blastoise there trying to just move the Reggie steal out of place. Aegis is going to go in. The nice yawn
Gravity
onto the Armor Rouge, gets caught.
Coup de
Grace unable to get the execute
Emerald to
because the Shed Doll was formed. Hydro
Is that
Typhoon
food?
comes out as well. Galarian Rapidash cannot get stopped, but Gravity is there. Onyx Rise want to take this. Leafeon is focusing on the Reggie steal, but Blaziken always has a chance to secure.
Oh,
It is
beautiful.
this time going to go to Aegislash.
And again, Onyx Rise finally having their footing here, pushing it back. They might have a score deficit, but they're able to push this one back into the fray. Now damage is coming and dishing it out here. We do see the Moonlight trying to heal his team here. Tripods being popped out here to take one for the side here, two down into Leafeon as well. And now there's not much else they can do but to run away. But a little bit more, and they might be able to pick up this Blastoise as well here. On a 4 on the side, going down with the Aegislash to boot. Last one remaining here, and that is a team wipe coming in for high five.
Team wipe after losing a Reggie steal is brutal. Clefable's going to jump into that middle area, make sure that central area doesn't get taken. Psyduck's going to push and pull this Clefable around. Gravity's going to help just a little bit. We are at the 3-minute mark. Unite moves almost off the pause for every single player. You don't want to use Unite move after 3 minutes, but there it is. We have 279 to 159, but they just want to keep fighting, Nitera. Let's have a look at these levels real quick before we head on into Rayquaza.
All right, taking a look at it. 13, 11, 13, 11, 13. Who just popped out for the Blaziken here on the side. High Five is looking very strong here. Not gonna relent here on the other side. Onyx Rise has a bit of a lead when it comes into the highest level here at 14. A nice goal zone break here, but as we look at the levels again, 10, 11, 12, 12. Looks like Onyx Rise is a little bit behind in terms of that here, and they're kind of spread out. Not a lot of EXP to take on their map here, and it's going to be a bit of a problem as we do see Regieleki sitting up there. Not Rotom, I promise you that.
Onyx Rise are going to start rotating up towards this Regieleki. We did see the Blastoise is very close to that level 13. Just want to get access to that level 13 in 26 seconds before Rayquaza spawns. Onyx Rise is going to take Regieleki off the map, but now the positioning is there for High Five. They know exactly where Onyx Rise is. 17 seconds until Rayquaza spawns. If they are all able to group up for the side of Onyx Rise, High Five has those Unite moves that could just stack. Nice little yawn to almost catch out the Trevenant.
Beautifully played there here. They have the damage being dished out, but it's just not enough. Now they've actually got positioning here. I'm kind of favoring Onyx Rise to turn this game around here. Of course, our superhero menace coming in for the back here, as we do see Amarouge dishing the damage out to the Aegislash here. The Horn Leech coming in, no pick up from the side, and we're back into square one here. No fight coming in here, but now for the pickup here on the side, looks like this Snorlax is going to go into belly flop mode, sleeps it out, tries to get some damage here. Phantom Force dish a little bit of damage here, as we do see Glamour Fish going through the back here. The Triforce comes, picks up, and there might be a KO. The Emerald 2-set coming in to dish the damage, and Amarouge picks up for one for the Leafeon here. Hydro Typhoon to block up for 3, and it's going to be a dish dash as we see how Lich can push him back here. Aegislash down for the count here, and now they're gonna let themselves continue this onslaught here. Onyx Rise looking a little bit fast as they go in for it. 5 on the side here, they do dish it out. Blastoise is looking a bit low, they can continue this overheat to finish it off for 1, and now numbers are swinging to their advantage. Lobo, they're not gonna be able to make it back here. Glamour Rapidash already going in here, they lose the Snorlax as well. The team has to run in and barrel for it. They want to pick this Rayquaza. Looking low, 3, 2, 1, and there it is. The Blaziken finishes off. High Five has secured it, Lobo. What can Onyx Rise do here but just stand in awe?
I mean, they have to let those Hondo Burgers just come through. Clefable was not near Blastoise or Snorlax when they got surrounded. They did just decide to stay alive inside that final minutes of that Rayquaza fight. The Moonlight could have helped just a little bit, but I understand the positioning sense on the side of Onyx Rise to make sure that Clefable doesn't get knocked out. At least maybe you could try and secure in some way, shape, or form. But that was a beautiful Rayquaza fight fought by High Five. They isolated, they zoned, they got rid of the members that they thought. I do believe it was Aegislash that went down first. Eeyore tried with that Emerald 2-step, but just unfortunately, all the aggression they had early game was countered by High Five. Genji bringing up those 8 KOs, 10 assists. And along Z-Ray as well with 5 KOs, 9 assists, and Shin doing a great job on that Blaziken. Look at that, 96k damage from that Galarian Rapidash.
Ooh, this is definitely one to look out for. High Five able to just keep bouncing it back with Onyx Rise here, and just eventually came down to, I've picked up a little bit more than you guys have, and we're gonna stop you guys. I love how they were able to actually turn this around here, and Onyx Rise still put up a very strong fight. However, that kind of leaves us with the problem here. 1-0 is not looking in Onyx Rise's favor. Can they rise up to the occasion? Let's look at the replays, Lobo.
I mean, look at this. This is where High Five decided that they were just going to turn around. Clefable going the opposite direction to try and draw a few members away from this, but it was still going to result in a pack break. Triforce comes out as well. This was a turning point in the game. I want to believe Clefable rolling block on its Unite move, managing to get it out. The nice slow-mo coming out from our production. Thank you so much. Being able to see these moves hit in individual succession. Once again, I think Coup de Grace whiffed. Did Coup de Grace whiff? No, I think it hit something. We have not seen Coup de Grace do too much. If it manages to get an execute, Aegislash is able to build up all of those boosters once again, just keep hacking and slashing its way. But this is where I think Onyx Rise had a way to go. I think they managed to secure. There was a Reggie Steel buff behind them. Hydro Typhoon came in. Snorlax taking a nice little buff, and then they turn their attention back to the objective with 5 on that. And Galarian Rapidash going right into that gravity, doesn't care about it at all.
And just again, it just kind of feels like they were not in a great position overall to do much. And again, look, Onyx Rise picks it up. And look at what happens after this, right? They basically try to take another fight. The entire team returns the favor. This is the aftermath. Picks up onto Leafeon. They lose the buff. Blastoise on the top. Die going down. We do see a Snorlax at the bottom, run here away. And again, it is a complete team wipe. It just feels really bad.
I mean, the aggression is one thing. I think we talk about momentum in this game. Once you take a Registeel, that's a great buff to have. But this is where I thought was great. High Five decided to not play the game of going into that fight. They fought in that chokehold inside the bottom pass, in that bottom L bush. Bottom right L bush for us looking at the screen right now. And Armarouge was just sitting there tanking hits. There goes the Phantom Forest. There goes the Infinite Psy as well. Triforce comes down and they push Onyx Rise back into their own central area. Managed to take out, baiting out the Hydro Typhoon from the Snorlax. Then Aegislash gets pushed. I mean, excuse me. It gets boosted. It boosted autos into the path of a Hornleech, which then takes it down. And now there are 3 members here. But look at the split that Onyx Rise do right now. Nice little heavy slam, but Galarian Rapidash is right there. Clefable goes down. Snorlax goes behind. All 3 members Onyx Rise very, very split.
Right, and it's going to be a little bit of an issue here as we go about it. The question remains, how can they possibly turn this around? It is always going to be that question. And in fact, it wasn't like they were playing absolutely bad. It just felt like they were taking fights that did not feel very favorable, or at least they were taking fights after they've exhausted a lot of their options, right? Like that one at the Reggie Steel, that wasn't really... That was a great fight early on, but, you know, you're kind of gassed out and you just went for it again.
I think, you know, when you take a Registeel, you've got the kind of adrenaline coming through. You feel like you've got the buff coming through, so you kind of feel like you just want to push on. But then the team that just got KO'd, trying to stop you from taking that objective, does come back. Again, it's resource management, you know. But that was game number 1. Congratulations to High Five for winning that one. They have now switched to the orange side. Onyx Rise is going to be on your purple side. They're going to try and fight this back to send us to a game 3 situation. However, if High Five managed to take this 2-0, I think we'll be hitting that timer that Siobhan said that we could not hit. So we're going to keep going as Umbreon is going to be banned off. Inteleon going to be banned off. Same bans as game number 1.
And now we're going to see how this is going to turn around for them. If it's the exact same bans, it's going to come down to really confident in their composition. I don't feel like a lot needs to be changed in terms of their comp. It is proven that to work. Right, Galarian Rapidash again pick up there, like I was saying, very strong. The question is, are they gonna respond in kind here? At the start of High Five though, we are gonna see a lot of random hovers here. I feel like it's gonna be the Blissey for some reason. The pink bug has not been banned.
It could be interesting here to see. We are going to go with Alcremie. Chin is going to go with Alcremie, and Ikora is going to go with Snorlax. It's so interesting to me just to how much that this meta can shift so much, or the choice of Pokemon can shift, with Galarian Rapidash now being one of the more prominent picks that we've seen over the last 2 sets coming through. So I'm actually, it's interesting to see how it has come through and how it shifts the rate of play. But Cell and Aluna are up on the block to try and pick their Pokemon. They're both going to go with the all-rounder picks with a bit more sustain, but so far no healer on their side, no supporter on their side to really ensure that Serena and Aegislash are able to stay in and bowl. But they are two Pokemon that can regenerate themselves, Nightera. So it's going to be interesting to see how hard it is to take down these two all-rounders. Azire looking to hover over an XEX Pokemon in Mewtwo Y, and D wants to pick up that Blaze. Oh, I thought he was going to pick up the Blaziken, but it could be Machamp himself.
Ooh, I'm going to be excited to see how they turn this one back here. Machamp, long-standing Pokemon since Season 1 here. Great to see him back into the fray. Now, I was talking about Lapras, and I'm really excited to see him. You know, the only addition I would say Lapras has to contest against is Hoopa, right? Because Hoopa has instantaneous teleportation. Lapras is like, I'll bring everyone, you know, and everyone can see you, you know, like, this is the full force. Are you gonna take it on, or are you just gonna like back away, right? So I'm excited to see how this pans out here. The only other contention I feel like could be a problem on the side for Onyx Rise is that Mewtwo Y.
I mean, Mewtwo Y has the ability to just put damage on. It does have an insane amount of burst damage, especially once it gets into that Mega Form. I'm going to take a little... Well, I think OCE should take a little bit of credit for the popularity of Azumarill.
Wow.
Genji's going to show us that Azumarill played on the main stage. We cannot deny that Azumarill is OC's favorite egg, but it's going to come through. I'm curious to see whether we're going to see Whirlpool or Aqua Tail. We did see Joe for Daybreak doing such a fantastic job with Aqua Tail and just staying in there, causing all problems, and it was target banned. So we'll see how it goes. I'm interested to see how these teams come up against each other. Once again, we're about to go into our game number 2 on paper. Nightera, where are we going?
Theia Sky Ruins. Theia Sky Ruins. I mean, are we surprised that it's not that map?
Oh, did you? Mean, we're just about. They decided to put us into remote stadium for gigs, but it's interesting to see Onyx Rise have everything to do. High Five just got to win one more to take this set. We've got Mew. Is that an EXP share Mew that I did see heading on into that top path alongside that Serena, and Azumarill is going to take its place in that top path as well, and we are going to see a central area matchup.
I mean, all glory to him. I would love to see the close combat come back into fray here with the seismic toss, seismic slam. Now the question is, how would he gonna respond to that? As we do see already a very early aggression coming in here. This Lapras is just kind of taking hits and it's not afraid. But look at this Ponyta. Oh man, running amok into the other side here. We are gonna see the damage come out. Already Azumarill at level 4. This is gonna be a big problem.
I think we talk about the evolutions being a problem at evolving at level 4. Azumarill, I think, is a very understated problem, as Ponyta does manage to take away the blue buff from Machamp and gallop its way on out. They wanted to chase it down, but there it is.
Nice pick up.
Here. Doughblade is here as well. Is he going to get a KO? Azumarill usually able to sustain himself in this, but not when they all group up like that. Doughblade doing a brilliant job, as Onyx Rise did not take that defeat in game 1 lightly. They're pushing into that top pad, basement pad here. Snorlax is going to do whatever it can. Ponyta gets stunned by the side strike and has to stay away. Nice counter scores from both teams.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is a big problem going into it here, as they are looking into the damage side of things. Not too strong yet. They are kind of waiting for the evolution, their spikes here. Serena is not out online here. Mew still needs his moves to come up before that, and only then will we know. Look, first of the slams here. We're gonna see the damage coming through, and a nice pickup onto the Lapras. There it is. Now, returning the favor here, we do see a Solar Beam pick up for 2 right now, and now Mewtwo Y, last one remaining here, could take them out all if they really wanted to, but it's gonna be a bit tough with that Galarian Rapidash right up beside him. Look at that.
I mean, Galarian Rapidash has the ability. I think with Mewtwo, the biggest problem is staying, continuously staying in range of its auto-attacking. As Aegislash is online, it's going to take all of that farm for itself. Mewtwo being able to just A-press, but with Galarian Rapidash's ability to get in and out quickly, it's not really a problem. It can get out of range, but there's the try. Oh my days. There's the triple axle. Serena takes down Azumarill in quick succession with the assistance of the Mew, and Onyx Rise. That early aggression they showed in game number 1 is still going.
And it will continue to keep going. The onslaught is just there. There's like, it's a bulletproof strategy at this point for them, right? Take a few fights here, take a few picks, see if they want to continue to take another fight here. Onyx Rise have to continue to take this if they want to try and stay in the game and not lose too much XP and capitalize on that. But again, look at this aggression as they're going in again. They're returning the favor back full forward, and there it is. High Five returns it back in favor.
I mean, it's a little bit unnecessary of a coup de grace, but I think it finally hit its mark as Azumarill is going to try and hit its mark. But again, Azumarill much better in those 1v1 situations. Mew staying close to Serena whilst it was trying to Azu take on that. Azu was great. Rapidash gets sent back to Nurse Joy. Lapras is here, but it is getting chased down. Ooh. Submission back and sent back to Nurse Joy. Onyx Rise 186 to 20. They did not take that game one lightly. They are putting on a class, but High Five is going to return him back to the Regirock inside that bottom part.
And I cannot believe my eyes here again. Every single time Onyx Rises goes back into the fray, thinking they have a good fight, they're just so off position, waiting for High Five to return with a full team, with everything ready, and like, I'm not sure if they have to keep doing this. They're forcing it too much. Triforce being invested here, great for the double KO here to return, and now let's see if they overstay here and get punished for it once again. This is going to be the problem. It is looking
They've
like
got no points. They've got no points. It's only Aegislash trying to score 30 here. Mew's got 4, but I don't know if this is a smart idea. They need to get out, but they've got the maneuverability with Lapras and Mew using that coaching to really make sure it gets out. Nice. Nice ability. I think that's a nice combo play. Just being able to allow Mew a little bit more movability than it already has inside that top path. Regieleki did walk in as well. 262 to 76. Gets caught by the submission. We don't want them to get caught right now. There's a Queenly Ascendant's going to come out alongside the Electro Ball. There's the Infinite Side Strike coming out from Mewtwo.
Do you
Serena
see?
is still in the way. Big Belly Bash coming out from Azu. Chases down the Queen. As now we've got a Surf alongside the Mystical Mirage. And then Nitera. That is exactly what we wanted to see for Onyx Rise. The team allowing Serena to escape and get out, not sending any of that counter EXP, but submission Machamp trying to bring everyone back and gets caught for a
Senjun of Thousand Fists!
Blow.
Woo! And again, this is exactly what Onyx Rise was doing when they got punished. And now we do see Hi-Fi doing the same thing. The question is, again, if Onyx Rise just pushes too far in and gets punished for that. Once again, it lies down to this. They have Regieleki on top, they have Basement Reggie at the bottom here. If they were to actually push in here, it could spell detrimental doom to them. Look at the Galarian Rapidash running back with his team here, the Aegislash. As now we do see the biggest issue comes in the form of what should we take?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting here because they have managed to dunk both bases quite firmly. So, you know, sending that Regieleki into that top part could crash out. I don't know if we'll have time for another Regieleki. They have to take it quickly, but they've decided to go for the Registeel buff as we do have a fight is going on. Mew is so very low, but gets caught and stopped. Does get taken down finally by the Azu. Mewtwo is just doing everything. Side Strike does hit its mark, but Onyx Rise, the aggression is there. They've left the Reggie to its own, and now they're going to crash into this tier 2, and it's gone with a 336 lead. That's over 200 points, almost over 300 points. And I think High Five are going to make their way to that top path and try and get a consolation prize in this Regieleki as Aegislash starts this Regice.
And this looks like a virtually different game from before. In fact, it doesn't even look like this is High Five playing. What is going on here? Has Onyx Rise locked in? It is going to be the 2-minute mark for the Rayquaza here, and we're gonna see how that turns out here. Nice pickup onto the Regice here. We do see the pickup onto the Regieleki, and they're just scoring into the center here. I don't know if this Serena can walk away scot-free. That 35 points does not seem fair. Does not seem
I don't know if the Serena walks away here, no, but that could be a nice little distraction tactic to make sure they don't get any more scores inside that top path, as you can only score 1 goal at a time. But look at this, it's about to turn into the rest of Onyx Rise. Gets taken down by the Lapras, as Aegislash is also getting itself, find itself in the way, but it can get out. Coup de grace whiffing once again. I don't think it hit the mark that time round.
Not at all.
There's the Barrage Boy coming on from Machamp. Powered up by the Snorlax as well. Gonna take a nap, trying to heal as much as he can. Provide a nice little defensive ball. Lapras could get caught. Heavy Slam with the Mewtwo. A pressing barrage. And oh my god, this game is back and forth. Nitera, Bane, we've just hit the 3-minute mark. Do you want to give us a round out all those levels that we've got going on heading on into Ray?
Oh, thank you. I love to do the numbers here. Couldn't count to 9 just now, but it's all good. 11, 13, 11, 12, 13. Onyx Rise looking a little bit more dominant in terms of the level lead and power spikes here. High 5, 12, 11, 13, 11, 13 on the key players already. And so we don't really have an issue when it comes to dishing the damage here. High 5 just kind of want to match levels back into Onyx Rise. Question now also remains for them here is whether they should position earlier for a good fight here, and whether they have to force investments now. Because look, Mewtwo is out of a Unite, Snorlax out of a Unite, Machamp, no 1000 Fists for you as well. On the other side here, only Coup de Grace missing, and it comes down to 20 seconds whether something will change.
Onyx Rise can play this patiently. They've got both tier 1s in that top path, in that basement lane available to them as well. High Five only had that tier 2 in that top path. So there's no way for them to go back. They can fight off pad here, can Onyx Rise, but they're going for the aggressive play early, almost finding out that Snorlax. I don't know if aggressive play is going to help them out. Snorlax tried to recall, gets stopped by the Heavy Slam. Onyx Rise, Nitera, they're hitting their Rayquaza. I thought they were about to go for a big flip, but I think they were just baiting it in. Look at where High Five is positioned inside that, all in that top part. They're going to go for a score as well, and heading on into that Rayquaza pit. Machamp is here.
Nice.
Lapras is there to stop as well. Nice surrounding. They're trying to slow play this just a little bit. Aegislash went in just a little bit too far. Coup de grace has to hit. Infinite Sideburn alongside the Power Nap. The big cake has come out as well. Queenly will send it. Does send Mewtwo back to the lab as well, but there's 2 members left for the side of Onyx Rise. The aggressive standpoint was not the choice, and now High Five can turn their attention to the Rayquaza with only Aegislash and Mew available to defend and try for a steal.
And it is still very scary, right? Mew has Solar Beam here. It is going to be a little bit interesting of how they turn this around. Nice pick up here. The block is coming in here. We do not see the Solar Beam coming in. Discipline coming in, but no pickup on the side here. Finally does the damage, and High Five picks it up here. That Mew was all in line for it, and unfortunately for them, looks like Onyx Rise just could not rise to the occasion. Give me my point.
I mean, alright, that's 5. Nitera's hit 5, we'll cross the 5 across. Again, a really nice Rayquaza fight. Onyx Rise tried to slow play it by hitting the Rayquaza. High Five turn around to the top side of the Rayquaza pit inside there, looking like they were trying to score, almost baiting for the rip to come through. But then just by one, Onyx Rise got taken down. Cell managed to take out Genji. No, Cell managed to take out Ray, but then I think went down to the Azumarill. Just the damage across both of these teams was, I think, fairly okay. Look, the Machamp doing 47k, Eeyore doing 36. We had 52 come out from Ray's Z-Ray. We had Cell doing 52 as well. And even the healing from the Alcremie was very minimal. I think it was more based on a stun-based, a stun and character control-based Alcremie moveset there. AXQ doing 49, so not a bad, I want to say, spread of damage for all teams, but I think just a little bit more patient of a team fight coming out from the side of High Five.
Right, and again, it was this back and forth where, like, you know, I have talked about it, right? Asia teams, very aggressive, will take any chance they get to just have a strong lead. And you saw them over pushing a lot. Look at this. Onyx Rise had the lead here. They pushed in. They won this fight, by the way. Somehow, on pad, they won the fight. And for some reason, they overstayed. And this is the outcome. So it kind of goes into the question, like, how much is too much? And I think discipline for both teams in this match is just not it. But High Five.
It's interesting to me. It's interesting to me because these grassroots style tournaments are a way of limit testing, right? You know, a chance to limit testing how aggressive you want to be. Barrage blow coming out there from Machamp, but then almost getting round down by the Rapidash. And like you said, one more time, they did have the advantage as well right here. The advantage, Machamp goes down, Heavy Slam comes through as well. Snorlax gets taken down, Mewtwo gets taken down, and they crash into this tier 1 as well. And they also, Serena went to score inside the home pad, having that amount of points up as well coming through. This is like the 3-minute mark as well, where Onyx Rise, I think, almost I did think they came out on top on this one, because we do see Snorlax taking that power nap, Electro Ball trying to do a bit of securing, trying to get an execute as well. Lapras absorbing a lot of the damage. But right now we've got a 2v4 situation here coming through in these highlights. Lapras gets taken down, and here is where everything happened. The Infinite Sideburn came through, stunned a lot, and the Alcremie ult coming through for the side of High Five, I think, was very key here, because it allowed them to stay sustained. And there you see Serena with the Queenly Ascend that takes out Mewtwo, but it does not have the ability to get back in, because now it just runs right into 4 members of High Five.
And again, just so much damage being dealt across the board. They're able to single out and slowly dish it out. Right, cross shot, one of the strongest moves when it comes to getting a crit hit potential, and we saw it just kind of fly in terms of the numbers.
I mean, and there it is. It is the heavy slam secure as well against a an Aegislash that has full stacks up right now. It was a heavy slam from the Snorlax that managed to secure that Rayquaza. If you have a look, I believe it's
Wait, we have a role play? We have a rewind?
We have a rewind. Look, I think Aegislash just went in half a second too early with that boosted auto. It had full stacks up as well. In any instance there, I would expect Aegislash to secure that. That is what I was expecting. I didn't expect a Snorlax to come out of nowhere with Heavy Slam, but a Heavy Slam secure on Rayquaza is, you know, it's got to be great timing against an Aegislash. Machamp was in there as well. But again, good job to high five against Onyx. We're still in our round robin, guys. Still the group stages, so none of these teams have been eliminated yet. We're just trying to find out the seeds that they're going to go into the top 8. So we're really excited to see it. We saw the bracket before. I think it was the top. We saw third. I think it was the top 3 that go through each group. The top 8. Here we go. Thank you, production, for bringing it through. It is the top 4 that go all the way through. So Group A 4th is there. Group B 3rd is there. Group B 2nd. So the top 4 from Group A, the top 3 from Group B. Thank you so much for production for putting up that graphic. But guys, that was set number 2. We've still got one more set that we go watch.
One more.
Tara, you and I are going to take a quick break because our voices already stacked because the heat is turning up at the Uni Clash Summer Showdown 2025. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a snack. We'll be back very shortly for your next set.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Unique Clash here. We're taking a quick short break just now, and now we're back with I think a very anticipated team. My name is Nitera, and of course beside me we've got Lobo. We're going back to Paper Rex. Lobo, how are we feeling about that?
I mean, you're excited to see Paper X.
I am.
I'm really excited to see TC Nightmare. It's one of the, I think we were four of these were one of the teams that joined a bit later as well, so we didn't get to do a quick team profile on them earlier on the stream, but I'm excited to see them come out to play and really take it to Paper X. Paper X, we saw earlier on, they did 2-0 LF org, so we're going to see it, but now we're going to have a look at these group stages, Nighttail. Let's take a look at Group A first, because it is the first. It's the first letter in the series. High Five going a nice 2-0. Onyx Rise 1-1. Splash is 0-2. Hopefully our OC boys can bring it back. I love the experience that they're getting in this tournament as well. Code Unknown Fibonacci is on 1. And Eastern Rengo is 1-0. You want to take us to Group B, my friend?
Of course, Paper Rex 2-0 here. Going to be a potential 3-0 if this next game goes in their favor, but stopping them is going to be close behind. Zenny Games Squad at 1-1, Elot Orc at 1-1, and Taysin Amera, who's going to be the underdog of Group B here at 0-2 currently. Potentially a 1-2 if we do see them take down Paper Rex.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an interesting one in Group B. We got the top of Group B currently going at the bottom of Group B with Paper X and TC Nightmare as our game. So they're 2-0, TC Nightmare 0-2. Let's see if they can bring this up on the board. I'm excited to see this now. We haven't seen not much of TC Nightmare, but what do you want to see coming out from Paper X in this one? I know they are a favorite of yours, which we always like. Us as casters, we can have our favorites. There are teams that are always just fun to cast, but then we have our homegrown favorites as well. So give us a thought. What do you want to see from Paper X? You want to see complete, you want to see them take control of this match? You want to see them end it real quick? Or do you want to see them come out with something new, like a bit more experimental? What do you want to see coming out from Paper X this time?
Oh, we're gonna see Lucario dashing through the snow in a one-house open sleigh with a side of a Rapidash, and that's gonna be their core setup here. We are going to potentially see a pickup onto Lapras as well, giving them a swift exit out here, and that builds on the team from there. Now, what I do believe after that they can go for, I do believe Alcremie has been showing a very stunning performance here, and maybe a pickup from Mew here, so they have enough utility, but they're built around the fact that they're able to dive into the backline here. Their secure is going to come from Lucario's Power Up Punch, and I think Paper Rex has got a solid team for it. TC and Amera, though, has a very good idea of how to stop that kind of competition here. It's a very hit and run kind of comp. TC and Amera can run a lot more bulkier Pokemon, which means we might see Metagross come into the fray. We might see things like Blaziken back onto the field here, and I think that we've got something along the lines of that lined up. Now, I know I said a little bit extra for Nemera as well, so Lobo, how about you tell me what you're expecting from them and, of course, Paper Rex?
Well, at the Paper X, the reason I think we want to see a much more controlled performance coming from them is because they are currently 2-0 in their group stages. Now, Mera need to bring something here to try and at least get a win on the board. They have it to play against Paper X, who are sitting at the top of the group. So I want to see a little bit more control. I want to see a little bit more sustain. When it comes to just compositionally wise, I don't want to see them just reacting to what we see Paper X do in the draft. I want to see an identity of their own. It is the first time that we are going to be seeing them on stream. They have been playing hard. They've been working hard off stream. So, like you said, let's see if we can see some other picks, because we have been seeing Cerule Edge, Urshifu. We've seen a lot of Aegislash come to play. Even though you and I have gone back on the effectiveness of Aegislash so far in the games that we've seen, not too sure if it has been as effective. Maybe we could see some other we've seen Mamoswine come to play. Defenders, Lapras has definitely hit the field, and perhaps Paper X might set it up in a way that they're going to go with a really bulky front line as well as damage all-rounders. So maybe we want to just see some high damage output coming from the side of TC Nightmare, but again, it's going to be all to play. We never know what's going to happen in draft, whether these players are going to decide to experiment or to just go and go with something that's tried and true. We might see Leafeon again. We might see Blaziken again. We might see Inteleon again. There's a chance Rapidash and Alcremie either could get banned, or we could see them as well. Maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing a Talonflame. Wouldn't mind seeing a Dodrio. Cinderace is always fun to see, and maybe an Inteleon as well. But I don't know. Alolan Raichu on the board as well. I know that Stored Power got... No, we haven't seen it because Stored Power did get nerfed because it does allow for the extra dashes to come out from Ololan Raichu. However, the mines that get put down with the Thunder Electro Ball moveset as well is always dangerous, especially if you hide those in bushes for a Rapidash player or a Speedster player. It can chunk a big bit of their health. Maybe that's a method to select. So we don't know what's going to go on. I think we're still waiting for players to get into lobby. We'll go right into game as soon as all of those players come into lobby as well. Whew, it's a tough one, but I'm curious to ask you in the Asia region, why are speedsters so popular?
Now,
Again, it's what is the attraction with the aggressive style of play? I know when we were watching the world's qualifiers for, I believe it was Japan, Blaziken was just the king over there alongside Dodrio and Lucario. What is it that draws these players to that specific style, to that specific Pokemon? What is it about it? Give me your thoughts.
Now, I really love that you have appointed me as the representative of Asia to explain this. Yes, the 7-day returning player, yeah? You're welcome, you're welcome. Now, here's the thing, Lobo. I wonder if you know, when they see in Tokyo, it is Fast and Furious.
Oh my god, okay. Alright. I knew I shouldn't have asked you that question.
Oh, I love it. You lined it up so perfectly. But as we do see how this pans out here, I think the biggest takeaway from what you were asking is that they level fast, right? It is an inherent trait in speedsters. I think if you Google it up somewhere, there is information saying that speedsters generally level faster. Now, however true that is not for me to figure out. Some snippet from somewhere. I cannot remember which part of Unite showed that. But they level faster, they hit the spikes faster, but they fall off harder in the late game when you are matching levels. And so, presumably, if you're actually taking risky plays and you're netting off it, the experiential gap there, right? Like, it is so much more tangible, it's bigger, and it's harder for people to come back. But if you keep trading, of course, you're not gonna win because you're giving the EXP that you gain back to them. And so that's maybe why speedsters are so favorable in the Asia region. It's fast and furious.
Okay. Fair enough. As we head on into the game, Pepper Rex going to be on your purple side, TC Nymera on your orange side, Blissey, Garchomp, Suicune, and Alcremie Bandoff. Solo's going to pick up that Rapidash TC85. I love the names on Nymera's team. We got 88, 85, 86, 87, and 84 all being picked up. Just going to make it easier for us casters. Why don't people do that all the time?
Yes.
We got Leafeon, Umbreon. Oh my god, are we going to see a full evolution comp? Please! Well, we're going to see a full evolution comp. If Glaceon is the final pick, I think Glaceon's the only other evolution left to pick. Inteleon's going to go to the side of Paper Rex. They're going to pick up Blaziken.
Denied him.
Not you fox me.
Denied him.
It's what?
Denied him. Take Glaceon. Denied him.
No!
Denied.
No, we want to see a full evolution comp.
There are like 4 arms.
No way.
Let's go.
There's no way. But Head's going to come out with the Mimikyu. There it is.
Oh, let's go.
Big blue button. Mimikyu, my favorite Pokemon to play. I'm always a fan of Mimikyu. I'm not a fan of the player-off combination. It works into specific teams, but I just think Shadow Claw is the better moveset. You can come at me if you want. It's just my thoughts on the matter. But we do have a full evolution comp for the side of TC Nymera, which is kind of interesting to me. Whether they decide to go Mystical Fire or they decide to go Hyper Voice is going to be interesting. Whether they decide to go Psyshock or Stored Power is going to be interesting. But the other two movesets, I think for the side of Glaceon, I don't think Icy Wind plays very well into this. I think the constant Shred from Icicle Spears is going to be the way to go. This could either go really well for TC Nymera or this could be an absolute blowout. I mean, you said you were one for the underdogs. I'm here for the underdogs. TC Nymera with the full evolution comp to take game 1.
Well, all I can say is that if they had picked up Machamp, that would have been a low blow for you who was looking for the evolution comp. But again,
I think seeing a full evolution comp is not something we see a lot of. I know we saw a long time ago, we saw a full defender comp come
that
through.
Still works. That's the sad.
It still works. But let's see if a full evolution comp can come through. All level 4 evolutions all get their power spikes and their unite moves at level 8. We're gonna head on into this one. Only decide it's got to be Leafeon inside that central area.
No, it's all the EV. It's all the EVs. They all potential. Then they spread the EXP. Then they level at the same time. Then they win. Oh my god, you're right! You're right!
I mean, it's just goated gameplay right now. You can take that central area for the side of Paper Rex. Let's see how this fares.
Already going in hard and fast here. They aren't able to pick up a single one of that there. And they're kind of just losing all their leads here. I mean, poor Eevee. Not really much you can do before the level 4. So let's see if they can really turn this around. Nice pickup here. The first of them coming in, Leafeon. Second one on the top side here, we have Glaceon going into the top. And now the pickups here are going to be quite fast and furious.
Glaceon going into that central lane does make a lot of sense. I know Leafeon does get access to that Razor Leaf at level 4, but getting Glaceon, it's going Solar Blade of all things. We do have Mimikyu is here. It's going for that player combination. Down you go, quick as you come, and back you go to Nurse Joy. Ponyta is just going to take all of those citrus berries as well, denying any kind of healing. Player off is really going to hurt these evolutions right now, Nitara.
Oh look, it's Galarian Eevee at the bottom there trying to take a fight, but as we do look at the top side, Psyduck dishing the damage out, not letting it go, Combustion going up. We do see a lot of damage going in from the Espeon as well here. Mystical Fire being popped off here, unable to really finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sylveon does have ability to be a little bit of a frontlining tank, especially when it gets access to that Draining Kiss, but you have that damage coming out from Blaziken that takes it down. The stacks are coming on in. Mimikyu's going to come to that top lane. Glaceon's going to eject away. Doesn't matter if you eject. Once that player off hits, you are going to go down. Glaceon has access, I believe, not yet, to Ice Shard, which really allows you to stack those Icicle Spears on. There's the Shadow Sneak, and oh my god. I mean, the scores are fairly even,
oh my
but these
Arceus.
fights are going to that way of that Mimikyu.
Calm down. Oh my Arceus. Right terminology for the right game as we go about this here. We are seeing a lot of time being wasted here. Oh my Dialga. And as we kept going on to this here, it is going to be a problem as we do see that they're all picking 5s. And I really do mean they pick 5. They're stuck at 5 at the moment here. And Paper Rex is just kind of giving them the old backhand here.
Oh. And this is not okay. I mean, Mimikyu just has full, complete control of this map right now. Double KO picked up on the Leafeon and the Glaceon. It is just going to Shadow Sneak all the which long way. Galarian Rapidash picks up another KO. Shadow Sneak's going to go as well. And there's the final play with me. Very unnecessary because that Mimikyu's already at level 9, 4 KO streak. And I don't know if the evolution... Oh my god, this all is just missing.
Spacing.
I mean, you gotta make sure, just provide that threat, right?
Yeah, provide a threat. You gotta scare them. It's not about damaging it, it's sending a message. Alright.
I mean, they're doing their best to send messages as Store Power Eevee, and there goes the player off, going to come in. Umbreon's going to tank most of that damage. Glaceon has hit the Icicle Shard. It's not going to work. The Icicle Spear is going down. Triforce gets sent down as well. 2 KO streak. A KO streak into the Psychic Solaire. The Icicle Spears are going to try and chase down this Mimikyu. Can they get a KO? This is going to be a beautiful backup experience for the Mimikyu, but using the iframes brilliantly to manage to take down. Fairy Frolic comes out from Sylveon. And now maybe the evolutions can
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's working. It's working.
I mean.
Oh, Cloud Eevee is coming in here. Cloud Eevee does pick it up on the power trip here. There's that damage out, and they do see Leafeon picking themselves up for 1 here. But we do see firefighting Eevee coming in, dishing the damage here. And he's able to take this 1v3. It's not getting out. Galarian Eevee pushing in for the back. Is chasing the damage, not letting it go. But this firefighting Eevee has not made any headways, giving onto the evolution there. It's going to be on Leafeon, pushing in for the damage. And it looks like the other team Eevee is winning. Duck Eevee going to score the 30.
Oh my god. Nitara is seeing EVs everywhere.
It's everywhere!
It's everywhere. But it looks like Team Eevee's trying to come back into this. Don't want to make sure that Paper Rex stays for too long. The Icicle Spears has
beautiful overheat.
Blaziken could go down if it can go down. Solar Blade misses its mark as well. But Blaziken is just going to let those Fire Fists go. Glacial Stage gets set. Mimikyu doesn't care about the ice. It's going to get takedown as well. Player off is definitely the right combination. There's another quadra KO streak for Mimikyu, and at the 5-minute mark, that tier 2 is gone, skis. 308 to 34.
This guy's Eevee doing so much damage onto that Shadow Claw there, and look at that Shadow Sneak coming to the back and dishing the damage. A nice play from this guy's Eevee to go for 1 here, but they're able to pull it back here. Nice Solar Blade and dish the damage here. A pick up here. Firefighting Eevee returning the favor, pushing back. Solar Blade comes in, Psychic Solar onto Espeon here, and now we're gonna see a lot of damage being dished out here, but no KOs coming in until that Firefighting Eevee goes down for the count. Duck Eevee looking very low here, and you can see the Fairy Floyd trying to pick up for this guy's Eevee. Nicely done here. It's 5 minutes on the clock. They were investing Unites very heavily there, and they're able to make it out with at least a few KOs. Now the true Eevee team is actually winning.
I mean, 308 to 304, but look at those levels. We've got level 12 Mimikyu, level 12 Blaziken. We've only got level 10 and level 11 Eevee. They're going to just shred this down. They have the ability with the Glaceon to try and shred this down. Not sure if Solar Blade was the move that you wanted to go. Galarian Rapidash gets clicked on that time round, and they just back it on off. Psyduck is here with the Power Spot, Mr. Mime, to try and do some damage here, but there's the Triforce gets set down. Damage is coming out from both sides. Mimikyu trying to force its way out, takes down the Sylveon. The eject onto the Mr. Mime does get taken down. The nice combo play. Mimikyu is surrounded by 3 members, but that Shadow Sneak, nice eject across into the play with me. And Mimikyu just found its friends in the evolution.
Right, and now as we take a look at that here, they're finally able to make some headways, slowly closing that gap from 300 to now only halfway there. The damage is being dealt though, as we do see Umbreon looking a bit snazzy here. Glaceon locking out as well. This Galarian Eevee is taking a lot of damage. Dark Eevee dishing down onto the Umbreon here, not making anything work here. Clown Eevee assisting Firefighting Eevee, as we do see them finally take a turn back into their favor, and Paper Rex now has 60% of the map covered, pushing into the central area.
I mean, we're at the 304-minute mark. Eevee, I mean, I don't know how many times I can say Eevee over and over again, but the Evolutions are trying to make a statement here. They are the powers of friendship right now. Evolutions coming through, but they are just waiting for them to come through, as we do have Sylveon does come through. Psychic, the Headache does push them back from Psyduck, and they do not have control of their own area this time round. Solar Blade just not doing the damage that I think is required, Nitera, to really put a dent in the side of Paper Rex.
Well, did you not know Eevee fighting Eevees? Debuff.
Oh, debuff.
Yeah,
I did not know about the debuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it must be a hidden debuff that I didn't know about. If an Eevee fights another Eevee, that the damage is just not there.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, coming through, we got 16 seconds until top Regieleki. Paper Rex could go for the shutout completely and make sure that they take this and march it on into tier 2. They want to make sure that they go, but Psyduck is just too much of a problem right now to really do anything. Solar Blade just does not have, I think, the versatility to hold down onto Paper Rex's team. And Mimikyu and Blaziken just going to take that. We have 2:30 on the clock. Let's see if TC Nightmare can make the evolution comp come way, because once there's a Ray, there's always a way. Let's see if they can bring it home.
And of course, they're going to try their best here. They have themselves positioned a lot more up front here, Paper Rex with their EV team here. But Duck EV getting called out here without Firefight EV's help to try and stop this here. The Sai here, they're able to stop them. Oh, Overheat picking up for 3 here. Beautifully done. And I've got Umbro Trespass coming in, trying to stop them here. The Glacial Stage here, lock them in here. Triforce KO, nothing. It's stopping TC Nightmare here. The Showtime from Clown EV to pick that out, and Psychic Sorry to respond. Not enough damage to turn this around, as we do see the last pick up onto the side here, and then as Disguise Eevee going down for the count. We're gonna see if they can make it out of this here. They're able to run away, almost make it back out, and of course, Duck Eevee returns the favor. What is going on?
Oh my god, I thought that would work, but I think that's gonna be a Penta for Mimikyu.
Disguise Eevee!
The start of that Rayquaza fight was so good. Glaceon picking up a KO streak of 2. It was the Mimikyu that was the bad matchup for the Evolution team. But take nothing away from that Rayquaza fight. They played that incredibly well. Play rough Mimikyu just into this Evolution comp, I think, had to be the nail in that coffin. Take Play rough out of that, take Mimikyu out of that. I think the Evolution stand a chance.
Oh my EV god, it is just not working out for them. Oh,
as we go through, the Hunter Burgers are coming on in. Mimikyu's going to try and get, as May said, a double quadra kill and a pentakill at the Rayquaza, at the penta KO at the Rayquaza fight, doing a brilliant job. Level 15 Mimikyu, 15 Blaziken, 15 Galarian Rapidash.
Alright, still farming damage here, no worries. But I think now...
I mean, you gotta get your stats up in a game like this.
Yeah, I think the thing is that TC Nightmare has to think about what they can do next round, right? Obviously, this EV thing is not working out as well as they would have hoped, and they kind of need to see if they can do something about it.
I mean, do they stick with the evolution comp and ban out the things that were not working for them that well? Or was this just a fun comp to play in a tournament and a stream just to go on a one-off? I mean, you gotta respect any kind of comp that sticks to an archetype like the evolutions. You know, if you go all defenders, all attackers, all supporters even. It's an interesting play, and you know, I feel like it can get the anyone watching, getting the viewers, the chat exciting about seeing a full evolution comp. But again, having 5 evolutions on the board, considering that Umbreon's kind of a similar ban pick that you could do. So if Umbreon gets banned, do you still go with the full evolution comp, or do you just risk it? 26 KOs from Mimikyu, that's crazy.
Yeah, Disguise Eevee really dishing out the damage here and also dumping in one of the highest point counts here. But again, I think it kind of goes down to the fact that they had so much ways to like just lock them out. Right, these Eevees staying together just did not feel right. It felt a bit off, so to speak, right? Galarian... yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I was saying like Galarian Eevee running in and dishing the damage here. There's just so much they couldn't do, and especially at the end, we did see the firefighting Eevee take a good overhit on 3, and I think that's spelled doom for them.
It's interesting to me. I think Glaceon, obviously, Icicle Spear was the right choice. Sacred Mystical Fire coming out from Sylveon, probably the right choice as well. Stored Power does allow Espeon to do a bit of extra movement. And Umbreon not using a Mean Look was also interesting as well to really lock down any potential targets, especially on that Mimikyu.
Right.
Probably getting a few Mean Looks onto that Mimikyu to really stop it from trying to jump to its shadow, obviously. The real miss for me right now was the Solar Blade on Leafeon. I think Razor Leaf probably would have been a little bit more effective in this instance, just because it has a more wide range of damage. Again, it can hit more things, especially when you're all bulked up like that. But take nothing away, they did very well to come back into this comp, especially on that half-minute mark, picking up some KOs. And the start of that Rayquaza fight looked very promising.
And I absolutely agree with that, right? See, look, this is the fight that they take, and it was working out really well for them. It's just that they can't take prolonged fights. So going for a bit more of a shorter trade could be the answer here. And especially moving into the 2 minutes where they had to fight the Sky God Eevee. And that's going to be a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think obviously with Rayquaza there, you do have the shred ability with the evolution team. But that involves Glaceon staying up. To me, there just wasn't enough frontline just with Sylveon and Umbreon to really provide. Glaceon did a fantastic job keying on to key targets there, but Solar Blade missing a lot of its targets because of just the maneuverability of Mimikyu, of Blaziken, of Galarian Rapidash. So just not being able to hit your target and not being able to do the amount of damage from a Pokemon that does do a lot of damage inside that Leafeon.
Right, and I agree absolutely with that as well, Lobo. Now we have to really just kind of wait this one out and see what they've got in store for us, because TC Nightmare, they are down 1 game, and this could be the game that kind of sends them back into a bit of a problem. I mean, as much as I'd like to see them win Paper Rex, I need to see them win convincingly.
Yeah, look, I mean, even Paper Rex going into this comp, knowing whether or not it was a little bit of a trolley comp, a little bit of a fun comp, Paper Rex did play quite well in this instance. They did allow TC Nightmare back into this game at some certain points, and we saw that with Paper Rex in our earlier matches that we watched on stream. They had a tendency when they were early on in the lead to let teams back in. Again, a Mimikyu playing like this, playing with this aggression against a team. Eevees are fairly, I want to say, squishy Pokemon apart from an Umbreon.
Right.
They're fairly easily taken down. So a play-rough combination is not going to work all the time, especially with Pokemon in different comps. Nice little pentakill right there from Mimikyu. So play-rough worked in this instance, but whether Mimikyu can get the same kind of damage output or the same kind of effect going into the next game is going to be interesting. But no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We're heading on in right into game number 2. TC Nightmare are going to take the purple side. Paper Rex going to go on your orange side. Blaziken, Suicune, Blissey, all off of the block.
Nicely
for
done.
Now.
Doesn't look like they're going for the Eevee comp again, hovering over the Clefable here, one more solid this time. So Lobo, I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone here. I don't know any Pokemon other than Eevees.
I mean, look, that's why casters are a partnership, right? I'm here to help out. If you don't know any other Pokemon apart from Eevee, I mean, this is Swirly Eevee right here.
Swirly Eevee.
Swirly Eevee.
So-
And then also Nightmare Foxy has also picked up Chubby Eevee.
Chubby
as we
Eevee.
call it, the Chunky Eevee.
Chunky
We'll call it Chunky Eevee this time round.
Right,
as
right.
Greedent is going to be picked up by Nightmare Foxy. Nice, interesting play to see Greedent come to the forefront as well. Are they going to counter with an all defender comp?
Oh my lord! Wait, are we gonna see it? Wait.
Are we?
Oh,
Paper
no.
Rex going to counter with an all defender comp as Mr. Mime does get picked up by TC as TC 85. That is 87 that picked up Yao Creme. So let's see what 86 is going to hover over here. It looks like the evolution comp has been abandoned for the time being, but we are seeing Armorage and Cerulege come to play, and Paper Rex are gonna do it, Nitera. They're gonna bring out the full defender comp.
Oh my lord, this might be a interesting thing to watch here. I don't really feel like we're gonna be here. You know, there's the phrase, we're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time, not a long time.
We're here for a good time. Not here for a long time, we're here for a good time. But I thought they were going to take an Umbreon away from PRX.
You're right.
There is defenders on the board, but it looks like Mr. Mime is going to be shifted to 85, and 88 has picked up Cerulege. So they do have the damage on this team, and it is... Are they going to pick Goodra? Because the last time we saw it all... defender comp from MSY. I keep forgetting where the S goes first, the Y goes first. But we did see a Goodra take that central lane for them, and it was very, very powerful as well. But I'm curious where the central laner is going to go. It feels like it could be Blastoise that's heading on into that central lane. Jesus. Lord Arceus, help me. How are we going to call this game? I don't know which lanes anyone is going to go to, but Paper Rex is up 1-0. Decent Nightmare have the damage here, though, to put a dent into this defender comp. Do they have the damage?
Now, if I'm not wrong, I do believe they will share EXP with, I think it's usually Umbreon in this comp, or Greedent, right? And then
I mean, Umbreon and Greedent are not wearing the EXP share items. Your EXP share items are going onto the Ho-Oh and onto the Lapras. And this is interesting why I think we've seen this comp be used to great effect before.
Right.
But Ho-Oh in this comp, it is already hard enough to take down all of these defenders individually if you have the damage. But if Ho-Oh has a full pocket of Eos, you take them all down and he just rekindling flames them all back to health. I mean, you got to take these guys down. It's like, if you think of it solely in this, it's a 10v5
right.
with a Ho-Oh Unite move.
And it's going to be insane to see how they can really play it out here, as we do take a look into how that's going to be a key factor moving into this. As we now go into the game, though, we are going to see our answer a bit here. We are going into it as small, and we are not seeing any other stuff here. Greedent going to the top side here. Looks like the stacks are on.
Umbreon in central lane.
I know,
Umbreon.
Unite's an interesting game. Trust me. I would know.
Okay, well, we do have a Ho-Oh invade coming on in as well, as Yang is heading on into that central area. If we want to see if Cerulege can get online, it does have the ability to steal this, but no, both central farms are going to go to the side of the little Charcadet as well. Yang is, and a Ho-Oh is probably one of the better invade Pokemon that I have seen, Nitera, because it just has that ability to stay alive and just cause damage. But we do see Cerulege online, which means Ho-Oh wants to exit stage right and head on out of there. Umbreon takes down Honedge inside the top path. Greedent is not online just yet, but Squirtle really wants to do it. I think it was did Umbreon just left the blue buff as well? What is happening in this game?
It's time to see what this goes as we go around. The damage is being dealt onto our little cadet here, who just manages to walk away here, leaving the Greedent into a tight spot. But again, a punish response coming in from them here. Returning the favor here, flying in, trying to dish some flames out the side here. This Whipped Cream looking a little bit stunned here, but not enough to stop them because the rest of the team is taking a damage here. Double down for one, as you do see this Sir is trying to dish back into their favor.
I want to see what move the Ho is going to go for, because Flamethrower is a really good move because it provides heals again for the Ho to get for that sustain. Greedent is here as well. Going to do some stalk on the Mr. Mime stun. Doesn't work. The double tackle alongside the oh my god, the Stuffed Cheeks Trying to remember all these moves from Pokemon that I don't see. Stuff Teacher's here. The Fire Spin's
On
coming out as well.
Ghatlue channel?
They are playing. They are playing. Follow the Greedent. The distraction tactics working from the big thick boy with the fluffy tail coming through as we look towards that central area. Armorage doing a great bit of damage, but Ho-Oh is here. Fire on fire. Ho-Oh could go down here to the Cerule Edge, but is just sustaining itself with a Fire Spin for now. I'm sorry, the Flamethrower for now. Greedent is there. There it goes. Double tackle onto the Cerule Edge. Does manage to pick up a KO on the Armorage. Whirlpool gonna kick that Cerule Edge at low health, but again, the double tackle coming up from Greedent.
And it's going to be a little bit of a problem to say the least here, as we do see the damage keep being pelted back and forth here. First one going down is Lapras, which thankfully so, because now it just kind of feels like you just slowly pick up the damage back into them. And Umbreon goes down next. Greedent's looking a little bit low here, does not have any berries to work with here. They're getting some XP back here, returning this favor. They have the advantage into the bot lane now, and they're able to just try and push this hole back out.
I mean, Lapras is back here using that Whirlpool to be able to try and stop any kind of scores going in, alongside that Flamethrower coming through from the Ho-Oh as well. They just don't have the damage right now, but Cerule Edge and Armorage comboed together are able to do that damage. Blastoise is here. We haven't seen what moveset Blastoise is going just yet. I have a feeling it could be a Rapid Spin Blastoise just to add that extra damage to the damage team, but there is Cerule Edge, manages to take it. The Reverend comes in, Greedent goes down, and now the targets are on the Umbreon. Has to pop its Unite move, does go down as well. Ho-Oh is stunned, not moving, but there's a 3 KO streak for Cerule Edge. We could get our first Game 3 situation of the stream today, Nitera. There's the Ho-Oh is just putting on the damage as Greedent is here as well, taking those berries away. Bullet Seed takes down Cerule Edge, and Blastoise is here to help.
Yes, another fire attack coming into the fray here and making sure that it's not gonna stop them. And as Ho-Oh raiding the flames, dishing the damage, but it's not enough as we did need assist from Blastoise coming to stop them. Our Creamy finally going into the whipped portion of his name here, as now we do see a little bit of a problem, and that is going to be Regieleki on the top side, giving him some time to give a little bit of points back into their favor. 90 points back in their favor. TC Nemera is trying to take another fight here against the whole Lapras, and of course the Greedent, who's just stuck there, not allowing him to move back. The damage has come out, the screen's up, and he's gonna try and make something work here. The Cream is coming here, happy birthday, but no one is there to respond. Pick up here from Armorage here, and a turn around to Lapras here, and this will be the end of the fight.
I mean, Lapras is trying its hardest to get its way on out. It does make it back to its base. It freezes Armorage in place. This base could go down, but Blastoise is here. Hydro Pump Surf comes through into the Hydro Typhoon, and the defenders have held strong onto that wall. Lapras is being hacked and slashed at by an Aegislash. Blastoise hasn't even recognized it. Going after the Alcremie, wants to take the healing away from the side of TC Nightmare, but here we go. Lapras just baiting the Aegislash to come through and attack it, but here we go. The slashing is happening. The slashes are going through. The boosters are coming through, but Blastoise is now here. Surfs the Aegislash back into place. Can we get the stun? The Aegislash is surviving for a long time. Wide Gut gets put up. The sword goes back in the sheath. Paper Rex strong as an iron wall.
And hot damn, I do agree. There's going to be a little bit of problem for them as a whole. As look at them, just so dominant. Maybe to just push them back into their own areas here. They've got control of the map, and there's not really much you can do other than to just play the long game for now. They do have a pickup here. The Bullet Seed just dishing out into this low Cerule Edge, and it's just kind of pelting him. Kind of annoying, but they're able to make it back out here. And a nice eject wanted to push him to the other side of the wall here. I love what's happening here in the entire map. Reggie Ice picked up for Paper Rex.
Paper Rex taking that edge rush is really nice for them. Defender comp is going well, so really just going to try and get its stacks inside that top path. I mean, it can just run away from a Greedent with that Bullet Seed, but it might just go for the damage here. Can't wait to see the... Oh, the Bullet Seed is just shredding down Cerule Edge's health, and Umbreon is here as well. Can we get a KO on the Cerule Edge? It's been caught between a rock and a hard place. Down goes Cerule Edge, as now Paper Rex turn their attention to the Regieleki in that top path, as TC Nightmare going to crash on in to that tier 1 onside that basement path. Ho-Oh is already on tier 2, just doing as much damage as it can. Nitera, we're at 350 on the clock, 2 level 12s on the side for Paper Rex, but 1 level 12 here as they go on in for a fight.
And that's 6 Pokemon that's going to help them out here. The Hydro Typhoon to pick up for the first one here. I'm trying to stop them. We see Coup de Grace, no pickups just yet here, but the first one going on to Greedent. Damage coming out here. A lot of Oranges are going very low. Another one from the side, and Aegislash is now down for the count here. A pick out to the hole, and there it is. They're giving him back another chance at life, and that is goal she wrote.
The rekindling flame. We talked about it at the start. It turns a 5v5 into a 5v10 in that situation. Ho had full stacks, bringing everybody back to life. And that tier 2 is now gone with 3 minutes on the clock. But Ho has to start looking at getting back its Unite move. There are no Unite moves across the board for anyone on the field right now. Nitera with 2:55 on the clock. Farming has to happen. There's a very big lack of yellow dots on the side of TC Nightmare's field, but there is a lot of yellow dots on the side of Paper Rex.
Now, I gotta be real with you here. I'm not seeing it in the cards, as Lord Arceus has ever stated here. I mean, what in Arceus' name is going on? A damage comes in here. They do have the pick out coming in and lock them in place. Damage being down here, but it's not a team coordinated attack, and each one is kind of split up, but it's still working out as Alcremie is the first to go down. The Surf picking out for 2, and now a finishing move for all of them. Blastoise going in for a 3 and a quad for himself.
Oh my god, that was a big surf to push everybody into that wall. That Reg Ice is going to be great heading on in. 4 Unite moves on deck for the side of Paper Rex. 5 Unite moves on the side for TC Nightmare. Now, this could be the Ho-Oh show once again. If they're able to get a decent amount of damage, Ho-Oh can just bring them all right back in. But we still do not have access to that Rekindling Flame, as Blastoise also manages to steal a last-minute blue buff that Rayquaza has spawned right now. And now these teams are feeling a little bit separated. Aegislash caught out here, Nitera.
And I'm not really liking this already. First pickup going in, it's going to be on the side of TC Nightmare, who is already on the back foot here. Mime running around trying to make some headways to just give himself some time to run away. Misses and whisks, but Blastoise on the top picks up for 1, and he's going to be pushing onto the Armor Rouge. Not able to do anything. The Surf again chipping his remaining HP with a final auto attack to just turn this around for them. And now Paper Rex again leading the domination. This Cloud is going to be a little bit toasted if it's not for the fact that Alcremie is on the side here, and there is no way they can push this back.
I mean, 196 to 322. Paper Rex are just playing this slow. They know they're in the lead. Not by much. I think a single Hundo Burger brings them right back in. A double Hundo Burger does put TC Nightmare in the lead. But look at Ho-Oh. Nice positioning here. Just making sure that they know that there is danger afoot. Ho-Oh is just flying over the Theia Sky Ruins. Cerule Edge goes right into the Greeter. And now, here we go. Revenant Red into the Hydro Typhoon. Coup de Grace gets burst. The cake is out. The Fire Spin is trying to do whatever it can. The cakes are soggy. There's no longer there. That is a team wipe for the side of Paper Rex.
Oh, and I hate to say it, but it's looking very grim moving forward here as they try to make some headways. There's just nothing they can possibly do against the giant wall that is Paper Rex. Not only that, Paper Rex again showing how lucky they are in this tournament so far, rolling all the Regis they needed. In this comp, a double Regi Ice, and like, how can you stop that?
I mean, no, you can't. Just the healing factor that brings up. Ho didn't even need to use its Unite move there again for that Rekindling Flame. All got clumped up in the Hydro Typhoon. Beautiful, but Yimu. Look at that. 12 and 12 for that Blastoise. Beautiful positioning, I want to say, by Yimu on that Blastoise. Surfing everybody into walls, putting them into walls to allow Nightmare Foxy with that 6 KO, 10 assists on the green. And look at that damage coming out. Nice and even across the board for everybody. Well done to Paper Rex, taking it 2-0. We saw an EV comp in game number 1 from TC Nightmare, full EV comp, and Paper Rex answered in kind with a full defender comp. Nice little fun series of games to watch for us. Let's have a look. I guess we might as well check out some of these highlights. But again, against a full defender comp, a lot of stun, a lot of crowd control, which is really the downfall for TC Nightmare.
Yeah, and let's take a look into the replays in just a bit here. I mean, it was a very rough run. I felt like TC Nightmare there had something going with this composition, but the defenders just really, again, it's just giant wall. As we take a look into the replays here, look at that. Somehow, just not able to pick up onto the Lapras here, just shows you how far behind they were in terms of damage numbers.
Yeah, and look, again, I mean, we're on Ghatlue's channel here. You gotta respect the greeting coming out. Bullet Seed came through. Cerule Edge caught between a rock and a hard place this time around, but this was that push right here. The Hydro Typhoon came in, blew everybody up to bits. But again, I feel like Paper Rex's squad did go down. We did have a lot of orange numbers come down as well. They came back, they were on pad. Alcremie was healing. You can see Umbreon very low in the back. Cerule Edge going down here too, but then they just crashed on in, and there's that Rekindling Flame, bringing back 2 members of the side, and that allowed them to crash in. So again, that Rekindling Flame, very key to a defender comp, because it just brings them back alive.
Right, and now as we take a look at this last watch, this Blastoise on Surf. Cool guys, don't look at explosions. And walks away.
And once again here, Aegislash got caught up very early in the Rayquaza fight. Armrouge got split as well, gets pushed, and then finished off with a beautiful auto attack. But this is where it all popped off here with Nitera. Revenant ran into the Hydro Typhoon, and Blastoise doing the Arceus's work right now. Umbreon Unite move gets pulled as well, and even the Alcremie Unite move, I have it written down here that I can never remember it. The Fluffy Cream Surprise was not enough to keep them sustained, and they all just came crashing down for TC Nymera. Congratulations to Paper Rex, but even after that really fun fight and set, we're not done yet. We're going to take a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. Grab a snack, grab a drink. We'll catch you guys real soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Unity Clash Summer Showdown 2025. I'm here with the one and only Kellosaurus. My name is Smifu. We're going to be bringing you guys part 2 of the action today for our day 1 series. You guys seen so much action casted by Lobo and Nitero beforehand. And it's our turn, Kello, to see what's going on. So let's first check in. How are you doing on this fantastic Saturday night?
I think what's really funny about this whole thing is this is the Unity Clash Summer Showdown, but we're from Australia, we are in winter, it is freezing here, not going to lie, but you know what, I can definitely use some of that summer heat, so I'm excited to warm this place up.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, we're going to dive right in. Team Splash from OC taking on the Hong Kong team. High five, Kello. Not going to miss any of this action as we get started straight away. Suicune banned out and so will Alchemy on the chopping block.
Yeah, makes sense. Alchemy, I feel like is definitely going to be one of those Pokemon as replacing Blissey, I suppose, a really strong supporter. Otherwise, another really strong supporter that hasn't really fallen down in that meta just yet is going to be Psyduck, so that is going to receive itself a ban. And Blaziken, despite the nerfs, is still a little bit too powerful for Splash to handle, so they are going to ban it out as well.
Yeah, it's going to be banned out, and that means Gen G94 picking up the Rapidash, now finally available to be played by these competitive players, and it's going to be up to Splash to think about how they can respond to such a speedster. I mean, Rapidash is not a Pokemon that's so easily caught, right? I wonder what Splash is going to do. They're going to lock in the Blissey, it seems like, from Taddy, and so will Kirby hop on the Umbreon, Kello.
Well, you're talking about locking down this Rapidash, and what better Pokemon than to provide a lockdown literally with that mean look move if this is what Splash decide to go with, to lock down that Rapidash in place. I mean, which has a lockdown move of its own with the Unite move that it has. So I guess it depends on what Splash are going to answer back with their attack damage carries.
Yeah, with Alchemy also taken out, it's understandable that 77 Chin goes for the Clefable, a really nice pairing with Shindy on the Aegislash, which means that they'll be able to stick together. But whenever you face a Clefable, I always like to see what the other team will play in terms of getting that, I guess, Curse Incense or Curse Bangle for the anti-healing. So Geordie picking up the Arm Rouge makes sense with the Fire Spin, and Tomon's going to go with an old classic. The Espeon joins the fray here for Team Splash.
Ooh, I love how Jordy is running this Rocky Helmet build on this Armor Rouge as well. If they are going to go with that Fire Spin move, that AoE damage, just to go and counter a Rapidash rushing towards you, or even Aegis Slash. Otherwise, over on the other side, we have High Five answering back with a Leafeon and a Trevenant pick. What do you think about Trevenant as a defender in this current meta, Fu?
Yeah, well, I think for me, Trevenant is underneath something like a Mamo or a Snorlax, but it really makes sense for the draft that High Five is trying to bring, Kello. Because of that Clefable, if you can stick with this Trevenant, it's going to be a force of nature, literally, to kind of take down. I really like the picks from both these teams so far. On paper, both these teams are great team fight players, and you know, when things get to a pickle, we do have the Aegis Slash Unite for the secure, but at the same time, Sky on that Cerulege will have their Revenant Ren for that secure burst damage as well. And don't forget, Tom 1 can play that Psybeam and Psyshock to provide that additional insurance policy. So it's definitely looking like it's going to be a great game between these two teams.
Oh, 100%. Like, in terms of both drafts, they're looking quite strong. I love that we have both Paldean Knights on the same team rather than working against each other. They're actually working together. And I mean, you know, being from OC as well, excited to see what Splash brings to the table, but I definitely got to say they have a fierce and top contender going up against High Five, because they are so previously known as Alter Ego. They ended up coming second in ACL, losing to Insomnia, but they are the Taiwan and Hong Kong Open qualifier champions, so they are going to be representing at Worlds, but they have been in the scene for such a long time. Definitely names that have made themselves known worldwide, whereas, well, Splash, I guess they're the new kids on the block, so excited to see what they bring to the table here today, Fu.
Yeah, it's kind of like two peas in a pod in the sense that they both came second, they both qualified for World. So this is really like a trailer for what we can expect on the World stage in Anaheim later this year. But we're going to get right into game number 1, Kello. This is Group A, two teams versing each other. You can see Chin really helping out with this clear on the red bar. Just because Honage takes a little bit of time, if you can get this Pokemon up and online, it's going to be a great start for Team High Five.
Yeah, definitely got to get him online, allow this Leafeon to just handle top lane, especially because it has already evolved to that level 4. Able to go and take away that Bunnelby with that Leaf Blade there, and going to steal away this other neutral farm too.
And it's something that we've seen from the Japan Championships is this clear where they allow 4 members of one team to come quickly ambush this bottom path at this 9-minute mark. Leafeon is self-sufficient enough on the top side, and at the same time you can see Splash prioritizing upstairs a bit more. Both the Cerulege and the Shardaket there with the Blissey. And now the Espeon also rotating up. I mean, it's just poor Kirby down in the bottom path here against 4 members of High Five. I don't think they're coming in for any sort of High Five, Kello. They're going to be dunking some points in straight away.
Yeah, but while things are going the way of High Five downstairs, things are going well for Splash upstairs. They have managed to dunk in 54 points of their own. So while it is still early days, they are ahead in points, and that is at least going to match High Five's attempts.
Yeah, it's really important here to hold the lead, especially going up against teams that are so aggressive, right, with these evolutions. Very important that you don't give away too many levels so that they start snowballing. 8 minutes nearly on the clock. We have Fire Spin available now for Jordy as they're trying to stop this Clefable to get in these stacks, but without the rest of the team members, might be a little bit hard. We're going to look in the middle here, Kello, as the next bit of farm will be now tested by both these teams. We have the Leafeon going in, a clash of all their moves, and suddenly Kirby on 1 HP in a dream. Clefable's the first to fall, though, to Sky, but that's quickly traded as Kirby goes back to the Pokemon Center, and now the amp up pressure from Hi-Fi is mounting. They successfully are able to dunk from 57 up in that top side.
Akura with a fantastic wood hammer there to catch out both Paldean Knights and smack him back down to the Pokemon Center was incredible. High Five now at 128 to 64 as we do have 20 seconds left until both of these objectives spawn. But first up, these birds.
Yeah, a bit of Altaria here for both these teams. You can see numbers advantage for Team Splash upside, but at the bottom, it just seems like a tug of war to describe this game so far, right? Both these teams prioritizing a different path, and with that bot path broken now, it will send High Five into that lead of almost 100 points. Gonna be battling up for this Regieleki up in the top side. Poor Leafeon, zoned out from this mean look yellow. He's not gonna be able to take a good look at this Regieleki.
Yeah, definitely want to zone out that Leafeon or one of those better secures over on their side. So that is going to allow Splash to shred that Regieleki, march on through towards this tier 1 pad, which is left on 26 points. So High Five don't want to let it crash on in, as that can prepare themselves for a massive overdone. But even then, looking at Splash's points on the that they have on hand, it isn't a lot.
No, they don't really have a lot of points. You can see Akura just getting vision of Team Splash there in the middle side. They're going to be able to soak up all that experience as well from another Swarm of Tyrus in the middle. And here comes another engagement though. The Emerald 2-step to go through. Takes down Sky immediately. And they're going to be running on the pad now. Chunking down the HP of Taddy as well. They're desperately trying to break this top side. The coup de grace comes through to finish off of that KO. And poor Kirby has to quickly retreat to that tier 2. That's going to be both pads broken now at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, 196 to 64 points. Ever since those first dunks from Splash, they haven't been able to get any more. Otherwise, an attempt at that Revenant Red to chuck down that sword, however, is going to be left standing and continuing to fight back. Espeon using their Psychic Solaire, popping out multiple members, and Umbreon is also going to use their Unite move just to try and sustain this fight. But it looks like Splash have come out on top, considering it's only the Leafeon left standing. Can Armarouge and Blissey finish the job here?
Wow, that was a great comeback for Team Splash there. Taddy unfortunately going down, and somehow this Leafeon is unharmed. It's going to be able to survive that ordeal. But just talking about the levels, we have now double level 10, 11 on the side of Team Splash. And even though they're behind in points, Kello, I think that fight was a hugely valuable bit of time for them. Just so that now they're more confident that they can take the next 5-on-5, because the levels are pretty much on par.
Yeah, having their 2 level 11s over on their side now. No Unite moves besides this Blissey, whereas if we look at High Five, they have 4 Unite moves on hand for this next fight. Otherwise, Splash, ignoring that basement Reggie, they're going to focus onto this top side. Meanwhile, 2 members of High Five are going to try and destroy a bottom pad with Umbreon there, and, well, failed attempts from Splash as, well, that Regieleki ended up going to High Five's way.
Yeah, we do have now a 6th member of High Five just moving up in that top path with 4 minutes and 20 to go on the clock. There is going to be a 3rd one spawning as well. At the same time, High Five also looks to pocket that Reg Ice as well. So we're going to test the defenses of Team Splash right here, right now. Tria Blaze into the Psychic Solaire to defend this pad with all their might. And here comes the Revenant Ren as well. And suddenly we can see 2 members of High Five falling down. They've run out of gas. High Five is sent packing, but not before they get some sort of consolation prize in the form of 50 down in the bottom.
But this is Splash's chance to get in some more points on the board. 23 is going to go in, and whether they're going to be able to get 50 from Espeon. But first they have to fight it on out. Leafeon coming in and using their Unite move and wiping out 3 members of Splash. It's only the Umbreon and the Cerulean left standing as Leafeon has picked themselves up 4 KOs. Are they going to get a Penta here? They do!
Is this the first 5 KO streak we've seen on tonight's broadcast? I don't know what just happened, but somehow, someway, Genji 94, Emerald 2-step. I mean, with 2 steps, you pick off 5 members. That is a great Summer Showdown deal.
Oh, 100%. They are now at level 14 Leafeon, so that is going to be a Pokemon to watch coming up until that final stretch. However, we still have a minute left, a chance for Splash to try and make a comeback, considering they are so behind in points. Both of their tier 1s have been depleted. They need to try and fight back here, but, well, I guess they're making an attempt. Can they do it?
Oh, poor Kirby, stuck between 4 members of High Five there. I think Meanlook is a good pick into the Rapidash, but it's so important for the rest of Team Splash to really follow up on that, right? If they can just get a pick on Rapidash, the other members are easier to take on. We do have a 2v4 now. Phantom Force come in. Taddy's the first of 4 yet again, and they're going to be rushing in because now poor Sky caught out by themselves, and Team Splash looks to be a little bit disconnected there. You can see the aggression from High Five running into Splash's central area just moments before this Rayquaza comes in. They're not scared anymore. They know they have the level disparity and the advantage of having that great positioning, Kello.
Great positioning, power in numbers, the way they're just picking off Splash one by one, who ends up getting caught on out. But you can see they are going to recalibrate up in that top path, potentially looking for a back cap up here, as Akura is going to go into that tall grass and see who's lurking about. But I guess because Splash isn't in sight, they're going to start shredding at this Rayquaza, who's already at a quarter HP.
And we're going to go in for the secure. Coup de grace going to be good enough for high five. But they will have the HP shredded down really quickly from the side beam of Tom 1. Does anyone still have shield on the side of high five? Yes, they do. Ikura still with that huge shield on the Trevenant. They're going to be able to team wipe Team Splash and go in for some scores. A really great, dominant performance from high five in this first Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, not only securing that Rayquaza, but getting an complete team wipe. 100 points goes in because Trevenant still has their shield on hand. It isn't just over for Splash yet. 354 to 133. But Splash need to try and make some magic happen. Get some Unite moves up and running before fighting back. High five.
I mean, the points difference isn't too far out that this mountain is not going to be able to be climbed from Splash, but they just need to get a good pick here. Paddy not a lot of HP, gonna have the Leaf Blade to come through, and on 1 HP, somehow Chin finally falls down to Sky, and with that, they also trade out Paddy as well. Supporter for supporter, and now all-rounder for all-rounder, as now the tides have turned hello. It's gonna be high five on the offense. Ikura gets a Chaos Trigger 2. It's another team wipe. Scratch that. Another 50 into 100 goes through as well. And I think it's safe to say that high five has definitely made sure that there are no more points that can be scored by Splash so that they lose this game. 788 points in for their team.
Did say that it was going to be a fierce component, opponent towards Splash this time round, and as you mentioned, yeah, high five definitely demonstrating a dominating performance, having the points lead throughout that whole set, throughout the whole match, but also the level lead. I mean, definitely got to give it to Splash. They did manage to catch up in levels during a great team fight in their central area. However, I think towards the end, getting caught out one by one was definitely their downfall towards the end.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's just a little bit hard, right? Especially when the Leafeon got so many levels just from the get-go. You can see 94,000 damage from this Leafeon right here.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a evolution on the side of Splash, but just not going to have that huge burst amount of damage than something like an Emerald 2-Step has. And obviously that 5 KO streak we saw in the mid-game helped them out a lot there. So great first game coming in from high five, but it's not over yet for Team Splash. It is going to be a best of 3. We're definitely back to the drawing board to think about how they can really overcome that aggressive start that high five likes to play.
I guess that's the thing. It's, well, we're looking at this Leafeon as one of the top contenders in terms of just being so oppressive. Does it warrant a ban? Does it warrant maybe Splash picking it up for themselves and taking that away from Genji 94? Or is there just something else that they need to think of? I guess in terms of their composition, I was surprised to see that instead of Slash. Definitely get it. Adds a lot more maneuverability, especially when going into a Leafeon or a Rapidash. However, I just feel like they didn't really have a lot of burst damage or secure potential over on their side that Psyshock does provide.
Yeah, that's a great point. And speaking of moves as well, even though Minlook is great to kind of lock down and trap down one of the speedsters, the fact that they have 2 on the enemy team just makes it so hard. Because yes, you can trap, let's say, the Leafeon, but then the Rapidash gets to play the game. And if you somehow catch the magical horse, then guess what? The Leafeon's going to be using the Emerald 2-Step on you. So maybe, you know, sometime foul play could be a better move here. It's just really hard to tell because they have to pick so early. You can see this is one of the great fights from Team Splash there at this mid-game. They were able to wipe out everyone but the Leafeon here, which gained themselves kind of that comeback experience we're looking for. But in terms of the other objectives, it was just high five all day long. And this push up in the top side looked really good for them as well. But at the end of the day, it's whoever gets Rayquaza just has such a great advantage, right, going to the scores.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. High five, they played to their strengths there. They recognized, oh hey, none of Splash are actually here in this central area. Let's just rip the Ray and go for it. Considering they had control of the map with multiple members going and trying to break that top tier 1 pad. So it was left on 3 points. I think they did end up getting a pretty juicy overdunk up in that top side with those double points. But the thing is, it's like such a risky maneuver to make, especially when you don't have an instant way of coming back with, say, a Hooper you might move on hand. They only left, you can see Kirby is the only one from Splash that actually had entrance for most of that. And look, in the end, Sarah Lidge did come in with a Revenant Ren, but it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, it really was, and I think this is one of the advantages of having Trevenant on your team, right? You could see the Phantom Forest into the Horn Leech really delayed the entrance from Geordie, and when you can't get into the pit and only just relying on the Revenant Ren, it's not going to be good enough against something like a coup de grace from the Aegis Lash, right? So, very well played, and I think this is one of the highlights from a team that has qualified to Worlds as well. High Five just showing us that position is king, as you mentioned, and if they can somehow filter and funnel Team Splash up in the top side, giving them the top pad, it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, that positioning that they had, the fact that they could just rip the Rayquaza, right, is going to be a really good way to win that first game. But we're going to head into game number 2 now. Sides have swapped, so we will have first pick available for Team Splash, and they're going to start off banning Clefable, probably wanting to play Alchemy here, Kello, if they get the chance.
Yeah, High Five are in this position where they will have to ban Alchemy if Splash don't do it themselves, but would you say, I mean, that's the thing, I haven't really seen Alchemy in competitive play yet, so I'm not sure how to feel about it in terms of, is it actually that impactful?
I would say 100%. It is probably, arguably, in my opinion, one of the best supporters at the moment, just because of the tweaks they have to this Pokemon. And you can see High Five actually giving Taddy this Alchemy here, which is so great for us to kind of watch, I guess, for you as well, if you're thinking about, you know, whether Alchemy is a good fit as a supporter in some of these competitive scenes. Well, this is the game to show. And I think one thing to watch out is that Unite move, because the amount of sustain you can provide your team is outrageous at the least. But we're going to go back into High Five's roster. They're going to go back with the Rapidash, and now Chin playing in Psyduck instead in this game number 2.
Yeah, I guess because there were some switch up in terms of the bans. Inteleon ended up landing its way in there, even though it wasn't actually in the previous round. And Psyduck has also been let free in trade-off of that Umbreon. However, Geordie has picked up this Blaziken that was banned by High Five previous round, and well, instead of having that Umbreon available, Kirby has selected that Snorlax, and oh, what is this? Current's coming out to play. Okay, I love this. Hello.
Yeah, this is a rare sight for sure. We haven't seen Kramina in competitive play in I don't know how long, but we will have some familiar Pokemon picked up by Team Splash though. Geordie and Sky, they both love both the Zoroark and the Blaziken, and Tom Wan's going to go for the Mewtwo Y now, considering that the Inteleon has been banned. I do want to note quickly though, I think Psyduck is one of the best Pokemon to apply that Curse Incense at range, and it might come into effect here, especially when you have Pokemons that have that great sustain as well. But Shindy going back on the Serena to end off their draft is obviously a Pokemon that we love to see played by this player.
Oh, 100%. And not only do you have the lockdown move with the Queenly Ascendant, the Unite move, but also Zarina provides great maneuverability, but also with its passive to handle the stun that could be coming their way in terms of Alchemy, Snorlax, or even say a Blaze Kick coming out from Blaziken. So really excited to see how this ends up panning out, because this is such a different draft in comparison to what we had last time round. This will actually be my first time seeing Alchemy played competitively, which is obviously going to be so different from playing it solo queue.
Yeah.
And well, I've got to say, I have been spamming alchemy, and it has been pretty good. I think I'm on like a 55% win rate or something.
Wow. Yeah, well, I mean, that's really good considering if you're playing that solo queue with a support, right? Normally, supporters in solo queue just seems like probably the worst decisions you can play. But alchemy has been changed so that it really can assist the team in more ways than one, right? Obviously, you've got the move to throw out the little cupcakes to heal your team, but the more popular set is going to be that Dazzling Gleam, right? To stun out the enemy. And if you use Decorate on a team member, you're going to have an extra bit of Dazzling Gleam to, I guess, stun additionally, right? In terms of just your one as well. But getting into game number 2, we have a Zoroark in the central area, and also the boot suite for high 5 there. Going to be very interesting how they play this.
Yeah, well, yeah, sending that Zarina up into that central area rather than this Ponyta, but I guess Ponyta earlier on, with its passive being able to just get that speed boost demonstrated there, allowing them to go into that flux zone, take both of those berries, both of those wild Pokemon for themselves, and now they're almost at level 5.
And, I mean, level 6 is the magic number there, so if you can get level 5 so early on, this is a great start for Team High 5. You can see, actually, we do have Sky lurking about in the middle portion of the Sky Ruins there, actually going to be ambushing this bot path, probably anticipating maybe a 4-person push here as well. Going to have a contest for these birds, and it's going to be a full heal coming out from Sky, but not a lot of KOs, if any, coming out from that engagement, Kello.
I'm not gonna lie, I was very confused seeing a level 5 Ponyta, thinking, wait, why hasn't Rapidash evolved yet? And then, yeah, okay, it's Sky, it's the Zoroark. That explains why. Otherwise, Rapidash able to get themselves another stack for their special attack specs, reaching that level 6. Meanwhile, Psyduck just being an absolute nuisance with that Surf, keeping this Torchic and Milcery at bay, who have been unable to evolve or secure any wild Pokemon.
Well, Psyduck's the name, Nuisance is the name of their game, because Confusion can stun out more than one person if you hit it correctly. Back at it again. We do have Kirby coming out, probably just in anticipation of the Otara family spawning in the middle, but you can see a great bit of zoning coming out from the Psyduck, and that Serena is having such a good meal. However, on top side, great first KO coming out from Sky, though. They are able to pick out the speed for counterpart, but quickly traded as Taddy goes down, and here comes another KO. Kirby falling to the War Turtle, and now Sky getting also knocked back in as well. So, high 5 yet again. Classic start, very aggressive, and they get rewarded for that.
Yeah, that is some incredible momentum coming out from High 5, now at 77 points to 22. Multiple stacks on hand for this Zarina along with this Rapidash as well. So powered up, ready to fight as these birds do end up spawning in. We have Combuskin collapsing once again as 3 members from High 5 are going to continue pushing forth.
Z-Ray able to get a good pick there as they try to get some points down in the bottom path. You can see probably more of a prioritization of this first Reggie spawning on the map at this 7-minute mark as they look to pull in Taddy. Great Psyche coming in, chunking down the Alchemy. And if we can quickly see what type of Reggie, we might see whether these teams are going to be looking to lock that in or not. It's going to be a Reggie Steal, the best one of the 3, Kello. And so far, only High 5 having a first look at this.
Yeah, really interesting to see that Splash have actually decided to divide themselves, abandon that bottom path, leave Snorlax to go and deal with any pushes that might come their way. But we can see in the minimap that High 5, they're actually going to rotate up as the shred is on this Regieleki. Queenly ascending to send that Alcremie up into the skies and back to the Pokemon Center as Regieleki gets shredded on down by High 5, and looks like they're actually going to break this goal and march, escort it towards Tier 2.
Yeah, a series of unfortunate events as this Regieleki looks to go into this tier number 2. The Gatling Gold Missile to go through right on the side of the wall, and Team Splash going down into the deep end now. That's going to be a team wipe for High 5, and lots of scores coming in. On the pad, he's going to be 29, and with 40 still in the pocket for the Serena, Kello, it does seem like this tier 2 is going to be falling down very, very soon. The block from Kirby tried to stop it. Unfortunately not. That whole top path is now naked.
Yeah, things are not looking great for Splash here as they are drowning towards the oppressive nature that High Five are demonstrating. Multiple KOs there. Psyduck landing that Psychic on that Zoroark to leash him back and get that KO again as just so nasty. Otherwise, we can see Akura on this Blastoise. 40 points on hand, going to wait for that Zoroark to spawn on in before making an attempt and dunking in that home base. I mean, not usually the Pokemon you would see going and getting a back cap.
No, it's not. And I think while that's happening, Team Splash will have a look at sieging this tier 1 on the side of High Five. Currently Ascendance going in. You can see the Fluffy Cream Supreme popped in a little bit earlier. It might be enough to actually give them the advantage here as Kirby looking to put in a 14 in for the Cybern to go through. But you can see Team Splash running out of gas. They're going to quickly go back to their Petro Station. That's that tier 1 pad, and with that eject as well, and the Rapidash's Dazzling Gleam, every action seems to have an opposite reaction. And that bottom pad pillow, that's gone for them. That's going to be another break for High Five.
That's just going to clear so much space for High Five going into these next team fights with 4 minutes to go. Another basement Reggie to go over to their side. We can see that Regieleki has just spawned on in as well as Splash are making their way towards there. But Psyduck and Zarina, they're on time. They're here to try and contest this one too.
Yeah, this is very important for them, but meanwhile, you can see what a great macro decision coming up from High Five, scoring into the bottom side. The Regieleki is low. We do have the Blaze Kick to go through, and the overheat just a little bit too early as Serena locks in that Reggie for Team High Five. Blastoise also getting a K-Streak of 2, and now Sky falling down as well. I mean, Team Splash is still looking for that team fight to bring themselves back into this game, but High Five is playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, this Regieleki is a dangerous sight to see for Splash as it's heading its way towards that home pad. High Five making sure to stick together. A Splash sitting here like sitting ducks waiting for what is next to come. And look at this, a push onto the tier 2 by Zarina does end up getting interrupted, but this does mean some of the members of Splash have to retreat. I mean, Regieleki did end up getting broken, so not as much impact as I thought it would end up being.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great distraction sometimes, right? The fact that both the Blaziken and Sky had to quickly clear that away mean that they had not, the best number of people down in the bottom path, but one of the major advantages of having such an exposed top side is that you've got areas where there's just no healing, right? You can see Sky actually getting chunked down by the Blastoise there, probably thinking, how did this go wrong? I'm the same level as one of the defenders on their side. But now, 30 seconds to go. They're still in this, albeit the score are hugely in High Five's favor. But when there is a ray, there is a way, we always say, Kello. And this way might start soon, early. 20 seconds before the Rayquaza spawns. We might have an early engagement. Kirby the first to fall, I mean.
Yeah, Kirby ends up getting a limit before Rayquaza does spawn, but this does give advantage to High Five to go and spread themselves around in all of this tall grass, interrupt wherever Splash is going to try and enter from. And you can see they're so separated as High Five are just going to instantly collapse on them. Zarina catches out that Alcremie once again, has gone into that Fluffy Cream Supreme to try and sustain this team. And wait, things are actually looking good for Splashy as they've managed to secure 2 KOs.
Yeah, it's such a great start today. As you can see, even though High Five brought the ingredients, it is Splash that bakes the cake with that Fluffy Cream Supreme. They knock down another one. It's all about the secure. Can Splash do this? But they're losing members quick. It's going to be Cramorant that dances around Tonwon and gets the KO there. And with the KO of 3, it's going to be a team wipe, actually, for Team High Five. And somehow, through all that shenanigan, Kello, they get the Rayquaza too.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Taking away that Rayquaza and that chance for Splash to make a comeback with 2 members still down, not able to stop these dunks, especially being 300 points behind already. There was just likely no coming back from that one, but there we go. 2-0 going the way of High Five, winning every single match in their group.
this is really a great showing of how strong High-Five has become, right? And even though they had interesting picks, like you mentioned, with the Cramran, it is going to be ZZ Ray with the MVP there. 10 KOs, 12 assists. What a great performance. Only taking in 11,000, Kello. That is madness right here. But Team Splash, obviously, not going to have the same chances that they had the first game to come back into that. And it really demonstrated with the fact that High-Five was able to continuously put on the pressure, even though the Rayquaza was spawning very, very soon. So hopefully we get to see some highlights soon, but a very dominant group performance from High-Five.
I'm actually curious, did High-Five end up securing every single one of those objectives that time?
I think so.
They ended up getting both the Reggie Rock and the Reggie Steel. Did they end up getting both the Reggie Alekis as well?
They definitely got the one where the Blaziken tried, right? Went a little bit too early there. So perhaps, I mean, either way, it seems like there was just no pressure up in the top side from Splash at all. You can see from the replay, there were moments where Splash could come back, but just from the get-go, the sheer amount of damage and burst coming out from the Dazzling Gleam and then the Cramran, once they get their boosted from the Air Slash, meant that it was just really hard, right, for Splash to protect even any of the pads.
Yeah, Genji 94 definitely ran havoc in that map, getting those earlier special attacks, spec stacks really paid off with them because they pretty much went unpunished that whole time, and it just goes to show the power that Rapidash does end up bringing. And yet, just the way that High-Five not letting any of those members go down despite not having any traditional sustain over on their side.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the other thing is Alchemy was not able to get the Unite move earlier on. You can see we had a Unite move probably at that 5-minute mark, which meant that even though, you know, they were able to knock some members of High-Five down, by the time they pushed onto this tier 1 pad, they were all back there in. And, you know, you can see the wipe here now with High-Five having a reverse KO there just to take out 3 members of Splash. And then they ended up breaking this pad as well after the Rapidash got a K-Sugar too. So yes, there were moments of brilliance, but at the end of the day, High-Five so consistent in how they play these team fights. As soon as they're strong, Kello, they just won't let it stop at all.
Yeah, I can see that moment there. The overheat just went off a little bit too early, allowing Zarina to finish the job with that stomp. But yeah, once again, this team fight here was actually looking pretty well for Splash, considering they crowded around Alcremie, were able to get that sustain. However, Psyduck going in and surfing and Cramorant finishing off that Zoroark meant that the rest of Splash just ended up falling down one by one. That was such a great eject surf by Akura by that Blastoise to push multiple members. That was actually wild to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we love these highlights, right? I didn't even catch that when we first watched it through. And it's moments like this that really helped Hi-Fi stay in the fight and somehow win it from there. So we're going to have a quick recap on how the groups went for at least Group A, now that they've all finished. Hi-Five rocking that throne 4-0 in their set, not really dropping anything here. And it's a great look for tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah, being top of the group there. High-Five, definitely the top contenders coming out from this group. However, over on the opposite side, Group B, Paper X haven't yet dropped a game yet either. So, interested to see how tomorrow ends up panning out.
Definitely, and other shout-outs as well. Onyx Rise coming second in the group, 2-1. And Splash 0-3. Fibonacci and Ison have to play one more, I think. But we're going to quickly, I guess, look for the next set that's coming up. My understanding is we're going to throw to a quick break as we get Ison Rigo against Onyx Rise on stream for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We got more action to come right after this.
And welcome back everybody to the Unity Clash Summer Showdown. It has definitely been a showdown indeed in Thea Sky Ruins here today, but we are approaching the final set for the day. We're going to have Isin Reggio coming from the Philippines region and Onyx Rise from the Indonesian region. But, well, how are you doing? Have you been enjoying yourself so far?
Yeah, I mean, it has been really good. I always love to cast this grassroots whenever we get the chance, right? And for this event especially, I was just reading the event information. A lot of these teams have qualified for Worlds, so it really is a sneak peek of how these teams are preparing, right? What possible Pokemons we can see, as well as, I mean, in this case, we get to see all the Pokemons available, so Rapidash, Alchemy, right, get to be played. And I mean, something else that's really exciting is the Latios is going to be coming out. So I don't know whether that will be Worlds allowed or not, but July 18th, I think, is when Latios, I always get them confused. One of them comes in, the blue one. The blue one comes on July.
Yeah.
Latios, that one. That one comes in. And then when Latios gets in, it's going to be so cute because then you get, like, you know, both of them in the game together. It'd be very good.
Yeah, that is actually a really good question if it does end up coming at that date, because usually there's, what, a 2-week moratorium period where they don't get to play it. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how that one ends up panning out. But you know what? That is the future. Let's focus on the present here. So we do have, as we mentioned, a lot of the teams that are going to be representing at World. So a little bit of a sneak peek to that. But we do have Isin Reggio here. So they actually came third in the Philippines qualifiers. So they won't be one of those teams representing over there. However, Onyx Rise, they were the Indonesia champions. So they are going to be one of the teams that we will see over in Anaheim, California. But I suppose from your time and watching these squads, what are you expecting from them? Anything in particular?
I mean, all the Asia teams, the way they like to play is that they can switch up the rotations and just make sure that one of the paths, whether top or bottom, they were able to run across and basically put themselves in an advantageous position, right? We saw that with in the last game, right, as they were able to prioritize the bot path at the first instance and have 4 members down there at the 9-minute mark. So I'm keen to see how or what happens when 2 really aggressive teams come together, and whether they will have a tug of war in that one path, or they have a handshake and, you know, they give up one path and let the other team roll the other one. We'll see what happens. But what I do know is, Kello, we do have a couple of pink blobs being banned out there. Pussy, Clefable, and Alchemy also locked out away. Rapidash, the last one to join the chopping block.
What is all this hate on my girly pop Pokemon? Why are you locking them away? You know what? Actually, I love this because it just goes to show that all the girly pops are on top. They're just too ferocious to deal with. So lock them up. Don't see them. But we have a Inteleon first pick on the side of Onyx Rise here.
Yeah, AXQ is a fantastic Inteleon player, so no surprise they're going to be locking that in. We did see it banned in the last set we were able to spectate as well, but this allows Nyx to pick up the Leafeon and Ray on the Rocky Helmet Construction Worker Psyduck. Now, that's not a build I've seen beforehand, but it might just work in this game.
Yeah, Bob the Builder, Psyduck the Builder, can he fix it? Well, I have to see. I don't know if he's going to fix it or break it with that headache of his.
Oh, well, speaking of, you know, the additional Pokemon to join the fray, maybe a bit more pink ones on the side of Isin. We will have Jamiro on the Sylveon, and I think that is a Slowbro getting locked in for there as well. So the response here is probably because there is a Zoro Comfy on the side of Onyx Rise, right? And if you're looking for any Pokemon to shut that duo down, it's going to be that Slowbeam.
Yeah, definitely. That is going to be the prime target for Kiwi here to try and lock down that Zoroark. However, we do have Cell, final pick for Onyx Rise being Ceruledge. I think Ceruledge was one of those Pokemon that ended up receiving a recent buff in the latest patch. So excited to see that this knight is come out to play once again. But an all-rounder that we don't really see very often as of late is this Mimikyu pick. How does Mimikyu, I guess, fit into the composition that Isin Reggio have built here?
Well, it does look like Isin Reggio, it just has one Pokemon inside, right? Is how do we lock down such a dashy Pokemon that is Eeyore. And Mimikyu's Unite, Play With Me, also a single target lockdown, take them out of the game kind of Unite move. So if, let's say, Kiawe not able to lock in with a slow beam, at least they have kind of like that secondary insurance policy in terms of that Mimikyu Unite. Other notable mentions is going to be this Float Stone. Both the Leafeon and the Mimikyu rocking this, I guess, speed buff item. So perhaps they might be going in for a hybrid score combo kind of gameplay if they can get to some of these pads before, you know, it's getting defended, be able to build themselves up a score lead, right? And when you have a score lead going into the Rayquaza, it's going to be way more pressure on Eeyore to really carry out the combos, make sure they get the team wipes before, you know, something like a Slowbro and Mimikyu gets to them. So I'm very excited about this matchup, Kello, especially two incredible teams here. Onyx Rise, as you mentioned, very strong in the region, but Ison also not going to let it be an easy fight after Raw. We're going to start off our game number 1.
Yes, Onyx Rise over on the orange side, Ison Regio over onto the purple. We do have that Zorua taking that central area over on orange, and Mimikyu taking central area for this side as Leafeon is heading up to that top path. But so we pivot down here, we do have not Espeon, Eevee going and trying to make a dunk of 2. Does end up getting interrupted, I think, by the Bunnelby there.
Yeah, Bunnelby, paid actor, you know, get him out of here. Make sure you get the experience for yourself. But speaking of evolutions, though, we do have an evolution now up in the top path as the Leafeon comes online. X-Attack popped an ore, but not able to get any sort of KOs so far.
One thing is, at least they have their level 4 on hand, so that is going to create a bit of pressure up in this top path as Mimikyu has come to join the fray. Just keep these two at bay as we do have that back Boltoy spawning on in, looking for an evolution on this Charcadet. However, they're still at level 4, while we have Nyx wandering around looking for a backwards flank here.
Really good ambush now going into the side, but here comes help in the form of your Umbreon. Charcadet first to 4 for Onyx Rise, as now we do have a level 5 Zoroark going in, taking down the Speedster Counterpack as well, and as they look for more, probably good to secure that first bit of farm. Initially, they're going to be trying to take down the side up, but the Headache helps out with that, and so with the Surf as well. No KOs for the Zoroark as they quickly, you know, take on the Comfy. Maybe they might be going back in, Kello. Oh, it gets that sussy position now, right, where they only have a third of the HP. Probably best not to lose any more experience.
No, especially even just by having that Comfey on hand, being that low, you don't want to risk it. But you know what, as we say that, they have actually gone in, dove in for more, managed to pick themselves 2 KO streaks, taking out that Psyduck and emptying out their Eos energy, leading them at 66 to 20 points.
I mean, this is just the power of Comfy, right? It feels like an infinite focus fan. You can just wait a few seconds, you're going to be able to heal up a little bit. We will have another engagement there. Here comes the Hyper Voice coming out from the Sylveon. The Cerulege falls, and they are going to be able to find the Leafeon as well. Finally, fully fledged Inteleon. K-Sugar 2 for Onyx Rise, as they look to defend this pad. Snipe Shot and all Umbreon here to help out with the Snarl locking in. The Slowbro falls down as well, and I think if they can get this shot in early, that's a huge chunk of Ison Regio.
Yeah, that is massive. We already have 2 level 8s on the side of Onyx Rise as Zoroark and Comfey are going to dive in towards this Mimikyu. They are able to make it back to safety, get that berry as Zoroark is going on a rampage once more, taking out this Sylveon. However, they are traded off for the opposite evolution, Umbreon.
Now we're gonna have a good look at this Reggie Rock. We will have Zoroark missing that combo, and with that, Mimikyu is gonna quickly rip this Reggie. You can see the snipe shots ready to go. What a huge block coming up from the Slowbro to ensure that it's Ison that gets that defense buff, and now with a numbers advantage, we're gonna be looking at a siege down in the tier 1. No one is looking at this Inteleon, but they can only snipe one person at once. As they now go in, huge foul play to just delay this pad by Kello. With that KO on the Umbreon, no one is left to stop the 40 to go in, and Ison Regio take the lead in points.
Yeah, 100 to 114. Meanwhile, though, Onyx Rise did manage to secure themselves that Regieleki. It's going towards that tier 2 pad, but we can see on the minimap, Sylveon is there to make sure it isn't able to break down that wall. But Onyx Rise, they now have the opportunity to go and recalibrate and put some pressure on this bottom tier 1 pad.
Well, lots of pressure from this Azure Spy vision. I see the vision that they're trying to go for, and they're not even going to really go to defend this pad. The Psyduck able to just get out. No, the snipe shot to take them away. I mean, this is just pure gameplay right here. But meanwhile, on the top side though, Kello, perhaps a counter push. You will have played with me on an Umbreon, but that's not going to be good enough as the Moonlight Brands to come through, keep themselves sustained and in the fight. Enough time for Zoroark and Eeyore to come through to wipe out the two members.
That's another 2 KO streak for that Zoroark, who is now at level 11. Because Ys and Regio do not have jump pads available, the three of them are able to go and empty out their Eos energy into that pad. Meanwhile, we can see that Slowbro managed to get in some dunks in the opposite tier 2, as Onyx Rise have gone and broken this tier 1 pad because, well, it was only there, Psyduck there to try and defend it.
That's right, and you can see another KO for Eeyore. This is why you have 2 lockdown Pokemon on the side of Ys and Regio. It is so hard to catch a Speedster, especially with a company attached to it. But now they finally have the Slow Beam Kello. Will we get a good Unite move from the Slowbro onto the Zoroark? Well, they're not going to be even in the same path. Kello. Wherever the Slowbro is, I'm sure EO is going to be on the other side. A fight for this Regice now. Big snipe onto the Leafeon, and the Emerald Two-Step has to be popped in, but it's not going to be good enough as Onyx Rise secures that basement Reggie.
We look at the levels, there's double digits across the board for Onyx Rise. However, we still have a Slowbro and a Psyduck at level 9, so they are slowly falling behind. But it really comes down to this next team fight, whether they can get these picks on the Zoroark, get this Cerulege. I mean, can they even try and stop these snipe shots coming out from this Inteleon? Because the range is insane. 3 members of Ys and Regio are up here, only the Umbreon there to try and contest it. However, Zoroark is just waiting for their prey to announce themselves, and Leafeon gets chipped on down instantly.
Definitely, I mean, Eeyore is full Predator mode now. Now we're going to be ripping that Regieleki. Revenant goes through. It's going to be good enough from Onyx Rise to lock that Regieleki. But as I say this though, Hyperboy looks to chunk down the Evolution counterpart, and the Sayayai also popping through, trying to reduce the damage, but nothing can reduce the Chaos Chicken 2 coming out from Onyx Rise. They do lose 2 in their form as well though. Play with me, jumping back on to try to take down this Inteleon, and with that they're going to be successful, Kello. Yet again though, it is time for Eeyore to clean up aisle 9. They're going to be able to take down this Mimikyu with the Umbreon. Emerald Two Step to go through. That gets countered by the Nightfall Days, and it's going to be yet again Eeyore coming out on top and establishing the power of Zoroark for the team.
Yeah, this power Zoroark is on a roll, considering that at level 14, that Comfey Pocket is just enabling them to wreak havoc. Psyduck is going to be shown some mercy, able to retreat back to the Pokemon Center, while some more cleaning up happens in the rest of the Isles in the form of all of those buffs from Ys and Regio.
And I love the fact that Onyx Rise is taking this opportunity to clear as much of the neutral farms as possible, just to ensure that they maintain this level lead, right? I mean, we have 2 level 13s, a level 15 now on the side of Onyx Rise, as opposed to just a couple level 13s on the side of Ison. So the main thing now in the next 20 seconds, Kello, is not to lose that lead, right? We have a huge cooldown for Zoroark if they get knocked out here, and that's probably not what Onyx Rise to do. After pocketing that Regice as well, they have a massive advantage going into this Rayquaza fight. It is up to them to continue that to win this game.
Yeah, I think that's the scary part. They haven't been able to be taken out, so that cooldown timer is definitely going to be hefty. But here comes that Rayquaza. As we can see, the positioning of Onyx towards that top side, as they have just broken that tier 1 pad. But Zoroark has managed to find that Psyduck. Does end up getting grass knotted, but it's able to get some protection from the rest of the members. We have Umbreon getting locked on down, but they're able to foul play their way back to safety.
Yeah, well, it's about just stalling it out for Onyx Rise. They're going to let the couple of scores coming in from the bottom from the Leafeon. They're not too phased, though. They know they're more than 100 in the lead here. Really important now. We still have Unite moves for everyone on this in this game. So it's very important that they sight out and call out when the Slowbro unites and when the Mimikyu has united as well. Still musical chairs for both these teams. A minute has nearly gone by. We need an engagement from Is and Reggio if they want to go in and win this game. We're going to have it right now. Play With Me actually be used on the Rule Edge. Reverend Reds go through, but the Sayayai to keep themselves sustained and also the damage reduction. And here comes Eeyore. The gameplay has started. We're going to be running at this Mimikyu. They knock it out as well. And all while this is happening, Kello, Legion goes for the MVP, gets the Hundo Burger down in the bottom, but can they make it back in the pit to secure this?
I feel like it wasn't only the Psyduck saying "Sai during that team fight, because we actually had Slowbro locking down the Umbreon, not the prime target that you want to see. Onyx Rise, though, able to take down that Rayquaza, considering the numbers advantage they had, the level advantage they had, and taking away Isun Reggio's chance at making a comeback that game.
That's right, and I think I really want to point out two specific moments at the end of that game as well, just to, I guess, illustrate the impact of how every single play on Sun Onyx Rise has a role. You can see while the Slowbro, probably not the best counter CQ on Mon, was still stopped by the Grass Knot of the Comfy, the Leafeon getting zoned out by the Umbreon. Everyone on the side of Onyx Rise just understands that they want to make sure it's 100% that they can get that Rayquaza, because after the 100 dunk, the score was definitely much closer, right? You can see 324 to 299. But that's just a big display of teamwork and just the trust in everyone on the team to know how to ensure that Rayquaza is yours.
Yeah, I mean, going and taking that opportunity, knowing that they went and gone and backhacked and they had multiple KOs on their side, but I believe Eeyore ends up having 14 KOs, 86 damage dealt, especially with Zoe as their pocket comfy, being able to get themselves multiple KO streaks. But that's not to discount the effort from the rest of the team. AxeQ on that Inteleon, some incredible snipe shot work happening there.
Definitely. I mean, it's just a really good way to chunk down the enemy team for your Zoroark to go through and take them down, right? Nearly 40% damage done from Eeyore there, but I do want to say, though, whenever there's a Zoroark comfy, it's always a two-person job, right? Even though so much of the damage is done by Eeyore, nothing would have been as flashy as it wasn't for Zoe, with 15 assists on their side as well. We're going to have a quick gander at the replays. You can see from the get-go, as soon as Zoroark came online, Kello, this Pokemon and this player was just so hard to catch. And just the damage dealt from these combos, really, really crazy, without something like a Slow Beam or a Mimikyu Unite on them.
Yeah, 100%. But also is just the precision in terms of their movements as well. Making sure to dive in or get back to safety, heal on up, and really just, work on their cooldowns to the maximum potential. But cannot, give up for Is and Reggio. They had some great team fights throughout this match as well. There was a moment where they actually ended up catching up in levels and matching Onyx Rise, but I think Onyx Rise, they just managed to snowball, and they had that knowledge to just go and starve out Is and Reggio when they knew they had control of the map. As we saw Zoroark and Comfey cleaning up all of the buffs away from the opposite team.
Yeah, that's right. And I think just while we're looking at the replay as well, I want to mention, I guess just my question of why Hyper Voice was chosen there. In my opinion, normally Hyper Voice, you're known to pair up with another special attacker because you're reducing the special defense. You're going to allow your carry attacker to really do more, right? But in this case, the only other two special attackers are your Psyduck and then your Slowbro, which aren't really just the damage dealers on your team. Maybe there's an argument to apply the Curse Incense to make sure the Comfy heals a bit less, right? But then Mystical Fire can probably do the same thing as well. I was just, maybe it was a mispick for the moves, but you can clearly see here, even though they were able to apply the Hyper Voice there, it's just so hard to consistently have that Hyper Voice on someone that's dashing around you, right? And I think Eeyore really got to play the game there as they saw the Hyper Voice come through. Because as long as you're not in the cone, Kello, I don't think you take any damage, do you?
No, I think, that's the difficult part. The downside that Hyper Voice brings is you're sort of locked in place with that move, whereas Mystical Fire, well, it's that sure hit move with those flames, but also the little dash that it ends up providing, so can go and interrupt a Zoroark that's trying to land those combos as well. So yeah, unsure whether that was intentional or not. But I mean, also I'm biased. I'm a Mystical Fire believer, so I mean, like, yeah, the reasoning in terms of it makes sense not having any special attacker damage carries over on their side. I mean, besides that Sylveon for itself, I feel like a Mystical Fire may have worked out a bit better there, especially paired up with a Draining Kiss to provide a little bit more sustained for them in those team fights too.
Yeah, I agree, and just the mobility from Mystical Fire is just so underrated, right? So we'll see if Sylveon comes back to play, but I'm definitely sure it's not going to be the first pick for Ison there, as Kiawe goes in for the side-up priority. That means Inteleon is up, there we go, XQ back on it again. Leafeon is up, Blissey, right? These Pokemon's not banned out from our second game. Okay, we're curious to see whether Cell picks up anything here. They're going to actually look for the Umbreon, so a really good start for them as well. So, oh my god, instant from Ray. We have the Hooper. I haven't seen a Hooper in a bit of time, Kilo, so curious to see how they play.
Yeah, I feel like we don't really see a lot of Hooper these days, especially with, I guess, Clefable taken on over along with the Blissey. So I'm always a fan of Hooper. Whether we're actually going to see Hyperspace Hole or Trick Hooper really depends on what Ison Regio end up tying up their draft with. We might potentially see a Talonflame come on out, which I think is a great answer towards that Inteleon pick to dive into the back lane, and I think pairs up really well with a Trick Phantom Force Hooper, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we have to wait and see, and Trick is definitely more popular nowadays, especially with something like a Zacian as well, able to allow this Pokemon to go in and also have that, I guess, mobility to get out of there, much like a Volt Switch. And speaking of Volt Switching and electricity, we have Jimaru on the Miraidon now, and Chaewon on the Cerulege to finish off their 5. This team definitely less tanky than what Onyx Rise is putting up, because it does look like we will have a return of the Blastoise here. Probably more of a damage-dealing Blastoise with that build there, non-XP share, maybe up in that top path, hello, and if they can get something like a Hydro spin-off, they'll be able to access that backline and take down this Miraidon.
Yeah, that's a backline you want to try and deal with, especially the amount of damage that Miraidon can deal. But I think the thing is, the other contender, Inteleon, the reach, just really matches that. So I can definitely see where they're coming through with this Miraidon, but it's going to be very, very susceptible to these snipe shots from Axeq that they're going to be looking at dealing.
Yeah, and don't forget there might be a Scyther Sizzle on that side as well, and Scyther definitely a Pokemon that Miraidon do not want to go into, especially if you're playing Charge Beam, right? You're going to be able to be literally sitting duck for that Pokemon to come through and combo off you as well. So that's the other thing I wanted to mention as well. No conventional supporter on the side of Onyx Rise. We have a Pikachu XP share. So, normally I like to use supporters as the barometers of like what type of team comp is going to be. And when you have a non-healing supporter, you're probably going to be looking at other team members that have that self-sustain, right? And that probably answers the reason why they picked that the Blastoise and maybe the Scyther as well. Because these Pokemons, they don't need to be consistently healed. If they can get some attacks off, they will have their own sustain as well. So pick a top side with a Squirtle. Brings me back to the Kanto days, Kello.
Yeah, I feel like this is very much early season 1 through to 4, 5. But folks, we are potentially heading into our final game of the day. We have Onyx Rise, that is a 1-up. So if they manage to take this one away, then I don't know. Have they? I can't remember if they end up dropping. No, they did end up dropping a set to high 5. That's right.
Yeah, they did. We're gonna go in on the top side as Hooper tries to chunk down Cell on that side as well. Both these teams having some range moves as well, and it is gonna be the Hooper that are able to absorb all that experience. And experience is key, especially for a Squirtle. You will want to have your level 7 before you really engage into something like a Miraidon. 4 or 3 members of Onyx Rise ready for this next bit of birds coming out. You can see lurking in the bushes going to be Chaewon as well. They look for an angle to come in here with your Bitter Blade as well, and they're going to be dashing in right away. Chunk down is going to be the Scyther, and Keller, they're oh so low. They have to really share this Citrus Berry if they even can, but no one is going to be dunking on Ison either. They're actually scared of the Scyther coming through to gain that healing.
Yeah, scared of the Scyther to come through, or even just the Water Gun from this Drizzle. However, we did end up having 10 points. Ison Regio just going to play it safe, not push them to the limits too much, as we have that Scyther heading back into that central area, with Zoe making sure that there's no invades from this Hooper to come.
No invades indeed, and Vision now sided of this Hooper, having to run away, but with the Electro Web and the Thunder, somehow, some way, though, they might be able to get out of it. Pikachu able to auto-attack and find that Hooper, so no portals for a moment. I am surprised it is Hyperspace Whole Hooper, actually, going up into this team comp, but maybe just a way to keep an easy way to get that healing for the rest of the team. Cerulege running down on this Umbreon, looking for the KO there. They will use the Phantom Force for it, but can they get out of the enemy central area is the million-dollar question. Sniping onto the side arc. Here comes the Scythe as well, but with the server, you're going to be able to drown them out for the moment. And Ison Regio actually coming in really aggressive, and that's really what I like to see against Onyx Rise.
Yeah, well, 5-member push up in that top side. However, Psyduck ends up getting taken on down as Zacian's heading into this Flux Zone. Does end up getting pushed back by that Water Gun from that War Turtle, so they're not able to finalize that KO. Sacred Sword, that way they can get that 10 points in. Meanwhile, the rest of the members are just going to soak up all of that experience from those birds.
Yeah, they are, and they're going to actually soak up damage coming up from Onyx Rise, as now we finally have a Hydro Spin Blastoise online for them. Speaking of damage, though, this Registeel is going to give Onyx Rise a huge advantage in this Regieleki fight, and I think Regio sees this. The Reverends go through to make sure that they finish this fight early on so they can get a pad push here. They break that top side, and Regieleki looks to walk into that tier 2 as well. Scyther is still on the other side of the map, Kello. I think they need the back to defend this pad. If not, Onyx Rise might find themselves in a bit of a pickle. Regieleki crashes in, and here come the scores.
Yeah, but even then, looking at the points that Ison Regio have on hand, it isn't very much. But nonetheless, that is still going to put some points into this tier 2, as we do have Zacian getting taken on down. Miraidon is the next to fall, as Scyther is here to save the day. They have 12 points, looking for a dunk. Can Hooper go and interrupt it? That Phantom Force just a little too late, as we can see Umbreon and Inteleon sitting in the tall grass, just escorting, making sure Scyther gets out to safety.
Yeah, just a bit of moral support to get those stacks in, isn't it? And now they're going to be following the Scyther once again down in the bot path, just to wait if anyone comes through on the side of Ison Regio. So, I mean, from the start, right, it definitely was Ison's aggressiveness that brought them that initial levels, but I think just looking at the levels of both the teams now, there definitely seems more on par, and with the Blastoise Unite finishing off so that they have all 5 Unites on the side of Onyx Rise, and it seems like almost 5 Unites on the side of Ison Regio. This next fight for the next objective might be a full 5-on-5.
Well, 30 seconds left to go. One benefit for Ison Regio is they have that Hooper teleport if they need to make their way downtown in a heist. However, we have Zacian getting cornered out all by themselves, trying to make an escape with their agility, but it's just not enough to handle the slicing and dicing action that Scyther is bringing here today.
No, it really isn't, right? With the Hooper Portal able to send them up top, now that they are so close to their Unite move, they're going to be able to fast-track the team to compete for this Regieleki. But that means they're going to be giving up this Regirock, though, as now it is Onyx Rise to have this defense buff. But seeing as how there are only 2 members of Ison Regio down at the bottom, it does look like the decision from Onyx Rise is to get some dunk to the bottom, maybe clean out the central area, give up this Regieleki for now, and then back once it's been done on the top side.
No, they do have jump pads available this time round, so able to go to that tier 2 pad really quickly and in time to go and take down Isan Reggio as Thunderstorm is going to rain down havoc, able to take out that Ceruledge. However, one of their other members managed to get out unscathed. Meanwhile, Isan Reggio, they're just going to soak up all of the wild Pokemon experience that's available while Onyx Rise are preoccupied trying to deal with this Regieleki.
Yeah, I mean, you know it's a good day at the office when your supporters are the ones farming. That means there's plenty to go around for the team, as Onyx Rise are going to be distracted there. We do have the Green Illusion dive now, comboing. They take down the Zacian first. They try to combo. Psyduck not able to get the portals, but the Scyther also not going to go in and complete that KO. I mean, they are definitely playing very smart here, Kello. It's really important not to just deliver free experience on a silver platter if you can avoid it.
In comparison to the previous match, Isan Reggio definitely matching Onyx Rise here. They're pretty much on parity with each other. Only a 22-point difference between these two teams. It's just really going to come down to this final stretch. Who can get the better pick over on their side? But this is the benefit of Hooper Portal, able to teleport some members for this extra defense. That way Onyx Rise are not able to get in any more points their way.
Yeah, well, they're going to be chunking down Onyx Rise right now, but both these teams probably just waiting for the next objectives. You will have both of them spawning before the Rayquaza, so it looks like on the map we do have more members of Isan Reggio just looking at the top side, whereas just on time, the Pikachu and the Umbreon from Onyx Rise look to take down this Registeel. I mean, this is just a sheer bit of luck for Onyx Rise. There's just no better Reggie to have before going into this Rayquaza fight, right? You're going to have that damage buff there. And even if you lose this Regieleki, which I don't think they care about, we do have the positioning now on the bottom side of the Rayquaza. So I do think that Onyx Rise probably got a little bit more than they really gave.
Yeah, definitely benefited from that with 15 seconds left to go until Rayquaza does spawn. Psyduck just trying to be a nuisance and provide some eyes for Isan Reggio to make their way into this central area, but you can see Scyther has decided to gain that positioning. Hooper looking to corner them out, however they're able to make their way back down into the tall grasses. We're actually having a rip here, Fu!
Well, we're just going to shake the tree and see what drops there, and quickly falling down is going to be the Rayquaza on the side of Isan Reggio. And folks, it's the Hooper that secures it of all the Pokemon. And I know that Regieleki might not mean too much now, but definitely will fast track the scores up to that top side. And it will be Isan Reggio having that score lead now. And with that, we also have additional scores in the home pad. Folks, we might be going to a game number 3 if Isan Reggio can defend for the next 90 seconds.
Wow, I was definitely not expecting that, considering, well, Isan Reggio, it seemed like they're the ones that ended up losing the positioning to Onyx Rise, but sometimes you've just got to risk it for the biscuit, and the risk definitely paid off for Isan Reggio, but it's just a matter, as you mentioned, of defending these pads. They can give up this tier 1 pad and just focus on defending these tier 2s, but you can see on the minimap, Ceruledge and Miraidon are still making their way across the map to get in some more dunks, and maybe Hooper is close to getting their Unite moves, which is why they're making this risk.
I mean, we do have Miraidon with the shield as well, but you did mention Hooper having the portals soon. We'll be able to bring everyone in if they need to. They're probably still waiting for a little bit. We do have the Miraidon Unite move now, though, so the Bright Future might be coming out soon enough. But the problem is we're running out of points to actually score for Onyx Rise. I mean, we've got a couple people with double digits on the screen, but with that Hydro Typhoon to go through to try to keep their teammates in the fight, it will mean that 3 members of Onyx Rise ultimately falls down. And 20 seconds to go, Kello. We still have massive shields on both the Hooper and the Miraidon. It will be confirmed it's going to be one apiece. Isan Reggio coming out of nowhere, securing that Rayquaza, and now the hopes of, I guess, taking a set of Onyx Rise lives on.
Yeah, 100%. Being able to even up that scoreboard, and what better way than to broadcast a Game 3 as our final set of the day. Definitely do not want any of this action for the Summer Showdown to end just yet, but definitely a great looking performance from Isan Reggio this match. 621 to 283. I think it was an interesting game plan coming from their side. It looks like they prioritized the Regielekis this time round and pretty much gave up the basement Regis for free to Onyx Rise.
That's a great point as well. And I think it really doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? If we're just going to be flipping the Rayquaza. And one of the benefits of Hooper, once it goes unbound, is that huge area of stun you can impart on the enemy team. And just looking at these secure potentials from Onyx Rise, they really only have this Inteleon, don't they? Whereas on the side of Is and Regio, they will have the Zacian Unite move, they will have the Bright Future Meteor Storm if they need from the Miraidon, and also the Revenant Ren. So it is arguably to be favored.
You know what's funny though, Fu? I believe it was the Hooper in the Unbound
yeah,
format
exactly.
that gets secure.
Out of all the ones I listed,
Yeah,
it was
I know.
Ray that gets it in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just
When there's a Ray, there's a way.
pun fully intended, but great job, Ray, to secure that. And you know, it just keeps the dream alive. And I mean, we're gonna look at this highlight once again. But I do agree with you. For most of that game, it did seem like Regio or Is and Regio did a better job than the first game, but it was still Rise that really had the benefits of these Reggies and of these team fights. And you know, even though they were able to get the Regieleki up in the top side, they were not able to break that top pad until after the Rayquaza.
I think it was just such a close match between them both, because I mean, you look at the points board, you look at the level board, they were pretty much just on parity throughout this whole match. I mean, we saw previously 20 points difference, so then 20 points difference as we skip to the next one, and even going into this final stretch, it was only 173 to 131, so it really could have been anyone's game. And well, I guess, you know, knowing that you have better secure over on your side, Issa Regio, I don't know if even know who actually initiated the rip on the Rayquaza there. It all just happened so quickly.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, as soon as Rayquaza spawned, I think we saw the Hooper go unbound, and I think the Cerulege just started it for them. They didn't even get to use Psyduck Unite, actually, I think, in that fight. Everyone just clumped up trying to secure that Rayquaza. But it just goes to show, right? That's all you need sometimes. Get the Rayquaza, and that's it. And it's so funny. It is so funny that the first ban coming out from Onyx Rise is going to be that Hooper.
Yeah.
So we won't see Ray on that Hooper this game, unfortunately, and Zacian swiftly to follow for the two bans from Onyx Rise as well. Regio getting the last ban here, Clefable joining Rapidash. So we have a couple Pokemons available, Kello, to first pick for Onyx.
Are they gonna go with Alcremie first pick? Yeah, they are. They're not gonna let this cream puff slide on through. But that does mean Is and Regio are able to secure the Psyduck for their side once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just understandable. I think even though Psyduck is such a great Pokemon to first pick, Alcremie is just too good not to give up there. And Nyx is going to actually take this opportunity to lock in the Blaziken, which is a Pokemon that's very popular in this region as well. I think Blaziken is a Pokemon to watch as a higher priority Pokemon, just because it's just great at doing everything. I mean, it really puts it really puts the all-rounder, right, to its name. It's good at securing, it's good at initiating fights, it's good at sustaining itself. I mean, what can't this Pokemon do? But on the other side, a more red-looking Pokemon as well, XU coming back with this Fire Spin Armorage once again, and a Luna picking up that Trevenant.
Yeah, Trevenant coming out to play, but instead of having the Pal Day and Nights fighting on the same side this time round, they're actually going to be going up against each other. So we have Cerulege being picked up by Is and Regio, and we're going to see another Miraidon pick. Interesting to see that they're choosing Miraidon. No sight of Inteleon this match, which is really interesting.
And also have Blissey as well. I mean, Blissey is still a very good support in my opinion. Not banned out in this case, but with this last pick, I mean, Ray is going to be the supporter, right, for Ison. And let's see whether they actually lock in a damage supporter. So, new support coming in. So, I mean, yet again, you do have, what, 3 Pokemon, such as your Seru, your Blaziken, your Psyduck, that don't really need constant healing. I'm just worried for this Miraidon, right? If you have members running at you, such as Eon, the Leafeon, and Cell, the Serena, how are you going to have a good game? How will Blaziken and Seru really protect this Pokemon? And maybe a lot of pressure might be going onto Kiawe on the Psyduck, just to make sure the Surf is always ready to go, right? To push these Pokemon away.
Surf is ready to go, Psychic is ready to go. But really, as you mentioned, there's multiple Pokemon that are a massive threat towards this Miraidon. I mean, one thing that also could literally build a wall is going to be this Mew. So having that light screen as that additional defense as Onyx Rise are going to rush to them. But yeah, I think one thing I am definitely worried about is Isan Reggio's composition. It just looks very squishy in comparison to what is coming to them from Onyx Rise.
Yeah, definitely as well. And I think having the Alchemy as kind of like the Pokemon that you can all group around for that instant HP buff, instant healing as well. We really need the Miraidon to stay in the fight, to apply that Curse Incense, right? And that's probably the Pokemon that Onyx Rise is going to be targeting as well. We're going to head on into our final game of our set between Onyx Rise and Isan Reggio. Kello, we do have Rise on the purple team, Reggio on the orange team. Definitely going to be the last game. Let's see who takes it.
Yeah, we are actually going to see Leafeon take the central area this time around, where previously we ended up seeing it up in that top path. But looks like Bounsweet is going to get themselves that first stack of the day, but ends up getting out secured of that Bunnelby. So no more extra attack weight stacks for the time being, as they managed to get that secure, but do have to speed their way back to safety.
Yeah, the other thing is you do want this Milcery to get into that Alchemy evolution stage ASAP to help out with the Decorate and also, whether it's Helping Hand or you're going for the Dazzling Gleam once it gets it as well. Ceruledge already online for Isan Reggio, going to be lurking in the tall bushes upstairs instead. I like that both these teams are switching it up. You can see the Psyduck also rotating as well. They're going to actually leave this poor Miraidon at the bottom as they clash with this third.
Oh, but yes, the pressure is definitely going to be on, as it is going to be a 3v4. Mew does end up landing there, boosted onto Alcremie, but it does have that Decorate on hand to go and protect itself and that Steenie. But even then, Isan Reggio, despite having the numbers advantage, they weren't able to break through Onyx Rise and dunk in any Eos Energies, as they're still at 0 points here.
Yeah, it is actually a really good defense there, despite having a Steenie that hasn't hit level 6. It is an interesting decision from Isan Reggio. They're going to be protecting this Miraidon now as the Psyduck comes down. Once it does have its level 7, it will have a bit more damage on their side. We will have now a fight on the top side. Big little shield onto Steenie just to make sure they can stay in the fight and fight for these middle bursts coming up. But as I say, this Combustion falls down to Leafeon as the first KO of this game. And 30 might be a bit too optimistic. Probably needs a few more members on their team here just to harass Ray a little bit more. The beam to come through. And they finally fall to Alchemy. And now we do have a Serena online for Onyx Rise.
Oh, but on the opposite end, we have Ceruledge being able to dunk in 30 points, able to Phantom Force their way to the opposite side of the Zarina, who's trying to dash on through him, but it ends up being Leafeon to secure themselves that KO, as we have 4 members of Isan Reggio up in this top path, allowing Armarouge down in the bot path to go and get some free dunks.
Yeah, this is scary because Armarouge, when it's a little bit high level, is going to be another tough Pokemon to take down. And I think Onyx Rise's story here is really just play Pokemons that take a little bit more than a one tap, right, to get knocked out. The Trevenant, the Serena, the Armarouge, and even, the Alcremie once it has its Unite as well. I'm curious to see how Isan Reggio plays around that. At the moment, though, they are letting in 30 down in the bottom, and with a Reg Ice as well, it's going to be shredded quickly by the Armarouge. And that means that they really need to secure this Regieleki in order to even the playing field somewhat. We'll have now the Spin to Win coming through. The Trevenant actually locks it in, takes out Miraidon, and in reward, they get this Regieleki as well. Series of quite unfortunate events for Isan Reggio now.
Yeah, losing both of those objectives up first. Regieleki ends up crashing on through as well. It is left on 4 points. Trevenant does have 30 points on hand, so able to get themselves a dunk. However, they end up getting quickly taken down by that Ceruledge. So whether they're actually going to be able to break this, they do, as Serena lands themselves a KO. And you know what? The points aren't actually going to stop you from Onyx Rise.
No, they're not. As soon as they see the fact that there are no pads from Isan Reggio, they're going to go in and dunk a little bit more. And just to note as well, folks, we do have the cake shop is going to be open now. Yeah. Alchemy will have their Unite move, and that is a Pokemon to watch when it has that move ready and to go. But we're going to have a quick skirmish down in the bottom path. It's going to be a trade out Blaziken for the Trevenant in this bottom side, as we have Armarouge looking to use their Unite move.
Wow.
Kiss Miss Kaboom onto the Miraidon here. Do they want it that much? They do, Kello. They're gonna be able to take them out.
Maridon knowing that was a fight they were going to lose against that Armor Rouge, especially considering Flash Fire. That's probably the worst contender to go up into, but failed attempts there to try and get her away, considering that Unite move has been utilized, but Blaziken also ends up getting knocked down amongst the mix as Onyx Rise are really putting the pressure, knowing Ys and Reggio don't have jump pads available just yet.
I mean, just look at the HP that's restored on the Armor Rouge. That's quite ridiculous, even though it was popped a little bit too early as the Sayayai to come through. Revenant Ren hits 2 targets, but not going to be enough to take anyone down here. They're going to go back in for another fight. It's going to be Onyx Rise. They are going to be rising to the occasion, taking down Blaziken as well. And Kello, this might be a bit of a kind of an hit now coming out from Onyx Rise. Huge Dazzling Gleam, though, and they're going to look for more because of that engage from the Trevenant, as now a huge Horn Leech guarantees them 2 KOs. Serena picking those 2 off for Rise. I mean, these teams love to brawl, but clearly they're winning these fights. Clearly it is of some impact as we now have 2 level 12 on Rise's side.
Oh, look at that. Onyx Rise being able to secure themselves a basement Reggie, but Ys and Reggio finding a little bit of breathing space as they manage to secure this Reggie Alecki. However, it ends up getting crashed on in and not allowing Blaziken to empty out their 37 points. So definitely an unfortunate result for Ys and Reggio as Blaziken looks to get caught out as 3 members go and circle them out.
Yeah, one thing that Onyx Rise has done really well this game is always play with someone by the side, right? And I think Ys and Reggio, the Blaziken, keeps going in by themselves, where although Blaziken is such a great Pokemon, as we mentioned, it still needs a little bit of help, especially if they're a little bit under level. Level 10, definitely looking for more. Yet another Armor Rouge Unite move to go in. Onyx Rise really feeling right now as the Fluffy Cream Supreme gets popped in the middle. They actually take down the supporter counterpart in the form of Mew, and 3 members of Ys and Reggio gets down, traded for 2. They're not going to stop here, though, until the whole team of Isen is knocked out.
Yeah, that is definitely not what you want to see if you are an Ys and Reggio fan. A team-wide 3 KO streak for that Leafeon, but now 349 points to 82. We obviously know that there are still comeback mechanics in Pokemon Unite, especially a Rayquaza. But Ys and Reggio, they seem to have their backs up against the wall. There's not a lot of wild Pokemon available for them to try and garner these levels that they need.
And yet again, Onyx Rise doing such a good job at just being on time to these Altara family spawns, and just to really starve out Blaziken and even the Miraidon on the side of Isen to ensure that they have that level advantage. Or, I mean, double 14s. 40 seconds to go until the Rayquaza fight, though. If anything, Ray is playing a Pokemon that's easier to secure than Hooper, so we'll see whether they can do it again this time. But 30 seconds to go. Just before then, we might have another fight coming.
Yeah, Paldean Knights are going to hack against each other as that Fire Spin is going to chip away at that Cerulege. They do end up getting stunned as Zarena's trying to look for a pick but unable to find it. Maybe just trying to bait out this Reggie Alecki. I mean, they don't actually need it either side, especially as we are so close to this Rayquaza.
Yeah, they are not going to even look at the Regieleki anymore. In fact, they're going to actually catch out Ray there, popping in the Mystical Mirage early from the Mew just to save themselves is a huge advantage now to Onyx Rise. They know that they won't be able to do that once more at this fight. And now, Trevenant just going in for a flank as well, just trying to get a vision of everyone as they dance around the middle side. Chaewon not able to pick up that dunk in will mean that they have to run away, but it's hard to run away when you're slow from the drop kick, isn't it? In the middle there, we do have the Emerald 2-step taking down Blaziken, and one of the best secure Pokemon on the side of Ys and Reggio is out for the count, and so is Cerulege as well. Members falling like flies from Ys and Reggio. The Phantom Forest to fade out the eject from the Mew as well. And we need another miracle from Ray once again. We will have the Sayayai to kind of stall it out as much as possible. Ray comes in. Can they secure it? No, they can't. It's going to be the Leafeon on Rise to take it out. And swiftly, the white flag has flown. Onyx Rise takes this set 2-1, Hello.
Yeah, with 433 points already on the board and more to come with those Ray Shields. Isin Reggio, not really much that they can do to defend, especially because Ray was pretty much 1 HP there, about to get taken out. So knowing that that one was over for them, but there we go. Onyx Rise being able to win this set 2-0. And we're looking at these KOs and assists. There are double digits pretty much across the board for them all.
Yeah, and this just goes to show they were fighting together in a lot of these fights, right? Cell coming up with the MVP, but still a lot of damage done from the Leafeon as well. You can see on the side of Isin Reggio, they tried their best, I guess, to counter the aggression coming out, but Nyx not able to do as much damage as they probably wanted on that Blaziken, and getting knocked out early in that Rayquaza fight just meant that they weren't going to be there for that secure, right? Which was nicely down by Eeyore over there. So great set that we got to watch. I'm glad it went to a Game 3 scenario, Kello, but Onyx Rise still on top here.
This is going to be one of the teams that we will see at the World Championships in Anaheim. But, I mean, before that, we'll actually end up seeing them progress on through to day 2. So, this is a 2-day event for the Summer Showdown, the group stage here today, which is all but complete. And then tomorrow, we'll end up seeing these teams mixed on up amongst the groups into a top 8 bracket.
That's right. We're going to have a quick look at the highlights from our game number 3 with 1 apiece. The pressure was definitely on. The stakes are high here. Remember, all these teams playing for seeding in tomorrow's day 2 bracket. You can see they are trying to secure that top side, but it was that KO on the Miraidon from the Trevenant, along with the Hornleech onto the Bridgelecki that was able to knock out and pocket that objective for their team. And I think the story from this game number 3 is they were just able to have cleaner fights, I think, Rise, and it really paid off in the long run.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, the level advantage that Onyx Rise were able to gain earlier on, Isin Reggio seemed to fall much more behind in comparison to the second game that they played together. But really great team fights from Onyx Rise to just stick together, and it really just goes to show the power of Alchemy to provide those shields and support those attackers at doing the additional damage when they do have that decorate, and even then just the Dazzling Gleam stun is such a nuisance to deal with, being able to hit multiple members in comparison to a Psyduck psychic move.
Yeah, that's right. And if you can really decorate someone that's in the midst of the fight, not only are you giving them that shield, but also you see that double Dazzling Gleam there. We're able to stop 3 people in tracks for your Trevenant to come through. A huge wombo combo. I'm glad we got to cast that onto broadcast, but it's just the power of these new supporters, Kello. Supporters, too strong. I mean, there's a reason why they're banned out, right?
Well, they can even see Alchemy securing the Ridge Eyes, even though there was nobody to contest it, but still!
Definitely.
Alchemy for the win!
Supporters stealing the show, to be honest. We do need more love for supporters, though. I feel like it's so often overlooked, right? Carries, coming in for the KOs, but they can't. Behind every great carry is a even better support player. I think that is the moral of the story from these games.
Even then, you can see the positioning from Zoe there. They ended up popping their Unite move, and instantly, as soon as that was done, they pivoted towards the backline back to safety, knowing how squishy they are. They did their job. They were able to go and sustain the team and win that team fight. So, I don't know. I'm really looking forward to seeing more Alchemy gameplay. Hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully it doesn't actually land itself on the chopping block too often, because seeing Alchemy out on the field has actually been a lot of fun to watch. Yeah,
it's a real treat, right? If you can call it that. That was so bad. But yeah, looking at the replay, you can see how majestic it is, the cake and big build. I think the stark contrast, Kello, of how small Alchemy is and how large of a cake it builds itself, or it bakes rather, when it goes into that Unite move, it just makes it all the more cuter, right? You can see a good contest for this Rayquaza, a lot of moves going in, but ultimately, just the Leafeon able to lock it in for their team.
One thing I noticed as well, Luna on the Trevenant, they were disrupting Kiawe on the Psyduck. So they actually ended up getting stunned just as the Secure was about to come on out, knowing that they were just too risky of potentially going and stealing it there. So, I don't know, just that little piece that I noticed from Luna. So very well played there. From
Very
that
well
whole
played.
Team.
Yeah, definitely. And I think right now we're going to have a look at the group standings after our day one. Just a quick recap on how these teams went. Just to remind everyone, since all the games are done now, I think these are going to be your standings after that. High Five, as we mentioned before, taking it out in a clean sweep for Group A. And on the other side, Paper Rex. And now we have some updated results as well. Isen able to take one set off. Going down in 3. I think the other updates were CU Fibonacci took down Splash as well, so they're going to end off the day 2-2. On the other side, Group B. Maybe you can give us a recap there, Kello.
Yeah, so Paper Rex were at the top of their groups, 3-0, not dropping a game. Zenny Game Squad, the 2-1. LF Org, 1-2. And TC Nymeria did end up losing all of their games that round, but nonetheless, these squads are going to be making their way through to day 2.
Yeah, and I think that's where it really gets exciting, right? I mean, groups are a good look at how these teams can play, but when it gets into double elimination, that's when the stakes get even more higher. You can see already we have some pre-filled teams to come in. Paper Rex are going to be versing Group A number 4, and TC Nymeria versing Group A number 1. And this is why seeding is important, because if you're going to be seeded number 1, Kello, you're going to be versing arguably weaker teams because of the way the seedings work, right? Giving you an advantage to hopefully advance into that top 4, top 2. And if you're lucky, go into that grand final spot to be crowned the champion of the Summer Showdown. And definitely they put the showdown in Summer Showdown today, Kello. I think we got to spectate a lot of great games. And I just hope it continues. And I'm with you. I hope more Alchemy comes in. Maybe we should make a pact of these teams, you know. Allow Alchemy once every set, just so that we get to say the name Fluffy Cream Supreme a little bit more.
Don't think we have that power, Hifu. Don't think we have that much power. You never know, but hey, well, yes, we do not pull the strings at all. But yes,
right.
that is a great Unite move. Fluffy Cream Supreme. It really rolls off the tongue. It's great.
Yeah. I think Unite needs to have a shout out here. They've been coming up with some pretty good names as well, and I think if they continue that, hopefully the Latios and Latios have a cute one when they come in as well. But I think enough yapping about Unite names. I think it's time to name some names of people that helped make today's broadcast so successful. Yet again, Unity Clash is always such a great place to be on the Ghatlue's channel to bring you guys these type of action where teams are preparing for the World's Championships, a great look into how they've been playing, how they've been practicing, and especially international competitions like these ones, Kello, it's a great way to look at how regions clash against each other to see which team actually and which region comes out on top. I think from this list, I'll quickly shout out the casters that casted with them today as I find the other people on the list. Lobo and Nitera brought you guys shift 1 of today's broadcast. They were able to broadcast you 3 incredible sets, so big shout out to them and a wonderful casting from these 2 casters. You have the list, Kello, of the other people?
I do not. I know that we had our admins as well. So was it Yaman and Tan, I believe?
Tan, that's right. Yep.
And then we also had our production crew there, Diallo, who was on the production here today with Shavam as well. So also, I gotta say, the graphics for the Unity Clash, even the Stinger transition, they look so good today.
Yeah, they do, and I think it's Kurigen that is the graphics designer. Fantastic work from them. Big shout out to them for making. I think they've just been making Unity Clashes overlays for a long time now, and I think it just gets better and better every single broadcast. Speaking of broadcast, though, I think it's Finsterin and Kudo Unite. They were the co-streamers on. I think they are. Is it Spanish or Brazil streams? I need to clarify
Brazil,
that, but
Portuguese,
they've
yeah.
Brazil.
Yeah.
Perfect. So yeah, they were able to broadcast alongside us today, the English broadcast. So big shout out to them for bringing you guys the action there as well. Also, we had a B stream today. I always like shouting out B streams just because, teams get to be broadcasted even more, whether they're cast or not. Being able to be on some sort of, platform is just a great way to I guess have a little bit of 5 seconds of fame, right? Regardless if it's YouTube or Twitch as well. And I think BAMKO was one of the observers today to help with that. Yeah, I think did I miss any observers? I think that's
so Bam and Yarman.
And Pastor as well. I think that were.
And then our admins were Tan and Mimic.
There we go. Well, we got it. We got it through, Kello. We made it in the end. We were able to shout out everybody, which is great. So we'll see everyone tomorrow, though, for an even more action. Day 2 returns. I think with this double bracket elimination, it's going to be definitely way more, action between teams that maybe didn't get to play against today, right? The Group A and the Group B. So make sure you don't miss out. It'll be back on Ghatlue's channel as well as the co-streamers on Fizdarin and Kudo Unite channels as well. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in. Catch you on the flip side. Bye-bye.